Now. Let's not start too early, boys and girls. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the rodeo. Today, we find ourselves with 12 hours of racing here at the Circuit of the Americas. My name is Blake Griffiths, and I'll be joined by a rotating, talented pool of commentators. But for this morning, I'm joined in the booth by Cameron Thistlethwaite and John Gormley. How are we this morning, fellas?
No, we're very well, thank you for introducing us, Blake. I'm very well. I don't know about John, but nice to be here on this brisk morning for Circuit of the Americas. Obviously not here in Texas in real life, but honestly in the sim. Looking forward to 12 hours.
I mean, Texas is a state of mind. John can attest to that because he's already in that state of mind with whatever noise that was. John, how are you?
Oh, sorry, I was sleeping. What's up? Oh, yeah. Love Austin, love Texas, love barbecue, love guns, love freedom, love fast cars, love V8, love fun racing. All right. I'm not talking about that today, Glenn. No. Politics, no. Taxes, no.
No politics today, it's just racing. It's the politics of the track. It's the tariffs between doors, the exchange rate of rubber to tarmac, as we have about 38 racers looking to make their mark on what is the first round of the World Endurance Series that we are running here at Octane. Wow! Big slide by Cooley there. But the first of, I believe, 4 rounds presented by Simrigs. If you're a Patreon, you can get a discount when you shop over at Simrigs. I believe it's 5%. Look at that. That's beautiful. It's terribly slow, but it looks lovely. 12 hours. It's a long time. The time is going to be doubled in terms of in-game, so we will see a full day's worth play out. For us, it is 12, though. Any early thoughts, any early predictions, guys?
Oh, just a prediction of 12 hours of racing, and I think Mr. Cooley's, he knows he's on camera right now, to say the least, with his 777 racing car. And interested to see how things get on, but forecast apparently is going to be looking dry, but that's for the early immediate future, and obviously we won't have the full 1 hour prediction as well for the weather. It'll be cut in half with the advanced time, as you mentioned there, Blake.
Yeah, so is this our practice timing board? Yes, it is, because I believe the 777 car actually opted not to qualify, and we have a few of those, particularly as it pertains to the pro class, which is controversial to say the least, I think. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts about it, but you could argue that it's against the spirit of competition. You could argue that they also want to have fun and try to make their way all the way up the grid throughout the 12 hours, which I think is an admirable challenge, and for some of these teams it's definitely possible.
It's mostly just about having fun, and this is what 12 hours is meant to be. And some people just find more challenging things to be more fun. It's just rewarding in a way.
Yeah, they definitely find it more fun when they start from the back and complain about how everyone races at the back of the grid half the time as they're getting through it, but that's my take on things at the very least. If that's their fun, that's definitely going to be different from mine.
I mean, it is definitely literally just the not to get too deep at not even 1 minute into the race, but the nature of humanity. Everyone has a little bit of a different take on what's good, what's fun. I mean, I'm sure that they'll make their way up the grid as we go.
It's all well and fun as long as people know how to get through and race things, and not to say anyone in that car doesn't, and they definitely do. But hopefully no incidents come from starting at the back of the grid. But we shall see how things develop. We've obviously only got 3 minutes left to go, and then I think we'll go straight into the race. There'll be 38 cars into turn 1. It's going to be extremely spicy as it goes.
Yeah, it's
very red.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, John.
Oh, just Cota doesn't actually have many corner names. It's mostly just turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, but turn 1 is called Big Red.
Oh, is it? Okay, that's good. Don't forget, as I have proclaimed in the qualifying session, we will be naming these corners as we go. We can send them off to the FIA, the SRO, whoever governs the body, the people that manage the track. The section in the middle that the car 420 is approaching is Tony Woney, as christened by Tim Go. I will be referring to it as such throughout the race, so jot that down.
No.
So Tony Werney is that. The S's is the curvy Wervies. I'm just calling the back straight the drag strip because it looks like a drag strip.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm glad you're on board, John. Unlike some people who woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
Woke up an hour early because someone who can't put the timesheet in correctly.
It was a test. You needed to. It was a numerical literacy test, and you needed to sort the data and see where the inaccuracies lie. And you failed, Cameron.
Don't let Blake balance your books for you.
But let Blake commentate your race. Man, I am excited. It's been such a lead up. I do want to give a quick shout out to Mike Crick for that intro. That was lovely. I actually haven't got to watch it with sound. I've been on the stream both times, and there's actually no sound in the booth, if you did not know. And obviously a big shout out to everyone that's put any effort in towards this. So all of our stewards, Glenn Germain, Matt Powell, Paul Kranich, just to name a few, all the guys doing the race directing today. It's a lot of effort that goes into this so we can watch some virtual cars, do some laps, so people can have their fun. So I'm very, very grateful, and I hope everyone else is too.
Notice you named everyone but the commentators.
Didn't I say the commentators at the beginning?
Wow. I know we don't put any effort in, but geez.
No, you don't.
I was going to call you out on it, but you didn't. You literally had to be a plate.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, you guys are getting a thank you message later. We're doing it's either a sausage sizzle or a pizza party.
Wait, you guys are commentating because you want to? I'm commentating so I can watch the stream straight away.
Without the 30-second delay. That's actually
I can't wait. I need to see it happening real time.
That pizza party and sausage sizzle is going to be as real as an NFT as well.
Hey! Is one or the other? We're holding a vote. I'm not forking out a vote.
All I know is my stomach's going to be empty still, regardless.
Oh, it does say
Big Red.
Yeah. I've never noticed that. I've never seen it from that view.
Yeah, I was too busy crashing.
Yeah, it's going to be a good view. It's a really tricky T1 to navigate. There's obviously a lot throughout a lot of the circuits in the world and in this game, but I think because it widens and then immediately tapers off, it just invites a bit of chaos, and I'm sure
it's awful. Just say it's awful. You know what you want to say.
I think
great for content.
It is great for content. I'm hoping that because it's 12 hours of racing that people will keep it a little bit tamer, but
the fact they named
people are.
They named it Big Red is content enough, frankly. They try to write their own jokes. Are you seeing a gap in the field? If you didn't get that, oh, there we go. There's the Porsche that spawns in, I believe, of Layla Bell's kart for the 987. And hopefully the names on our left are going to be representative of who's actually starting, but you never know with ACC.
Yeah, it could potentially be, because I think it's driver 1 that appears until the next timing split, but I'm not sure for the actual race start. That's how it was for qualifying.
That's alright, we'll get an ultimate patch for ACC. Sorry, there's going to be a lot of personal commentary, not really on the race, I just realised.
Oh.
Well,
that side of the bed that you
put me in the booth, so it's her fault.
The side of the bed that you woke up must be really lumpy and just cold and awful.
Look, it was bad when I just had to wake up.
Oh yeah, it's like winter for you guys, no?
Yeah, but it's not been that cold, and I think it's only just coming into winter now. Oh. Uh-oh.
Dive. No, we're a submarine. Thank you. Let's get our Glenn thanks out of the way, because the poor man's going to be here for 12 hours, if not more. Thank you very much to Glenn Germain, who's always around to do our enduros, sprints, everything. He's done it. He's bought the t-shirt, lost the t-shirt. Thank you very much, Glenn Germain, for putting up with me.
What do you do if you have to? What do you do if you have to go get a maintenance check?
Mason jars. I think we established that a few years ago.
I'll just turn my mic on for a minute. I'll just let everyone know. Yeah, there is an autopilot associated with the ACC broadcast, so
It's good to know.
I have. If it starts doing a better job, you'll know that that's what has happened. I've gone to autopilot.
Ah, you don't mean that.
Yeah, don't be rude.
Is it on autopilot now?
30 seconds.
Yeah, that's why I went into the ground. No. Surely. Blame it on the auto driving, self-driving.
Must have been programmed by Tesla.
20 seconds.
Hey, see, it's America. It's topical.
Got quite a diverse grid of manufacturers, but I don't feel like there's something missing.
The Rider? Or Raider? I don't actually know how you say that.
I think it's called the
Bentley.
Rider. The Bentley, that's what it is. There's no Bentleys at all, is there?
Wow, that's kind of sad.
It's kind of to be expected, not gonna lie.
Aren't you a Bentley merchant, Ken Thistleweight?
I mean, I was gonna go back into it before my wheel had to die, but I may be a Bentley merchant, but it's hard to get a few other Bentley merchants to all pile in one car, I imagine.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to kind of be on board with that car.
No, it is a pretty widespread. They're
Nice to see some Mercs for once.
Yeah, Mercs, especially the top end. We got some of the real fast people running the Mercedes. Looked like a bit of a handful in qualifying if you weren't there.
Yeah, I saw Shady had a bit of a moment. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you picked my memory there because I was just struggling a little bit. Yeah, Shady looked pretty good, and then on the hot lap, the one that really counted, it looked very flighty. It wasn't working with him at all.
Surprised that there aren't that many Porsches, considering Porsches you can feel safe for a lot.
I have seen that, but I'm not sure if I think it's worked out in some Enduros, but not all of them. I'm not too sure how Porsche goes here, Cota, but on the stronger circuits.
So we've got important news coming in. Allegedly, the driver stint timers are balked, and it's going to be a delayed start because the server needs to restart.
I don't know if Glenn doesn't know. That's concerning.
Yeah, we're on the phone to the super president.
Let's just pretend it's like a normal start.
Okay, John, you could take us away then.
Wait, what?
No, Gormley can.
Take us away from what? It's still formation lap, right?
Well,
No, we're green right now. They're at full pace.
Yeah.
And Naeem there defends. He brake checks a little bit.
Everybody's driving so well, they're not trying to overtake. Wow, it's the gentleman's race right here.
Yeah, not to throw shade, but this is the cleanest the race is going to be.
I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
it looks.
Great double file, guys. I know we're a board start, but
Yeah, so it looks like they have like a maximum drive time, and it's only about an hour, which obviously does not really work when
This
the
might
race
be
goes
a-
to 12.
might be a citation needed on this one. But I'm pretty sure because of when the timing, like the time, you know, we're at 2 times in-game speed. The weather widget is meant to the time is meant to cut in half, like for the intervals for like 30 and 10, which I'm be interested to see if that's actually been represented, and hopefully that is also the case. As we're having a mock start, and it'll be hilarious if this is the cleaner one than the actual real one.
You know it is. You know it's gonna
It's
be
actually
clean.
pretty clean, so I think it's looking pretty good.
We had some people in the pits as well. I mean, I guess they didn't think we were actually going to go. It's like interesting. Everyone's like racing. The
Sonic GTR off at the
off.
assist.
Yeah, 277 yellowed at the back there.
It's not a true race start if Cookie doesn't die.
Is Crick even in the car? No, it's Johnson.
Crickie's car by proxy.
Crickie's car. Yeah.
Definitely going to be an interesting start. I think like Cota is good. I would say it's arguably kind of enjoyable as a qualifying lap, but to follow through those S's, especially at the start, it's not. Oh my god, there was a trampoline Mercedes flies over the curb, as well as another Porsche. I think is unstuck there. But yeah, that the first sector is, I dare say, not too fun with all the speed. As you can see McNeil kind of throw it around the outside of Naeem, it's Liam Hamilton. So at least we'll know who's starting at the very least.
My Crick is a little incensed at the comments. It's not even his car.
It's GTR. It's all the same.
Oh, that has to be one of the unluckiest individuals in OOR. Enough to the point where Igor Zavaka has put justice for Cricky on the back of his livery. I
mean, to be fair, when it comes to GTR drivers who don't really have a lot of luck or have usually moments that throw their race away, I'm going to say 888, the driver in that right now, is definitely worthy of the Cricky curse.
Yeah, Crick's not here, so Loopy will get it.
This is the best start Loopy's ever had, so shame it's not going to count.
Yeah. Whew. Okay, now do that again, guys.
Yeah, this is where we get the red flag.
I think Cricky wants to take it outside, Cam.
What's outside? We don't go outside. But yeah, thank you to everyone for bearing with us. This is going to royally mess up all of Blake's scheduling as well.
Oh my god, yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Okay. Thank you. Everyone's going to get shifted back by 10 minutes, at least, if not more, because the server hasn't actually restarted yet. Hello?
Hi, guys. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, we are going to have a server restart, but our settings, because we don't actually set the stint timers. It's based on the duration of the race, and it's a Kunos internal calculation. So as far as I know, I don't know. We're going to have a look at the server and come back as soon as possible. So what we might do is we will, unless you guys want to keep talking, I will put up the Be Right Back and play some music, and we'll get back to the viewers as soon as we can.
It's charging me by the minute, so let's go to the Be Right Back screen.
Okay.
Meter's still running.
Meter's still running. Okay. We'll be back soon. Yep. 2 times the set.
Ooh, and we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. So we have about 35 seconds to get underway for our formation lap. It's like nothing happened at all, am I right?
I don't know what this back thing you're talking about. We were always scheduled to go at 10:38. That's the hour. But 20 seconds before our formation lap underway, and thank you to everyone behind the scenes, and thank you to Kunos for producing a perfect game and then making a sequel.
Yep, no problems whatsoever. Works perfectly as intended every time.
Yes, looks like maybe 2 times. I'm not sure, but it looks like I don't want to affirm my suspicions from before, but
the saying the weather widget. It's that's the 2 times thing, right?
yeah, I think that was what I was trying to get out there. But we're underway. Looks like we got similar, pretty much the same conditions as what we had anyway. It looks like a slim chance of rain, but that's for the immediate future. Who knows in far down the line? Obviously going to be cycling through very quickly, though 0 wind as well, so that's maybe a factor. But a nice brisk sunny morning here for Austin, Texas. Fast track as well, so the tires are going to feel it a little bit, especially for this first sequence of corners, especially with 120 liters on average for all the cars, full of fuel as well. So going to be a rough first few laps while they find their correct working range, but I'm sure everyone will suffice, and hopefully with clean bodywork as well. But there will be Michael Babb is in the pits, and maybe a
classic Babb tactic.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is Michael Babb. He does likes to start from the pit lane as well, so seems like an intentional from what we hear.
Teams up with Brain Cooley, isn't it Chris Murphy? Oh no, sorry, I see what you're saying. Chris Murphy in the 161 car as well, who is a known back of the grid merchant. But yes, the 777 car as well is starting from the rear of the field, opted not to qualify. But yes, God, it's all happening. We're actually underway. Is everyone excited?
Yeah. I mean, I had a weird dream where, they had a mock start and everybody had a really clean T1. Let's see if that comes true again.
Didn't know you to be an oracle of race starts, John.
Oh, I read tea leaves, I read tarot cards, I read people, I read hands, I read feet. I have to pay for the feet, but
I heard a little bird told me that you know how to make coffee art, latte art. Is that true?
10 years ago, yes, when I was working at a restaurant.
You're washed now, though. It doesn't happen anymore.
I can still make the foam, the froth. It's really easy. Just put it at a certain angle. Yeah.
All right. It's time to knuckle down. Strap yourselves in. Hold on to your butts. We're coming round the last corner for 12 hours of action here at the Circuit of Americas. Leading the way is Liam Hamilton in the 124 Ferrari, with McNeil side by side in that 700 Mustang, yellow and white, with Nathan Monks in P3. And the race start will be initialized very, very shortly as they head up the hill towards Big Red. Take a breath. It's longer than I intended. And away we go. Nathan Monks with a pretty good start. Can't say the same for McNeil, though, with a bit of a tap there on the back of Monks. And we're about 4 wide. Oh my. It's looking relatively clean. It looks like a bit of a car park. Oh, and the 777 car, I believe that is, has been turned around by that Lamborghini. But other than that, not looking too bad. Our front runners getting through unscathed. And the 700 Mustang manages to hold on to P2 from the Tented Motorsports Aston Martin, with another Mustang, the 695 Chris Taylor, in P4 right now as they make their way through the S's section and coming out the other side. And it looks like everyone's following along just all right. We've got the 161 car opting to start from the pit lane. They're way back there, but there's 12 hours to go, so they're going to have their time to shine. Yeah, a bit of a tap there earlier from Ben Hignett in the 69 Mercedes onto the rear of, I believe that was Nathan Monks before, but other than that, looking pretty clean as we're down the back straight. Whew. You're right. You're right, John. It was pretty clean. It was pretty clean.
Yeah, big red, not big red flag, luckily. Now, there's going to be 12 more hours of it. There's definitely going to be incidents, but hopefully they aren't too bad, they aren't too crazy. Chris Cooley getting turned around at the start. Yeah, bad, but not actually detrimental, because they're still starting from the back anyway. It's just added challenge for them.
Did see quite a few cars that were cutting across turn 4 and 5. I think there was a moment between Rondinella, Webley, and potentially Sneakers as well. So might be a few track limits on the first lap already, as they did fan out quite a bit and were definitely over the apron.
As we're coming to the close of lap 1 of many, it's Hamilton from Nick Neal, from Monks, from with Delay, as I was looking at it. But looking at Chris Cooley already making up a bunch of positions even after that spin, and is challenging right now. I believe that's Psychonias in the 277 McLaren, but it's going to have a look up the top. But for the rest of our positions, that's Chris Taylor from Ben Hignett. Ooh, has Taylor's gotten ahead of Ben Hignett, actually, if I'm not...
I think they were always ahead.
No, they were. Yeah, you're right. You're right. From Webley, from Rondinella, from Sneakers, from Herbert, from... I don't actually know how to pronounce Daniel's name. Someone help me out.
Cicluna.
Cicluna? All right. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely a little bit going on towards the bottom half of the top 10 as we caught on the first lap. But for the most part, everyone threw pretty cleanly. And as I said, as the track has quickly already gone to optimum, so it was fast temporarily, but only going to help the tyres a little bit as Michael Babb does start from the pit lane. And so unfortunately, like the pit lane's pretty rough here as well, because obviously it's a big lead up to the actual finish line, so everyone's going at a quite old lick. So he does have to pretty much make up about at least 5, probably to 8 seconds, as you see. Oh, Brandon Whitley and the BMW were getting really close on the brakes. Maybe was a little bit caught out with the braking of the BMW and nearly found the back of the Mercedes, but avoided it just as well. And nice to see Rondinella as well, right there behind in the Skill Issue Racing GTR. And nice to see Peach around as well, and I believe in the 191 Mercedes, and everyone knows that Peach has kind of had this, kind of started this year as a kind of wanted to revitalize himself, kind of went on a bit of an exercise program. It's on his Instagram. I believe it's 365 days to change a life. Hence why we haven't seen him in sprints for the last a few seasons. He's kind of just been doing the enduros. So good on him for kind of getting himself in shape, and he's been doing some remarkable progress.
I thought he hated the Ferrari.
Well, probably that as well. And maybe just hated up.
I mean, the Enduro series is enough of a workout as it is, so this probably isn't even a change of schedule for him.
If he hates the Ferrari, he's going to hate the Merc even more. They're all jockeying through, and everyone's kind of found their gaps a little bit, but we are seeing that sort of turquoise McLaren still in a few battles towards the bottom, and a few more side-by-sides as it's short. A couple of those faster cars are going to be coming through the field as well. Sort of psychedelic, almost the camo livery from the Aston Martin Evo behind there in P9 of Regan Herbert. We have seen how quick they are, but we also know how quick Peach is as well. And shout out to obviously Jaden Rondinella. He's doing a fantastic job as well, holding down strong here in P7. Obviously with Saxon qualifying the car in the top 10. So great work from those guys.
Yeah, it's the Nissan as well. It's a little bit of a handful to drive, but these guys know it pretty well now. But Herbert actually looking to make the move on Sneakers and just sneaks down the inside there, and it looks like it's going to stick. So interestingly, Sneakers not actually fighting that one too hard, which may be wise. We're about 5 minutes in to 12 hours of racing, so there's plenty of opportunity to make that one back. Might just be feeling out the car and feeling how it feels before trying to do anything too risque.
Yeah, AMG is not too great down the straights, despite its big lump of an engine. It tends to be quite draggy with the aero, so towards the top end, the Aston Martin's definitely a car with the advantage, and obviously not going to be making any inroads on the GTR either. And he does have the other GTR, Luke Johnson, in the 111 car, the Rockets Evolved. As the aforementioned Regan Herbert actually gets a 10-second penalty for out of position on lap 1. Interesting to see if that's the only one so far.
Wowie, that's not a great start, but 10 seconds is a bit of a drop in the bucket. And there's that penalty for Hamish Gray. I would presume that that's for turning around the 777 car. I didn't see anything too serious beyond that.
Now, considering this is going to be 12 hours, I have a history with track cuts and drive-thrus, and this Cota, well known for being very, very, very strict track cuts, especially on the curvy-worvy S's at the Sector 1. What, Sector 1? Yeah, Sector 1's after Big Red, yeah.
Yeah, I was refraining from saying anything like track cut or DT until it happened, because I don't want to curse anyone, but I think we're going to be in for quite a few rounds here. It is very unforgiving, as you said, John.
Oh, you're worried about cursing people?
Yes and no. It just sort of happens at this point. Like
Liam Hamilton, amazing driver, flawless driving. Austin Meniel, amazing driver, flawless. Nathan Monks, amazing driver, flawless driving.
Whoa, don't do it. That's your mates. You're gonna get bullied in real life if you do that to the 153 car.
You should say to me in team speak.
All right. Well, that's for you guys in your personal life. But so far, we're getting a little bit of a replay. Look at that.
What
graphic.
a transition!
Yeah. So this is the 777 car. What happened to them? So just turning in, and that Lamborghini just not
I don't
really.
think the Lambo really had anywhere to go, to be fair, either. They were right there on the apex.
Yeah. I feel like I need to see it top down. They also look like they could have turned in more, like slowed down. When you've got a car side by side like that, you can't just drive through them too. But that's literally like the problem with T1, as I said before, is because it's so wide and then it narrows so much, you end up with things like that where people are taking a slightly different line. Because if there was no car like that, the Lamborghini line would have been fine. But there was car, and thus crash.
It's almost like what happens when you qualify out of position.
I mean, yeah, it was. We kind of alluded to it earlier. The 777 opting not to qualify, and we talked about competitive spirit and this and that. And I mean, yeah, that's going to happen if you start from the back. There's less experienced drivers back there, and things are potentially going to happen. There's a lot of cars to come through, so that is the curse that they bear for this race.
Car plus racing line equals good. Car plus car equals not good.
Quick maths from John Gormley.
Oh, it's going to be a long 3 hours in the comms booth with that kind of commentary.
It's all right. You've got me, and then we've got a few other people coming in. You get to talk to Damiano as well.
I'll be very happy about that. It'll be my first time speaking to him when I've been making memes about him for the longest time.
I'm sure that'll go down well.
It all started last season in Monza where I said, who's your bet on winning? I said, Damiano, surely. And then he lost, and then I lost my house in that. I bet my house and my college fund on that.
Yeah. All right. Oh, let's talk liveries for a second. You see anything to catch your eye so far, Cameron or John?
Colorblind, no.
I mean, you don't have to necessarily see the colours to enjoy the pattern.
My eyes are closed.
No, I doubt it. Look.
No.
Alright, well, I'm excluding Cameron from
one
the...
free juice.
I don't even want to hear your opinion now, Cameron. John, what's your favorite livery?
We'd have to go through them all because I actually haven't been through. I've seen some of these liveries on the Show Us channel, but I haven't been through all of them. If Glenn could cycle from between each of the pro cars, and then we'll work our way down to silvers. As right here, Lightning Strike Mercedes. Lightning Strikes, super cool all the time. There's nothing cooler than maybe like a volcanic eruption, but that's kind of rare.
There's also the Valkyries on the car. This is the 124 Ferrari. It's a bit of an ice and fire thing in my mind. I don't know if that's actually what they're going for.
I saw the HP logo on the side somewhere. It's a classic Shell Racing.
Oh, Gibbons is yellowed. Ooh, that's a weird place for him to be yellowed. It's outside of turn 2. Sorry to interrupt livery chat. Oh, that's like a...
That's like tech issue, hardware stuff.
Gibbo did have a moment in the Le Mans round of during our Le Mans season 2 but during Fuji he did have to pull over right at the start of the race and had an issue with his wheel. I wonder if that's kind of something that might have cropped up again, but unfortunately that's sent him actually to the very back of the grid. Not over. Still on the lead lap, still pretty much on the back of the field, but hopefully he sorted out whatever gremlins he had.
Yeah, 10 minutes out of 12 hours, so...
Yeah, it's... Drop in the bucket. We'll get a look at what happened there. Not too far from the back of the pack either. Yeah, the Pixel Races. Nissan GTR, very classic. I think it's got a few little tweaks for the 12-hour. Big 39 on the roof of the car.
Yeah, he did have some wheel issues, and I'm hoping he still has a force feedback, because if the wheel had to reset, then you tend to lose feedback if the game's open. But we'll see how he gets along, but not ideal.
We're on board with the tinted motorsports. The car looks like, it reminds me of toothpaste. It really does. It's just the color scheme.
Yeah,
it looks like
no,
toothpaste.
I see it. It's quite like dentist-y feeling, very like pale blue with the white, ignoring what's going on the back and the top.
Oh no, Glenn's gonna do it.
So Cricky just chiming in for car number 39. The game froze a bit, so he just pulled over and waited for that to pass. So hopefully not too much more of that. That's a bit of a rough go.
The absolute sportsmanship in car 39 for pulling over. I would have just kept driving like, oh no, my computer's dying.
I mean, it's hard because I've had that issue before as well. You can't, I'm surprised he pulled it over, because when it freezes, you just kind of do nothing. Like, you don't know what's going to end up happening, but it might be slightly different. But yeah, glad that nothing too bad came of that one.
It's just a ploy for Cookie to get his livery, a bit of a on-screen presence.
Not everything is a ploy or a plot, Cameron.
This is the internet.
No, this is Octane Online Racing. We love everyone here.
This is an Aston Martin Evo.
Yeah, this is you could say it's unfortunate for Gibbo to be it's like he got some kind of, I don't know, spell or a curse or something like that.
It's almost I'm not gonna say it.
Well, you have to say it now. You can't lead in like that and then not say anything.
Ricky, why aren't you racing?
Oh, Ricky just saying as well, Callum Gibbons still has force feedback. So hopefully just gets to truck on and try and make those places back.
It's just the
on my phone to look at the chat. Yep, I agree with most of this.
Yeah, hopefully doesn't have any more game freezes or screen freezes. I know a few people sometimes, people even have issue with their monitors in replay now. And he just pulls out the throttle and the steering. So yeah, he still has all control by the looks of it, so he just comes to a stop. And thankfully he comes to a stop. I don't know if he could see where he was stopping, but thankfully it's off the circuit. Probably guided by one of his teammates, because he tend to have someone spotting you at least to help out. But it could have been a lot worse, frankly, and I wish them all the best going forward, because they're going to need it to at least recover.
A new duo series idea. With the driver's blind and the co-driver has to give call-outs.
You just
like
invented rallying, yeah.
But in ACC.
I mean, honestly, I reckon some of these guys at the top could drive these tracks blindfolded anyway, without any kind of direction.
I can drive a track blindfolded. I just hit the walls.
Yeah,
and
that's
spectators.
it's not really the same, is it?
Is that how you've been driving this whole time then?
Yeah, with one eye closed, so I get bad depth perception, even though it's a monitor, so depth perception doesn't matter.
Definitely seen a bit of a group forming behind Nathan Monks, a little bit building up, and Chris Taylor might be thinking of trying to get away past, but we have seen some strong straight line performance from the Aston Martin down the back straight, as I saw with Regan Herbert. And not to say the Mustang's anything to sniff at, but he seems to get a good exit as well in the Aston Martin. It is one of its kind of stronger marks. Not to say that he's dropping too far back from Austin McNeil, but Austin McNeil with the fastest lap as well, not giving Liam Hamilton anything to, not giving him any room to hang back. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys are going. Like if anyone's kind of running maybe in some lower fuel maps. Like I did wonder with Sneakers, he might have he did lose that position to Regan Herbert, who has gone ahead of Jaden Rondinella as well, but obviously will lose positions with the 10-second penalty. Whether Peach was running map 2 just to save a little bit of fuel to extend their stints. There's obviously no maximum stint timer, so it's pretty much fuel based, right? I believe fuel limited. So I should say how that obviously has an effect over 12 hours, and everyone kind of falls onto different strategies.
We'll have to see how the different cars play out with their different tactics as well, because if I remember correctly, the Aston could do an 81-minute stint without having to be on the lowest fuel saving. I'm not sure about the Porsches. The Porsches are very, very strong in duos because you could just do one stop. And obviously the Mustang, not the best for the endurance.
That translated in one race, I will say. I think that was kind of a bit of a red herring.
Yeah.
We didn't see it too much in the other rounds for duos. But continue, sorry.
That's a Wally livery. That is
This is really, really tame for Michael Babb. Really tame livery.
Don't give him motivation. He lives for it.
I know he lives for it. He messaged me. He literally added me in the everyone chat the other day. It looks lovely though. Or maybe I should say I hate it so that he keeps doing it. But
I think this is
he's holding his little tracks.
I feel like this livery is too wholesome for someone like Michael
exactly.
Babb.
I'm literally perplexed. There's going to be something on there that's a little bit unsavory.
Let's check inside the car. Inside or underneath the car?
Yeah, on the rear bumper. Or don't. We don't have to. But interesting. We've got a few packs forming here. The lead 2 cars have gotten away from Nathan Monks. 3.5 seconds to them. And it's a bit of a train, probably all the way down to Webley, with 2.2 Herbert behind Webley. And then Rondinella about 2 seconds back from Herbert as well. And then beyond that, there's another 3 cars, and then Thurcolini about 6 seconds from Cicluna. Cicluna, thank you. I usually don't struggle that much with names. That one's just throwing me a little bit. And then there's quite a few cars on very, very close together. Wesley Yao, actually. I don't know if you can be much closer than 0.02 of a second to the car in front. So yeah, the pace of the cars just setting them, putting themselves into their packs right now.
Yeah, the Mercedes of JP, Jean-Pierre is not a slow driver, so I'm gonna agree with you, Cam. I think they must be on a fuel saving map and just trying to ride out their stint for a little while, because it seems like Loopy, fast driver for Silver, but he's not pro. He's been up there quite a lot, actually. He's gotten consistent top 10 finishes. I'm fairly sure. I take that back. I just remember this season has not been the best for him.
And he has pace. I think he just
very much has pace. It's just that every time he gets on a straight, no.
He's literally never living that one down.
I don't want to really to say anything too much of Peach because obviously I haven't seen him for a while, but I think there is a bit of rust because he has. I don't think he's really been doing any racing other than he said he was literally just doing these enduros. So he's spent quite a few months out of the game, and to be honest, the Mercedes I can't imagine is a car that's something he's really gelling with too well right now. Not unlike because anyone's watched Peach over the years. Like, granted, the Bentley's probably the closest thing, and to be honest, the Bentley and the Mercedes do differ in quite significant ways. Other than that, he was pretty much a mid-engine racer with the McLaren and the Ferraris in previous years. So it's all about confidence, and I will say the Mercedes is definitely not it's not a car if you don't have the confidence in it. It's a pretty unruly. So not that he's doing badly, but I think yeah, the Peach is probably just trying to be consistent at the moment.
A classic fade livery, not bad.
161 is yellowed. We'll check who that is.
No, not Bab.
Oh no, I was going to say that number was familiar.
Whoa!
It's on the exit of before turn 13. So.
Is that 2? Actually, I think that was his second little spin. Because this isn't a replay, this is live.
Yeah, he was facing the wall as well.
He was probably just flicking it around, but yeah. He's clearly had a moment. It's not somewhere where you normally go off, but yeah, it's the exit of turn 12 and probably on the entry, so I think he's definitely had contact with someone.
Look at my Wally skin again. No. But yeah, that's actually fairly well done. I like the livery, I like the colors.
Thank you, John. Very cool. I like the orange wheels. It's a nice touch.
We're going to get a copyright strike from Disney now. Mickey Mouse is coming to break our kneecaps for displaying their intellectual property.
No. So on board with Scott Rockford.
Very different lines between all of these drivers.
Very, very close between these two. Steve Lewis just fending off. Wow, there are 4 of them actually, very, very close. And it looks like is that Bushel in the back looking to get in on this action too, but Rockford having to defend for his life right now. Saikanai is having a look around the outside, and he's going to get alongside for this hairpin, and Rockford copping a bit of that bollard, and that's allowed Saikanai to get through. Nicely done by the 277 McLaren.
Yeah, it looked like Steve Lewis was having a bit of a run on there at Brickley, but having to arrest and having the tighter line. And he's now going to be under threat now from Sicanius as well, who steals on the inside and hopefully gets it stopped. He's going to maybe find contact with Brickley, and Brickley thankfully sees him coming and leaves a car whips on the apex and did well to get that stopped. It is something we see quite happen a lot at the turn 12 after this end of the straight, and the braking is quite marginal with some of these cars.
Yeah, it's a bit of a case, again, of like that slightly different line. Saikanai was kind of pointing directly to T-Bone Brickley there. Luckily, nothing came of it, but it was closer than I'd like, personally.
Brickley doing a very good job in the 333 car, marked as an AM, but obviously independent of who's driving. And I think we saw Bushel there get ahead of Scotty Rutledge, obviously a sort of team car as well. So yeah, replaying now here of Michael Babb as he sends them up the inside. Wherever he gets that stop, he does get a stop, but he does get cut under from the Ferrari, and unfortunately they meet in the middle somewhat and along the lines, and unfortunately goes for a spin on the Porsche and the Ferrari. Oh, and he tries to get going, and thankfully saw the Lambo coming and stopped. Oh dear, might have gone to the stewards, who knows. Oh, and yeah, the secondary spin on the grass as well as the TC cuts out. It was a good dive, and it was a good job from the Ferrari to see him coming and let them space. Went for the undercut, but they both kind of, as we see Steve Lewis is off the track a little bit ahead of the 2 Porsches, so they swap back again. So it's a little bit of an inter-team battle, and it's going to let Steve off the hook a little bit.
These are good looking cars. I like the Kovacs liveries. They look nice. The little touch of gold as well for both the blue and the red, I think really nicely works. Good photo opportunity for Kovacs right now.
Yeah, gold is such an underused. I feel like it's underused in terms of liveries because people are afraid of putting a bit too much on there, and then it just looks kind of. But gold accents, a classic in racing.
Gold is right. As the Ferrari is coming in, and hopefully does manage to get it stopped there as Richard Wells on the green Ferrari that we saw had that moment as well with Michael Babb. Does look to get it stopped. It's kind of a 2-phase braking zone, as I found out at Cota, like you really have to be very proficient with the trail, like easing up the brakes to not get the ABS to cut in too much. And it makes up a lot of time here, but if you get it wrong, if you just slam the brakes, you'll just pretty much find yourself ABS'd into the apex and unfortunately into someone else. But yeah, good driving from these two. I dare say it looks like Mark Bushell has a little bit of a speed advantage over Scott Rochford, but Scott, Annie as we know him, is very proficient in the Porsches. I've been running it all season. It looks like Bushell wants to get past, and I believe these two liveries are done by Pete Viney, who I imagine is going to be in one of these cars for later in this race. He does all their graphics works for Kovacs, and it's kind of run this design of the Porsche, this sort of pattern for a while in different guises. Looking very good between these two, I have to say. Almost Rothmans-esque for the blue one.
Surprised that Bushell didn't have a bigger look down the inside there. He was all under the wing of the...
that Ferrari is getting close, wow.
All under the wing, but yeah, not quite getting it there. And I think he just copped a bit of the silent copper on the inside of the hairpin. So now just fallen back a little bit, about half a second. But yeah, he's got to be careful because Richard Wells is looking relatively racy behind him. Although as soon as I started talking about Richard Wells, he missed that apex. So it's going to be a lot of those today.
Yeah, and we got Callum Gibbo.
Yeah, Gibbo's made it up like 3 positions, especially since he had to pull over for the hardware issue.
Yeah, he's doing well to get back up into the fray. He's got quite a few cars in this gaggle to navigate though, and his lot behind him, a very, very racy operator too, actually quite a ways down here. I would have expected his lot to be a bit further up. So yeah, Gibbo having a look at the inside. He's going to be side by side as they come down to the hairpin, and he's not side by side, he's completely in front, and if he's got his braking right, he should get this move done. They overlap slightly, and Gibbo just puts it right in front, and I think that's going to be it as long as he makes no mistakes through the turning Wenny section.
Yes, the turning Wenny. I think, yeah, Bushell was saying, like, I think he could have gone for a bit more. I think if it wasn't a team car, it probably would have maybe said it, but he is a very measured racer. Obviously, kind of pretty much races just at LMU now, but obviously, like Peach, comes back for these Enduros. But not to go all livery nerd on you Gormley, but with the gold bench, I think like why people I've used gold a bit on liveries in the past, but I think the problem with gold is like it looks. In certain lights, it can be very mixed. I think because the problem is gold looks like beige from 90% of the angles.
Yeah, I think it's one that suffers from the lighting like hugely, and at times it doesn't. I think the luster of it doesn't always come through properly either. So yeah, I definitely see what you're saying.
Like
Another thing I wanted to mention, you mostly use Photoshop to make your liveries, right, Cam? Because your liveries are very, very beautiful, and I've especially loved your most recent Mercedes livery.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yes, I do use Photoshop, and I would advise anyone don't learn Photoshop, because then you'll realize you can't not use Photoshop, because unfortunately it has tools which I know of as free programmers really kind of recreated. So yeah, thankfully I let's say don't pay for Photoshop anymore.
Yeah, for my livery making,
I did for years, so they got my money's worth.
Oh yeah, dude, it is expensive, but
it's so expensive.
They are, yeah. Adobe can do something.
They're predators.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's interesting. The first livery I made in a Photoshop clone.
I started on Paint.net originally. Like that's how I originally started. Which I mean, if you're intimidated about liveries, everyone starts somewhere. Just go out, do something, put something on paper. Oh, Michael Babb looks to try to go to the inside of Madden, but needs to be obviously holds back. And want to make sure it's nice and clean.
I feel like Madden. I thought they qualified a lot better than what they are. Let me just double check.
It's possible, just because, especially at lap 1 on Big Red, everybody slows down. If you could just find a gap or a space, you could make a few positions very easily. Because everybody's vying for the optimal line, and it's going 6 wide into the optimal line's one wide, obviously.
It's interesting you say that, because if too many people do that, I feel like that's when you start to get the incidents. But just looking So PG Team Racing actually qualified 21st. So something's happened along the way. I'm not sure. I don't actually recall who qualified for this team. This is actually our only 5-man team for today, which is pretty cool. So it might be a case of a different driver with not quite the pace of the qualifying driver, or maybe something happened to them. But for now, they're having to hold off a very fast driver in Michael Babb, who's probably a little bit frustrated after that incident earlier.
It's also possible that these 5 people that are racing, it is an AM classification, and they do take into account the average pace and skill level and consistency of all the drivers involved in said team. This could be their first enduro, and they might just be having fun, you know, because my first enduro was the Nord's 12-hour, and that was amazing fun, except I had let down my team with the consistent technical issues, and we lost a lot of time. And then the Bathurst 12-hour came along, and I am not a good driver at Bathurst, so I opted out of that one, and I'm opting out of this one because my PC has unfortunately shut the bed.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky.
Yeah, this team also is one of our 2 teams that features a pair of brothers, Matt and Dan Madden. So yeah, I think a few of these drivers are actually part of our Academy series. I'm not sure if it's the entire team. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with every name here, but yeah, doing a good job right now.
I have to say, yeah, Matt Madden, like, watching him right now, I think, like, obviously, Mr. Babby's getting a little bit frustrated, but probably more so just having the circumstances of where he had that moment with the green Ferrari. But Matt, while he is obviously, he's not doing purples. Like, you know, that's a bit, we established that. That's nothing too harsh. Oh no, car 8 is yellow, but Matt is driving cleanly. He's doing his lines. He's not making mistakes, and that's why it's actually proving quite difficult for Mr. Bab to get past right now. He's just doing his pace and his laps. I might have to cut to car 8 though, because that is Jaden Rondinello, I believe. Oh, is it? Nope, it's the other 8. Yeah, that is 8 laps down. It's Henderson, Slade, and Herbert. And they have found the gravel on the exit, I believe, of turn 6, which is quite an unusual place. So either the rear is getting a little bit unstuck, because there are some bumps as you're kind of doing the double right-hander, or they've had a bit of a, you know, a hardware issue, which is potentially the case. But unfortunately, that car, with its, did have 10-second penalties, so unfortunately it's only going to get worse from here on then. Hopefully it can continue.
Car number 8, wheel disconnected.
Oh dear. Oh no. Yeah, it's from Nathan Henderson.
Lucas Keys in chat saying that had an incident with Taylor as well.
We got a replay.
So
thank you, Declan. Yep. Oh yeah, just coasts. Yep. No input at all. Unfortunate. That's
that is
not ideal.
Unfortunate. But it's amazing what these simulators can do nowadays. They even simulate random breakdowns.
Oh, and we've returned to pits. Hey, it's going to be a lot of work for these guys to get back up.
Yeah, it's not like they have 11 hours and 30 minutes to do so.
Yeah, but you don't want to be putting yourself a lap down. Ever, really.
It's not a race-winning strategy.
No, it's not something I'd advise if you feel like competing competitively.
Yeah, one thing I did want to allude at, like, we were talking about like drivers who, you know, obviously people who did the start, not kind of you know, having different drivers for the start and then qualifying, you know, can be a little bit mixed up, because obviously we saw the Pidgey car was qualified a lot higher and obviously a little bit further down the field. Yeah, I'm not too sure if this is something they do in real life, but I feel like some series do this in real life. I'd kind of like to see the people who qualify have to be at least the class that car. Well, to be that would be difficult, because some car, I guess a silver car could have like a pro-am and a pro, so you wouldn't have someone from silver. But I'd like to see at least, like, I'm an advocate for whoever does the qualifying should do the start, because I don't like when people kind of like out of position of where they naturally are on the grid for their speed, because sometimes it can lead to incidents, but it's obviously not it's not as simple as just putting that rule.
So I think someone correct me if I'm wrong, but a penalty just flashed up for the number 8 car. Was that correct?
That was Reagan's car.
And
so I think Lucas was alluding to the contact that happened was a lap before that wheel disconnects. So we might be able to catch a replay of that if nothing crazy happens in the next 15 seconds.
Obviously, because it was mentioned that Chris Taylor was involved and he was ahead of the Aston Martin. I believe he was was he ahead? I think he was still behind Webley in the BMW, but he was the car that was in front of the Aston Martin before that incident, and then they suddenly are several cars behind, so they're definitely evidence to say there was an incident, and we'll hopefully fetch that up. Thank you to Glenn as well for providing that.
Yeah, the top 4 still haven't changed positions, but latter half of top 10, not bottom 10, latter half of top 10, they're still mostly regular. You know, Luke Johnson's made it back up to 8th. Chris Taylor and Cooley is now 10th from last. Sorry, I just read the name and I realized.
Did notice that earlier, as he does have the purple lap as well. And not to get ahead of myself, but with the pace of that car and given who else is going to... Oh, there's a big slide there from Luke Johnson in the Calsonic GTR. As the rear starts to become unstuck a little bit. Does get it all tidied up. We'll get a replay here. So this looks like it's going to be Regan Herbert in the draft of Chris Taylor going down into turn 12, looking to do a late braking into this moment. So braking looks okay so far. Yep, they make the corner as fine. So Chris Taylor obviously defending the inside for turn 13. Regan Hurt tries around the outside, tries maybe a crisscross and a small bump, and unfortunately that upsets the rear and sends the Ford Mustang into a spin. Quite unfortunate, but definitely, I think, on the fault of the Aston Martin. Nothing that the Mustang could really do there. It was such a small tap as well, but that's all it took.
Especially while turning.
Unstick the rear, and you're going around while turning.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's in real life. You see I think the GTRs suffering a little bit on rear tires. They do like to spool them up with the turbos, and they're not really too ideal. As I see Jaden running down, they do run the TC fairly low in these cars as well. You're going to have Seagate over the back of him, but we did say before there hasn't been too many moves as well. Like, it is not an easy track to really get an overtake done. Most of them, what we've seen, have been let's say drafts down the straight if you've got the horsepower and the speed underneath you.
Yeah, mostly looking at getting good exits out of the turn 11 hairpin for a massive run down into the next hairpin after that straight, and potentially along the pit straight, same thing with that hairpin and then into the next. But easier said than done for sure.
I just wanted to mention that confirmed on the comments, Pidgey are all Academy drivers, all 5 of them. So that's very, very good on them for joining the Enduro. Like, you don't have to be part of sprints to engage with the other different series, because it's all just for having fun. It's for Octane Online Racing, and they will definitely come out of this with a lot more experience and a whole lot more fun under the belt.
Yeah, it's a huge undertaking as well. Even for 5 people, it's a lot of driving. So a lot of practice, a lot to learn. But yeah, definitely big shout out to them for getting involved.
I like that livery. I like flashbang liveries.
It's hot. I like it too.
It's very it's very, the word that has eluded me right now. It's very Laser Hawk, king of the streets. You know what I'm trying to say. It's not cyberpunk, but it's something along those lines. Someone I'm sure will. Vaporwave, exactly. That's it. Yeah. Very neon. Love it.
One thing, Him Gobe, very good livery maker. He's got a few liveries running around in this race as well. He hates, absolutely triggers him when you paint on the carbon fiber aero parts. No, you need the carbon fiber. It looks great. Don't touch my carbon fiber.
That triggers me too. I mean, the whole car's carbon fiber, so he's kind of set himself up.
But it's the aero parts that he loves specifically.
Yeah. Good, because I see a lot of people who they might as well have painted it with a brush. They paint everything inside all the grills and everything like that. I'm pretty sure also Tim used to do that as well, but now he's gotten better. He's
well, no, that was before he figured out he could section off different parts in Blender. He's like, I can keep the carbon fiber.
This is why I paint the wireframe.
It's pretty easy to do in Blender though.
I'm a 2D elitist. I just refuse to learn. I'm like Adrian Newey, but rubbish.
Yeah, I only know how to do it in Blender because one of my old friends taught me, and he was on the spectrum, and he just like, yep, do this, do that, do this, don't question me. Bet, easy. I can follow your instructions.
There's definitely a valid train of thought. There's a little fight here between Matt Shine. I have to say, I'm familiar with it. Great to see a few Academy drivers out there. I trusted a lot of them are Academy drivers. The names I just don't recognize because pretty much, only did streets up until recently. But nice to see a few of the drivers out there and a lot more, like we've sung the praises of Team Pidgey as well. It's great to, like that's the thing is that AM team, like, it's only going to be a very fun experience, like getting out there, even like if it's one of your first or a couple enduros. They're kind of like the best in my opinion. When you're just happy to be there, just circling around and getting a result. That's
just hanging out with the boys. Yeah, exactly.
It's like Shine's gonna come under threat here from Hopkinson. That's we cut back as well. The McLaren was gonna have a look down the inside. He's late braking, he's kind of keeping his car in there, but he's also not too sure as well. I think they're all just trying to make sure to get the car stopped, and the BMW there of Jared Ellis looking to make another way. Oh, it gets so close to the back of the McLaren as well, but it is going to be the Ferrari still on top for now.
That's the Porsche of the So Fucking Slow team. Amazing quality sofas. And that is also that's a fairly reflective livery as well. I don't think that's a matte or gloss. I think that's more metallic.
Yeah, definitely could be either that or I think a clear crown. You guys are very white, and he's going to lose 2 positions
for a safe rejoin. Glenn, I was talking about his livery, not his skills. But I will say, when I complimented Luke Johnson earlier, and then he had a little slide right after, that was pretty quick. That was within 10 seconds.
Still a curse. The track's definitely... Yeah, doing very well as well for the Ferrari driver, but track is definitely ramping up in temperatures. We've actually gone up 4 degrees on the track just from the start of this race, as we did start at I was going to say 11 a.m. roughly, but definitely going to reach sort of the peak temperatures are, I reckon, around 12 or 1 o'clock in game time. Obviously accelerated time, we started at 10 a.m. I keep forgetting that we're on accelerated 2 times time speed. So I'll be interested to see how things go. And we're seeing the Ford Mustang. What's that Mustang doing back there? That's the that's very wide of Jaden running as he completely misses the braking zone. Or just got it a bit wrong.
Well,
loses the position. He's got to unleash Peach in the Mercedes, and hopefully he can scamper away and not get retaken by the GTR's acceleration.
I like to imagine every time somebody swaps from fuel saving to power mode, it's like they're flicking the switch on an afterburner of a jet. Oh yeah, it's playtime. But yeah, now Peach has definitely got a clear runaway for making up plenty of time all the way up to Whibley.
See how Peach can respond. I mean, I'm only been speculating that he might be in map 2, but it is less power, but not too bad. It is like better consumption, but it isn't actually, it's not too detrimental to the power output. But unfortunately, the Mercedes engine is quite heavily, let's say, kind of drowned out. It makes a lot of noise, but it doesn't actually make the power it used to, especially with how draggy the car is. So it's a quick car, but you have to squeeze every penny out of it, having driven it recently. Map 2, yep, there we go, confirm. In the blue box on the dash between the ABS and the red box on the dash is the engine map. You only get 3 modes in the AMG. 1 is full power, 2 is slightly reduced power but better fuel economy. But And then obviously map 3 is pretty much a safety car map, a limbo mode, yeah, exactly. And yeah, so definitely eking out fuel, and be interested to see how he watch that GTR in the mirrors. Or we'll see what the gap closing, because yeah, unfortunately AMG is quite draggy, especially when it's got all its wing on, which unfortunately in most cases it does have a lot of wing at most circuits. And can prove itself quite dragging, and seeing how quickly the GTR is closing in, and obviously benefiting from having a draft as well. But we'll see. We'll see Peach. I'm sure he'll do just fine. He's just trying to race his own race right now.
Yeah, I don't think he's too worried about position, because, like you said, there's 11 hours and 13 minutes left to go. And I just checked some streams of the people racing. The tire temps are actually all right at the moment. They're hovering around 27. They're not going over. But I'd like to see what happens if the temperature keeps ramping up.
Yeah, I haven't been taking too many notes on what the ambient changes are. Let's see, GTR a little bit wide there on the exit of the turn 18 is a kind of a horrible corner in these GTRs. Like, I'm not a big lover of a Cota, but I dare say, like, if I had to choose what kind of car I want driving in, I think something with a lot more downforce is a lot more fun around this kind of track. There's a lot of places I feel like around here in the GTR. Oh, as Cooley's gonna send it from a while back, and he's just gonna escape the other GTR. And thankfully, Luke had to kind of straighten the steering just to avoid a collision there. It was very firm, maybe a bit rude from Luke Johnson's perspective.
Yeah, that was pretty spicy. I think if Luke didn't turn out of that one, there might have been contact there.
Yeah, and he wasn't like he hit the apex and was sticking to it. He kind of did overshoot a bit, but sometimes that's how overtakes happen, how you have to make the move. But we're interested to see how they whether that one goes to the stewards or not. But definitely one position made. There was no contact at the very least, so both cars are still going. That's a good thing that we want to see.
Was that a Franz Hermann move? That's a new nickname, right?
Franz Hermann.
If you know, you know.
I think everyone knows now, unfortunately.
Have you heard about that, Blake, or no?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I feel like anyone who's in this server probably knows about Max Verstappen's alter ego or whatever.
As we
I
get
think a lot of
comment.
people like saying it's just like, oh yeah, it's just like, because basically he owns the car, and it's like, it's kind of a redundant, but I think the reason why he went by that name is just so, yeah, it's obviously clearly him on that day, but no one realized it until the day. It was more so they put down that name because obviously would have had to given that name far in advance. So at least everyone didn't have like 2 weeks to know that Verstappen was coming to the Nordschleife. I think that was the main reason why they used the fake name, because it was basically his car with his team with his helmet.
He probably just wanted to race without all the fanfare and didn't want people to show up and be waiting and have to deal with all that. I think it's very, very understandable.
I think he just doesn't like media. I don't know. I kind of get that feeling, eh?
Yeah, but that's like a whole other bag of worms. I feel like normally it's probably pretty okay, but with everything that's been going on, with the politics and the swearing, it's just been quite absurd. So I can definitely understand that frustration.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely nothing new, because I think Max has always wanted to do endurance racing for ages. Oh, as Jaden running on, is going to lose. There might be actually a tactical let through, I think, is just letting Cota go by, but might have to see that one again. As you saw, he was on the inside of the exit of turn 1, which is either he had a bit of a spin out of the exit, or he just decided to let Cooley through. I think I can understand letting Cooley through, because he's not really in the same battles, given seeing what he's the speed he is producing.
Nah, I don't like it. You can't be in the top 10 and letting people through. That's crap. That's crap.
Maybe he just saw what Cooley did to Johnson.
I mean, maybe. I was going to reserve judgment, but ooh, Taylor having a look on Johnson down into the hairpin, and it looks, they're back. They've done a little bit of up and under, switch back. They're going to be side by side as they get down the straight. And what do you believe in that American muscle, that GTR power? And it looks like the Mustang is going to be ahead for now, but there might still be a little bit of a move as Johnson looking to the inside of the secondary hairpin. on the brakes, turning in, plenty of room left, and Johnson just coming out ahead of that one. Really nicely done by Johnson to take that back.
I was gonna say I'm surprised that Haler didn't go for a second switchback on Johnson there, but then I realized he is in the Mustang and that thing does not like to turn.
GTR doesn't like to turn either, but I think it was just the way things crossed.
GTR likes to turn too much, unfortunately. He likes to turn from the rear wheels only, though.
Definitely.
I'm going this way now.
We're drifting now. That Calsonic car it's so good. It's so classic. It's so retro. I love it.
It's definitely retro because they don't even run Calsonic anymore in real life. I'm not being wrong, but I'm just saying, unfortunately, like Calsonic is not being used on any racing cars anymore because unfortunately the parent company Morelli just run Morelli now, and it's just not the same. That's not me being grumpy. That's just that's knowledge.
Is this the loop-de? Yes, it is.
He pulled over the throttle. It's like half throttle.
Didn't want to be T-boned.
Bad racing karma for Rondinella in the AAA car. I'm sorry, I'm calling you out. Can't let cars through when you're in the top 10. It's not the spirit.
Yeah, I've said it before in the sprint chat room where if I'm in a bad position, I don't fight people who are faster than me, generally. But if I'm in a good position, I will fight them for it. Not hard fighting, just mostly defending. Because if they get past me, I'm not good enough of a driver to catch back up, unfortunately. I've been last so many times this season.
I think it's different, like, because it's different when you don't quite have that pace. But, like, Lutey and Saxon qualified in the top 10. They have the pace. Like, they don't need to be pulling over like that. You can argue that it's a 12-hour race and you don't want to get caught up in this and that. I don't really like it competitively. Well, it happened. Let's just leave it at that. Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, it's literally my opinion. I'm not.
You know, it's just natural for that car. You know, Lupti's just doing what Saxon does to other people.
What, letting people through?
No, pulling over.
Oh. I get it. Nice one. But
it's let me explain it, you div.
Cooley's past Sneakers as well, actually.
Another thing to consider is they might still be competitive, it's just in the long term. Because Loopty might have lost more time trying to defend from Cooley than just driving his own race.
You know when I said we would leave it?
And then we didn't leave it?
Oh, I misheard that. I thought that was about the joke.
It's fine. It's literally done. It's done.
Stop bullying me, Cam.
I mean, I guess it's one of those things as well. Like,
I'm the one who's trying to stop the Reddit war that you got to start in chat right now, but you two.
Yeah. But if they're,
I'm the one actually reading chat right now, and then you're kicking up some goals.
Look, more views. More. What's it called?
Oh yeah, if we just say the wrong thing and then people correct us in chat, that's some more engagement for our stream.
Yeah, more engagement. That's
hit the like button.
Yeah, content.
Hit the dislike button too. No, please don't.
Yeah, don't do that. Come on.
It's almost like that's the whole strategy of how to be successful on YouTube.
How many dislikes can we get? No. As we're on with the faded Mercedes. I'm pretty sure that's just a reworked Kovacs livery.
We got a replay inbound. Having a look. So this is Sneakers and Cooley. It looks like Cooley's pretty good in the head, but that's at the T1 hairpin. Well, he's having a look around the outside to get that position back. So yeah.
So is that 2 laps in a row where Cooley pulled off a pass in a T1, or has it been 3 laps already?
Yeah, there's been a few laps in between them. But definitely been making passes into turn 1, that's for sure. And yeah, given the pace that this car is showing, and knowing that there will be even Lucas Keys as well in the bag as well, the top guys need to keep an eye on this car because they're only about one sector behind. And 11 hours to go, and how far they've already come, and you know they're showing some very strong pace in a very strong car with very strong drivers.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw Lucas on the entry list with Chris Cooley, and then Name chimes in with a, "What? What's going on here?" Because, you know, Name's a very much fast driver as well. Oh. And even him reacting like that is the first DT, Jared Ellis. I apologize.
There we go.
Cota.
The 421 Alliance Gold with their first DT. Everyone just taking this moment.
He's gonna look back at this and be like, damn, they saw it.
Of course we saw it, it's the first one.
DT of shame.
No, it's fine. It's gonna happen to a lot of people today.
I mean, it's been an hour, so that's pretty, statistically pretty good, I'd say. Ooh. Sorry, he was just coming out of Big Red a bit slow, but he's actually managed to hold on to... He's not all the way back.
Looks like, I think he is ahead of Brickley, I want to say. And he is, but he's still got 10-second penalty, so still not ideal. Not a strategy to go forward in the race, getting a drive-through. Pro tip. I know.
Yeah, me too, man, me too. And I've been called so many names related to drive-throughs because my consistency is horrible. But I just wanted to mention number 8, the Hendo car that had a wheel disconnect earlier, back in the race.
Yeah, and did notice those. Maybe they're going quite literally for their team name. I'm not sure if that's an intentional strategy. But
it's a happy coincidence.
They're on the way. But unfortunately, they did get a penalty, I think, for the collision, obviously, with Chris Taylor. And I believe they still had 10 seconds from the start of the race where they were out of position. We're a couple of minutes away from the end of our first hour. I'd be surprised if we see any stops directly on the hour. I'm sure a few people might be able to extend that, or unless they're, you know, just leaving the air conditioning on and just burning fuel for the sake of it.
I would be probably expecting you'd be getting into the next hour, maybe hour 15, hour 20, maybe hour 30 if you're saving a lot of fuel. But we also have Callum Gibbons has made it all the way back to 21st after that wheel disconnect, I believe that was earlier. So we've got a few people making their way back up through, which is nice to see.
If you're gonna need a car that needs, if you're gonna be in a car that you have to make progress through the field, the GTR is definitely a decent choice with its strengths in the right places for making overtakes. So struggling a little bit here, but I'm interested to see what his tyres are like after 1 hour for the GTR. I know some people like to say the GTR doesn't have any tyre wear. I never really experienced that when I use it, but any car can have tyre wear if you don't drive it perfectly like the esports.
I'm not sure. Like, I feel like it doesn't feel quite as apparent in the GTR as it does in some other cars. Like, my experience in the Lamborghini, it's like literally 20 minutes and the tires are god awful, and then they come back to you after about another 10. Whereas the GTR, it just feels like it likes to slide if you're not very what do you call it? Proficient on the pedals, let's say, and that it just kind of gets slightly worse as the tire gets worse. But yeah, jumping back on board with Luke Johnson in the 111, these two have been back and forth for quite a while. Taylor getting past Johnson this time, so these two, the horns are locked for sure between these cars.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Taylor can respond now from Mr. Luke Johnson as car 333 is come a cropper. Turn 14, I want to say. Actually, no, turn 15. And there's Robert Brickley. And I believe they were just behind Jared Ellis. And according to the Delta, yeah, look at the Delta to Hamish Gray at the last sector line. They were within a 10th on the rear of the Ferrari. So dare say those two cars have had a moment. And hopefully not too damaged for either one, but not ideal to say the least. And looks like obviously Mr. Brickley has come off worse if there has been a collision. And I believe, yeah, that's Hamish Gray up ahead in the Lamborghini Silhouette up ahead.
Yeah, back to the tires real quick. The Mustang, fresh tires feel great. Halfway through the stint, they feel kind of bad, and then they come back, like you said, Blake. That's for the Mustang. The Aston, so far, I'm loving driving it. I felt no tire wear at all, but maybe it's just the way the Aston drives. And when I was in the Audi, I was just not a very good driver at that, and it felt like halfway through the tires just completely died, and I was just driving sketch for the rest of the race.
We've got the 421 car in the pit lane, so I wonder if that's... We'll get a look at that after this replay. Oh, bit forward, bit back. So this is Brickley. We are looking on board with next to that Lamborghini of Grey. Oh, a bit of a turn in, and unfortunately there's a car there, so these two come together. PG Racing getting through okay there, but yeah, Stuart's going to have a look at that.
Yeah, I think that might go sadly in the way of the Ferrari, to be honest, if I was to call it. It was good side-by-side racing. It looked like Hamish Gray did get ahead, and they were kind of doing a bit of side-by-side, but I think the Ferrari turned in a bit too early at turn 15, not even getting to turn 16, and both of them went for a spin. Did see Hamish Gray in the Lamborghini did cut that corner as they were recovering, so I'm hoping... Oh no, there's more yellows, more up ahead. Same corner as well, 404. That is John Hislop. You could tell he is 957 as well. I think was also yellowed. It looks like car 91 was also just briefly white flagged, going slowly. So unfortunately it's all kicking off a little bit. Richard Wells getting a little bit sideways, just turning into that corner. Car 666 is in the pits as well, so we're seeing a few stops already. Zacanius as well decided to make that, so some people kind of boxing more towards the hour, maybe a simpler strategy rather than trying to eke fuel out. You do you. See where you end up at the end. It's a long way to go, to say the least. And,
yeah. It's, I mean, we were talking about earlier, some people...
Oh, that's way too much. Way too much, but that's a cut for sure as well.
Yeah, didn't slow down a lot for that one, so you might be getting a little tally on the sheet there for Richard Wells. But yeah, some people might be racing for fun. It's not so much about the win, and yeah, just doing a pretty simple pit strategy. I am a little bit surprised to see some of these cars in so early, but getting a replay, I think, of what happened through the turning warning section. So looking at Richard Wells, cuts the corner pretty nice. Looking
That's
at right.
Mark Bushell up ahead, so he goes up the inside and tags Mark Bushell, and they all stop. Oh dear, it's a car park. Unfortunately, John Hislop kind of arrived on scene a bit too... couldn't really react in time, unfortunately.
No, he's following up really close. There's just not really anywhere to go. It's a tricky one. I wonder how the stewards deal with that one, as like the corners are sort of... they almost don't end, but it's the next corner, if you know what I mean, through that section. So in terms of side-by-side rules, I'd be interested to know how they navigate that one.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of very sort of corners that kind of incite those very drastic dives. But it's it's the way that the track is, and everyone's got the same stuff. But that one felt like I'm not going to call it, to be honest. I'm just going to leave that one for the stewards, but not ideal for all three cars, frankly, because they all didn't benefit at all.
I'm going to take out a protractor and a radius and start making some formula. No, but that's what it feels like with some of these corners.
So as we pass through the hour, we are going to say goodbye to John for the moment. We are going to say hello to Aiden, debutant in the boot.
Welcome to the boot.
Welcome to the boot, Aiden. How are you doing, mate?
Oh, good morning, guys. I've been following along the stream, just keeping my eye on it, making some notes where possible. But yeah, good day today. As we see Wells just go straight on, possibly from the damage he's picked up over the last few laps, maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot of speed carried in that, though. That was wild.
Yeah, it looked like he carried it second race in a go. Thank you as well to John. I'm sure he mentioned it earlier, but thank you, John, as well for your commentary, and maybe see you later.
Yeah, John will be back, I think, in about an hour, and then a bit later today. So
looked like the Ferrari did like carry a lot of speed in, and he had some damage before, but I reckon he's carried too much speed in and then kind of probably hit the brakes, which is why the rear slewed around the way it did, and mid-engine pendulum things fired him towards the wall, and the rear wing is crooked as well. So I'd be surprised if he continues on this lap, because that car is really broken.
Yeah, time for a pit stop, methinks. Maybe slightly early, but at least it's not at the very beginning of a stint, as far as I'm aware.
Well, we have seen that car become a bit loose and all over the place in the S's section over the last few laps. So yeah, possibly just having issues keeping it going on the racing line with all that damage.
Yeah.
It's looking a little bit wreckfest-ish, if you will.
Yeah, you never really want to slam the brakes on a high-low corner like that as well, with the weight all suddenly transferring onto the nose with the rear going light, which is why he kind of speared off sideways. So,
yeah, that was a pointy car like the Ferrari, and see you later.
And I think he's been driving a little bit rough, and I was going to say I was going to expect a penalty before he even got to the box, and there we go, 15 seconds for the collision. I believe a few laps ago with Mr. Bushell of car 91, and I hope he did get it stopped for the pit entry there, because he looked like he was a bit tight on the. But we'll see. There's Matt Madden for Pidgey Racing, getting a lot of coverage, I hope to say today. But bless them all, and let's see how they go.
Fan favorite, the Pidgey Racing car.
We're on board with Shiny.
Roy Angton. So this is our other academy team, I believe, entirely comprised of AM drivers, or academy drivers, sorry. I mean, it's an AM team, so they are AM drivers, but two drivers, it's Roy Ancan and Robert Buckerfield, if my memory is correct. Yes, that is correct. God, I'm good. These guys, they're running halfway up the field right now, so so really, big shout out to them.
Running a two-man as well in a 12-hour, that's a good deal of commitment from them.
Yeah, that's not something that I would put myself up for personally. It's, depending on how you slice it, but it's going to be, on average, literally 6 hours, so the big ask.
Yeah, their butts are going to be sore after this one, that's for sure.
Currently having to fend off Steve Lewis in the 959 McLaren. Steve's had a few moves here and there with Gibbons ahead of them. Gibbons on it's probably a bit silly to say recovery drive in a 12-hour, but they did find themselves all the way back at the end of the grid, making their way back up pretty nicely.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can get past that GTR, because as we've seen, it's pretty quick on the straights. You'd be hard-pressed to try and get past him, so we'll have to probably try find a way past through the more twistier sections of the track.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to have to look behind more so than in front, because Lewis is looking pretty racy right now. You've got Brooke ahead of them in the 676 Astons in the pit, and they've just passed him as they've gone past the pit straight. So we are seeing a few pit stops happening now, a bit past the hour.
Yeah, I mean, most cars, I would assume, on this grid are probably going to run a bit over an hour, so into the 1 hour 10s probably, maybe with the exception of some fuel guzzlers like the Ford, but the cars with small engines obviously can run for a lot longer, like that Merc will probably be going for another 10 to 15 minutes, so on map 2 that uses barely any fuel, so they can run much longer.
Yeah, that's good insight. The top 4 hasn't actually changed too much. Just the gaps widening a little bit. Hamilton only managing to put 2.3 seconds after an hour and 10. So these guys pretty evenly matched as it goes. Might be there's literally 12 hours to predict. Blue flags, anything can happen. There's still so much to go.
Yeah, I reckon that forward size is going to be starting to hurt now after 1 hour 10 on one set. He's probably going to start suffering a bit. So we'll see if he can hold a similar sort of gap or whether the Ferrari just continues to widen it out.
I think these top three, well, I think everyone needs to keep an eye on car 777 because they are showing obviously rapid pace throughout the field, but just the pace in general is they are still the fastest car on the grid, and no matter if you start at the back, you can pretty much undo that in just over nearly an hour. And,
yes.
As the cars have shown, it's ominous for the rest of the field.
Yeah, definitely. The number 10, Roy Anka, in the car we were just having a bit of a chat about before, into the pits as well. But yeah, these guys, I think they put everyone on notice with this first stint from Cooley for sure. The pace has been absolutely the speed of light, if you will.
Starting to see some blue flag traffic here as well. Hopefully he moves out the way. There we go. But yeah, that'll be another major factor coming into this part of the race. Making sure the blue flags get out the way properly and navigating them safely is a challenge, as everyone who's done an enduro will have experienced at some point. So hopefully they can make it through nice and clean as the BMW ducks into the pits.
Hey, some of us have blue flagged in sprints. Some of John Ryan, but it's a difficult track as well at times to blue flag. Like wouldn't really be keen on getting offline through the S's, and I wouldn't really be keen on getting offline through the turning loading section. You've got a very, very big back straight, but you're not always going to be so lucky to get caught out or catch someone out as a blue flag there. So yeah, there's going to be a bit of a challenge with that. Webley actually opting to pit in the 420 BMW. Webley was running in 5th, I believe, so Cooley inherits that position too. We will see when our top 5 comes in, though. It should be relatively soon.
Yeah, I reckon McNeil will have to come in fairly soon. The Mustang doesn't particularly save fuel well, so unless he's in a different map, he's going to be running into the end of the stint pretty quick. I think it's 1 hour 16 is the maximum you can do in the Mustang without significant fuel saving, so we should see him in the next few laps.
Glad you're here. I don't know anything about the Mustang.
Yeah. I'm the Mustang merchant, as they say, so I can provide some information on what they'll be doing for this race.
Actually, on the tyre front as well, I said a little bit about the GTR tyres. Speaking more in a general sense, Saxon was saying, I presume a practice stint, because Saxon hasn't been in the car yet, the tyres were down to 1.0 on the rear tyres after one stint. And would you believe, he said they also feel terrible. So that's something to note here at Cota. One stint. Please correct me if I'm wrong there, Saxon. Wait, he said stint. Stint was the word he was using. Perhaps that was more than one fueling.
So to give context here as well, like there are 3 millimeters of tread. So he's gone through 2 millimeters, which I didn't even manage that in a double stint in an Audi years ago. So that is a lot of wheel spin out of every corner. It's impressive to get it done in an hour, I will say.
Having seen Saxon's driving, he does like a bit of sliding, and in the GTR I think that's very possible, so I guess we'll have to just see how much
1.0 is like puncher territory though. I've never managed to get a tyre that low, even the ways I've driven as well. It's like I'm not the accident. 40 laps, one stint, both rears 1.0. Wow.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we know why if their tyres explode, so there's that.
I'm not going to say whether it's very faster or not, but I imagine your TC is probably got to be kicking a lot. But that said, though, you never know with how the TCs work in this game because it's all gobbledygook when it comes to ACC. The GTR likes to let spin. Ah, yes.
So, interestingly, my sources are telling me a lot of the Porsches on the fields, as you may come to expect, are doing a bit of fuel saving. Porsche's excellent at it, able to run for about 90 minutes. So we'll see if that is something that plays out across the entire race, that they end up doing a pit stop less, or two. Two might be a stretch. I'm theorizing here. But yeah, interesting to note.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see whether they lose too much time because of the long straights here. Obviously, when you're running lower maps, you go significantly slower on the straights. So it'll be interesting to see whether they can actually gain positions or whether the fuel saving will kind of keep them in the same spot.
It's something, when I was doing the duo series, we had in
McNeely and
oh my god, what's
Keely and McNeil are in, just FYI. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. No, good shout though, good shout. At the Nürburgring GP track,
we see the magnificent livery on the back of that.
Yeah, we ended up having to fuel save like a lot, and it like kind of put me off fuel saving. But I always wonder, like, fuel saving across like the whole race, like, does it actually end up being worth it for those like minute and a bit of pit stops that you save? Like, can you not make that back if you just pit anyway? You know, I mean, you guys might know that a bit more versed in it. I need a race strategist that just does mathematics. That would be very, very helpful to me.
It all kind of varies, to be honest. Like, I haven't really done it. I don't really do enduros in ACC, so I'm not really one to talk when it comes to fuel saving. I kind of somewhat really think to LMU with coasting into every braking zone, which, to be honest, has a bit more benefit than it does in the ACC. As I see Curly slotting behind, I believe that is Callum Gibbons, and that will be full position, but I imagine Gibbons is also not too far away from a pit stop, seeing as he took the start as well.
Yeah, I mean, considering we just saw Cooley, and we might see Monks come in soon as well in the Aston, and currently running in second place. So we'll see how much they...
Cooley probably would have been using a bit more fuel just to get through the field, so...
Yeah, that is a good point. And tyres as well. Obviously, when you're trying to get past people, you're using more fuel and tyres to do that. So I still think Cooley can get probably top 5 within the next few hours. We'll see if he can catch up to the leader. I think it's certainly possible. Someone of his pace is definitely not out of possibility. So
I think they're pretty much in the I think they were P6 before all the stops started to go. So yeah, if they don't go forward from here, I'd be very surprised. Obviously, you know, not to throw any shade on any other drivers, Herod, Keys, or Struick. I think Curley is probably the quickest driver out of all of them, and I think they'd all agree as well. But Lucas has shown he's quite proficient in the Aston Martin a couple of times. I don't know if anyone's seen those, but we'll see how those guys get on. I think they just needed. I think they just should have just kept Curley and Keys in there.
No, Keys is washed. Trust me, when he gets in the car, it's gonna be amateur hour.
It's gonna be drive through in 2 laps. The JC special, that one.
He's gonna, I think they call it the time bomb, where you hand over a car with 3 DTs, or 3 notices. Sorry, not DTs.
Very easy to do around here, obviously. I think have we seen one so far? One drive through for track limits?
Yes, it was a BMW, I believe.
Jared Ellis, yes.
Yes, thank you. There's too many cars, too much time. Not enough time, or both.
As we see, Cooley's right on the back of this GTR. GTR will be suffering on his tyres after staying out this stint, not coming into the pits yet. We'll see how long it takes the Aston as he dives up the inside, gets the position. That GTR's already way in his mirror, so Cooley's off and running away now.
Yeah, it looked like he went a little deep into there and just opened the door for Cooley just to slide on through. So I feel like there's been a bit of that for these guys, but I mean that's part of the skill, is making those opportunities happen. As we have our top 3 follow each other into the pits, Hamilton, Monks, and Hignett, respectively. So make sure you get those cars lined up in your box. Don't want to have a second drop or anything.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think Sneakers and Ronin are still going around, so they'll technically lead this lap, I believe. Interesting to see.
A lot of, sorry, Cam, but there's a lot of roof decals that have been spotted on the tops of these cars. I think some of them are obviously inside jokes and whatever. We can see one on the top of Paige's car. Can anyone identify what that is?
I think it's story time with Uncle John. I think I heard it correctly. I don't know really what these are even about or something like that. They're probably old memes that I just don't get. Unlike real life, yeah, we utilize a lot more top-down camera footage. Because usually the roofs of cars are not really seen too much. Oh, it's a slide there from Peach.
It kind of looks like a photo of 2 people standing together. I might be wrong there.
I think it's
we might get a good view here. Hold on.
I was gonna say it looks like Scarface on the top of it in the white suit, but I could be wrong. Anyway, if you yeah, I will say with any of these liveries, particularly knowing some of the people who made them, you look closely at your own volition.
Yeah. Me talking about the tinted motorsports car on Thursday. That was great. Getting a zoom in on what was on the top
and the back.
And the back. Yeah. I don't know.
Lucas does make a good point in retort to your point, Aiden. That yeah, there it is. I think that.
Why were you like directly correct?
I saw it earlier. Like I managed to read the text, but I'm not sure if that's meant to be a young photo of Peach or his brother. I'm guessing it probably is. I don't know. But yeah, we'll leave it at that one. But,
so you were saying, I think Lucas making a point in the chat.
Yeah, that as Jaden comes into the pits, but yeah. Cooley's going to handle the car with 3 warnings and an orange engine because, you know, that's how you make your speed in the Aston Martin, is to abuse the downshifts. Be interested to see if that car actually ends the race on anything other than a yellow engine light. I'll be quite surprised.
So we're watching Paige soldiering on. This is what, 1 hour 24 into the stint, so I mean, surely he's got to come in fairly soon. I know that Merc can go a while, but it'll be interesting to see how long he can really stretch it out for, because obviously they're trying to cut down the pit stop time or something to that measure.
Yeah, it's quite impressive, and the pace has been not bad at all, considering.
He's got 18 litres left.
What?
You're shadowing his stream or something?
I was going to say, like, it's giving away trade secrets, but, you know, if you've got to stream publicly to the world, then it's not really a secret.
Nah, that's cool. That's great. That's probably still another, like, 5 laps or so, right?
Yeah, he's got a goon bag full of fuel that he snuck into the car.
I would, like, trying to watch a driver, like, drive in that cockpit and then pour you know how like viscous and fluid a sack of liquid is, like trying to like pour that into some kind of receptacle while you're driving, that would be a huge challenge.
Don't mess with petrol fumes, kids. They're not something you need when you're trying to drive around. Something we don't have to worry about in the sim, but you hear tales from drivers where there's a bit of a fuel leak in the car, and unfortunately the drivers tend to get a bit gassed out, and it's can be very hazardous to say the least.
Yeah, I can't imagine doing 250 k's an hour and then just lose concentration or whatever, especially here you're going straight into a wall, so that definitely wouldn't be fun.
Just to note, Gibbons was in the pits. I believe they are out and away, heading into the S's now. And Johnson in the pits too, the Calsonic GTR. Rockets Evolved, if you will. Oh, yeah, there's a Morelli you were talking about.
Yeah, so
I've just noticed we have seen some driver changes in some of the leading cars. Josh Holmes is now driving the number 69 BMW. Timmy Goab is in the Aston, which was driven by Nathan Monks, the Tented Motorsports car. And Amaral Name is now driving the 124 Ferrari, which was the car that was in the lead.
Yeah. Yeah, so that 124 car, just as I said before in qualifying, it's an absolute hydra. Those drivers in there, there's a very, very good one stepping into the boots every single time. Same with the 777 car. Just absolute dogs, if you will.
definitely I think it's gonna be a battle between the 124 and the 777, I think, for this race. Not to discount out the 700 of Austin McNeil's Mustang, but I think Austin, that we know him, no discredit to his teammates Matt Nippers and Chad Pepperidge, but Austin does put the pro in that silver car, to say the least. He does a very good job, but I think he is also going to fall victim a little bit, not to having the fuel saving of the Ferrari and the Aston Martin as well. They're a little bit more frugal while still being just as quick. It's amazing to see, obviously, like Jean-Pierre Sneakers still going strong there with plenty of fuel still in the car. That's why we probably just did see a little bit of lack of pace for him. Maybe I was a little bit too harsh, expecting a bit more rust from the man to explain his pace, but given how much he's managed to save, I'm guessing the 69 car, which was the other Mercedes, was not fuel saving at the same rate.
Yeah, you were ready to call it washed. Yeah.
Yeah, do not question the page, Cameron. Yeah.
I think he'd also admit he's had a bit of rust because he hasn't. I don't think he's really driven since the last Enduro either. So he obviously does his practice like any good driver does. But I'm very happy for him though, because everyone check out his Instagram. He's been on quite a transformation.
So Robert Buckerfield actually copying a 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flags. So not quite doing their homework, not understanding the rules of the blue flag.
Yeah, in case anyone is unaware, as far as I know, the blue flag rules are within, if you're within a second of the car behind, which is on a lap ahead of you, you must give way within the next 3 or so corners. Obviously here it's a bit more difficult, especially through the twisty sections. But yeah, obviously that comes down to timing it and making sure it lines up correctly. And obviously as a driver, you want to lose as little time as possible while doing that. So it is a skill to get out of the way and do it properly. So it is something that needs to kind of be developed. So some of the newer drivers, this is a good opportunity for them to learn and get better at it.
So we're just seeing some of our Porsches coming in and out of the pit, as we were mentioning. It's about 90 minutes on dot. Don't know if they would have made one more go around. So that was Thurcolini. I believe that was in the 500 car. Was the Yao coming through now? Love this livery. It's very Iron Dames-esque from the 492 Porsche. So yeah, just really, really stretching that out. Lovely. Good set of colors. I've said it before, I'll say it again. A good set of colors does wonders for your livery. What?
Yeah, the Merc's still thundering on.
Sorry, I lost the context for that. Yeah, Sonique is still going. That is impressive. If they can keep that up, that's a good shot.
Yeah, as we see, Ventina also jumping into the pits in P4, so he's fuel saved quite well as well. Obviously, we're just talking about Sonicus now. He should be in soon, TM, I guess. Could be 1, 2, 3 more laps if he keeps saving the fuel.
And the good thing is when you stay out like this, every car has a blue flag that's
exactly
gotten that's pitted already, so everyone has to get out of your way. So we see that was the car's Sicanius. I'm not sure who's in there now, but yeah, it's, jumping out of the way.
K-Billet is currently in the car, the 277.
Yeah, lovely. They're jumping out of there. We've got a flurry of pit stops actually. Got Ventina, as mentioned, Michael Babs in, Rockford's in, Hislop's
all
in.
All the Porsches.
Yeah, actually, it is all the Porsches. Well spotted. Look at that Porsche.
Yeah, the Porsche army's coming into the pits.
So yeah, everyone just making it just onto that 90 minutes. It's really interesting.
Well, now they should come out all next to each other, so we might have a big Porsche battle between same make cars. So it'll hopefully come down to driver skill, whoever comes out in front.
It's good. There's going to be a big section in the middle of the race here. That's just the Porsche car. We got the number 10 car yellowed, moving slowly now. If we get eyes on, so that's the Rob Roy Racing car. Our chat darlings, our M class heroes. So,
and I've just noticed the 16 cars picked up a DT, which I assume is for track limits.
What else would it be?
Yeah, that's true, isn't it?
Yeah, well, so we're just getting it's getting a little spicy here with our pit stops, our DTs, and our penalties. Yeah, so that Lamborghini, I believe that's our only Lamborghini on the fields, copying that DT, unfortunately.
It's an endangered species, that one. Not seeing many Lambos around now, unfortunately.
Nah, not in sprints, not in enduros. It's just not quite there. There's no Audis out here either.
What a surprise! Cough, cough, Saxon.
It's something. I don't know. Brenno's in chat. He can probably say something nice about it. But
yeah, I don't know about 12 hours in the Audi. That sounds pretty horrific. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it kind of sounds like torture to me. When the Lamborghini's right there, as a former Lamborghini enjoyer, I don't really know why you use the Audi. Do that to yourself.
Masochism. That's why.
Just
ask any of the drivers.
When these American tracks actually came, the Audi was ridiculously overpowered, I will say. The esports series were actually just all like 90% Audis. So, maybe someone wants to run one on behalf of that, but sadly not the case anymore with the sad state that it's currently in. I've been kind of watching Peach's
he's going around
stream.
Again.
He does have fuel. He'll be in very, very shortly, to say the least. I've been watching he's kind of running TC4. He's just driving the car as it is. He's not really doing anything. No magic bullet, no kind of like anything like that. I think he's also doing something that most ACC drivers don't do. Is when the lights start flashing, you shift. Don't just put an extra 500 RPM above the red line. There seems to a lot of drivers seem to do that, I will say, especially with turbo engine cars, which is even more detrimental.
But it sounds good.
It sounds horrible sometimes.
Yeah, maybe it does in the back.
But yeah, there's a reason. They've just been and I think you have to bear in mind that Peach was also on the back of Rondanella's GTR for a long time, so he was kind of just sitting there in traffic in his own gap, just maybe benefiting from a small slipstream as well for a majority, and just doing his own race, and hasn't been caught up in anything too crazy either. Doing a very good job so far, but this is very, very impressive to say the least on how much fuel they have saved. But he will be in very, very shortly. I can tell you that.
I'll tell you who I am impressed with currently. It's Tim Goeb in P5. He's holding off Joms, which is a very good effort by him. It's a silver driver in that Aston. Obviously inherited the car from Nathan Monks, who's very quick, as we saw in the quali and the opening stints of the race. So we'll see how long he can just be a thorn in Josh's side here. Obviously that Aston's fairly quick down the straight, especially compared to the Merc, but as we've seen, the Merc might just be fuel saving. You might think, oh, it's not really worth trying to battle and get past. I'll just sit here and put it on map 2 and just save the fuel.
Even on map 1, the AMG, I think, is kind of shown to be kind of a bit of a struggling down the straights, and the Aston Martin definitely has better top end when it comes to straight line grunts. So even with a slipstream, I think the AMG would be obviously closing a little bit, but not. It wouldn't be easy, I don't think, for Mr. Joms, Joshua. I think, yeah, I was going to say Peach has gone round again. He just had enough. That car's doing a 2.54 litres a lap, which is remarkable for a 2-minute lap. That's 5.5 kilometers for 2.5 litres.
That is impressive.
Yeah, very well done by Peach there to save that fuel, because it'll help them in the end, obviously.
I mean, it's just like as well, the pace has just been, it's been good still. It's not like they're horrendous or anything, like really, really compromising by doing all this fuel saving. So yeah, really, really nicely done.
Watching him drive, like, yeah, as I said, there's nothing really like stands out as he's not. As I say, you're not like uber short shift or anything like that. He's shifting like at the normal miles. I think like the AMG, it seems to carry its speed well in these like kind of mid-speed corners, and there's not too many slow speeds. He's running the TC quite high, so he's not necessarily like excessively like running like kind of lower TC. To be honest, you run a bit of a higher TC in the AMG just because there is a lot of torque, but you know, it's not, you're not wasting revs for wheel spin that are, you know, kind of ultimately going to cost you fuel. Just little things even here and there, and over, like as I said, 45 laps. That's all those little things have been adding up, I think, as well. But yeah, he's definitely going to be in this lap. He should be, otherwise it's going to be race over. Otherwise,
yeah, that would not be great.
To push the car back.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be pushing that big old AMG around this track either. Could you imagine trying to push an AMG up Big Red? As he comes in. Well done, mate. Do you think we'll see if he hands the car over or not?
I think there will be when I.
This is another car that's a Hydra for sure. Shady Samuel or Matthew Spinazzi to come in potentially. At least we will see them throughout the day. That is a lineup for sure.
Looks like Shady is getting in the car based on Peach's stream. I'm not trying just to telegraph his whole stream. Actually, no. To balance it out, everyone check out Peach's stream. There you go. See, no one can say that I was being biased.
Just sneaky, just quietly while all that was happening. Austin McNeil's gotten ahead of Admiral Name.
Oh wow, I thought that was a fairly decent gap, was it not?
Before they came in, it was about 2.5. So that depends how you feel about 2.5 seconds, personally. But yeah, I mean, it's not like it's been like ages since they pitted. So you know, nicely done.
Just a few laps apart, but I wonder if there's maybe a bit of blue flags in there, because I'm going to take a pun. Naeem is quicker than McNeil.
Yeah,
he got pole for a reason. Like he was very quick, and you know, we obviously saw how good Lewin Hamilton was doing, but Austin couldn't get past us. I get the feeling there's been some either a mistake from Naeem or maybe a moment, but yeah. I'm sure there's plenty of times to put that right, though.
It's over. They're done.
Yeah, it's only 10 hours and 20 minutes left.
Well,
just back it up.
Purely, is like only a little bit behind him now. 777 on the track map is a corner behind him.
Yeah, the delta's showing 5 seconds. I would take a guess to say that that time will go down pretty quick.
They're just there behind the Porsche at the top of the screen. So the Curly car is on its way. It's going to be catching very, very quickly.
I mean, there's also something to be said. I mean, it depends how you feel in your driving. This personally wouldn't apply to me, but McNeil in the car in a big rhythm, keeping on, whereas Name's just come into the car. Obviously, Name extremely talented. I'm sure there's not too much there, but you know, there is something about warming up and getting used to it, and yeah, navigating that traffic. So it could be a little bit of that. As we're getting a bit of a replay here. So this is potentially the move. So we have a blue flag over to the right, I would presume. McNeil looks wide to the right, opens up the corner, Name on the inside. Oh, it's squeezing. Oh, a little bit of a bump, and it's caused Name to lose a little bit of speed there. McNeil coming ahead at the second corner of Tony Woney, if you will. So, we might not be quite over. No, we're over. It's over. But
good racing.
Yeah. Just a bit of a bump.
Yeah.
But that's racing. So
I would possibly hazard a guess that maybe the Ferrari is fuel saving, and then he'll try and come back at that Mustang later on in the stint.
If I was also to guess, the Ferrari probably got a little bit scuppered through the first sector, which is probably where it's stronger than the Mustang as well, as they did have a blue flag to negotiate. So
yeah, we only saw that blue flag at like the beginning of them going side by side. The blue flag might have not helped. The 959 car has a drive-through as well. So keep up your tally. I think that's 3 or 4 now.
Definitely more than 1.
Yeah. Did we end up having a look at what happened to the 666 car? They do have a penalty.
Yeah, they got a penalty for a collision. We should have made bingo cards for drive-throughs for all the cars and see who got bingo. That would have been fun. I'm actually sad that we didn't.
That's not very nice.
What do you mean?
I feel like you could definitely call out some people in that sort of thing.
No. There's going to be heaps of drive-throughs. It's not about anything like that. With the cars, sorry, not the drive-through. With the drivers specifically. You know, everyone gets a different bingo card. It's all different, but yeah, we're going to...
What if you get handed like Lucas said, a car with 3 warnings already? You just thrown in the deep end.
Wait, do you know how bingo works, Aiden?
Yeah, I do, but when you're saying the car number getting a drive-through, you know, what if you get the short end of the stick and you get given, and you say, oh, this car's going to get a drive-through. Oh. And they're already on 3 and one guy gets in the car and gets one and boom, that's it.
Yeah, that's part of the race, you know. Anyway, moving on from the bingo, I don't even know what the bingo thought exercise, if you will. The very wonderful Mitch Kemp today is organising driver interviews for us. It's supremely appreciated. We're going to have a chat to Nathan Monks in a minute. Nathan Monks running in the Tented Motorsports car with Tim Gobe. So Nathan handed the car over at their pit stop about 15 minutes ago. It would be good to chat to him, see where he's at with that car. It was good first stint, great qualifying for Nathan Monks as well.
Yeah, did a very solid job in the Tim is doing equally a very good job as well of Joshua Holmes on his in his mirrors. Not something you can avoid. He's a very quick boy.
So we do have Nathan Monks in here now. Nathan, how are you doing, mate? How are you feeling about that first stint?
I'm happy I didn't blow the car up. I thought I would a few times there, and to be able to keep P3 was pretty fantastic. I had a Ford sniffing the tailpipe a few times, but I think their tyres just blew up and I got to sail away a little bit.
Yeah, man, it was a tidy stint. Nothing too much to talk about there, which is actually good. in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, great qualifying as well. So you've handed the car over to Tim. How's Tim feeling? You said that Tim was going to start the race. I'm disappointed that you didn't force that upon him.
I wanted to scare the daylights out of him, and by him going silent in that question, he really was. So that was crack up. He's doing fantastic now. He's holding Jones up.
Yeah, no mean feat whatsoever. Joms is a Cota merchant as well. So it's 0.3 of a second right now, and it's been like that for pretty much since you handed over the car.
Yeah, the plan is if Joms actually makes a overtake attempt, we're just going to let him through. But until then, unlucky, you get Astoned on the straight.
Yeah, very fair. Talk to us a little bit about your race strategy today. Are you fuel saving at all, or is it just throwing all the spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks?
Well, from what I know, the Aston doesn't really have different fuel maps, so we're just going balls to the wall, making sure we don't kill our tyres, and then pitting whenever we're out of fuel. So that ends up being about an hour 20 each stint, and with 51 fruit bowls left, there's still plenty of time for differing strategies to happen.
I love measuring the race in fruit bowls. That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, it keeps it simple though. It's nice to not have to think too much about all the calculations of fuel and this and that. It's just when the tank's nearly empty, bring it in.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have to. I'm always usually switching TC, so I've got that in my mind. But yeah, not having to check fuel or anything, just making sure we don't turn into any pyramids or any other cars. It's fairly simple, yeah.
I've just got a question, Nathan. As many people would be wondering, what is the livery inspiration on your car?
Well, the arse thong needs to have a bit of a breather because it gets a bit warm at Cota. And because we're a bit tented, we've got a man on the top sporting his own sports tent. So there's no real thought behind it. It's just whatever happens, and gets flogged on the car.
Right, so just a sort of in-the-moment sort of livery design, I guess?
Yeah, whatever stupid stuff we come up with, it gets thrown on.
Righto, and I'll just mention the W word, weather. Any predictions or hopeful that the weather changes? You're in the Aston, so you could benefit from that.
I'm relying on the Aston being good in the wet, because I have actually not done a single lap with the track condition worse than fast. So let's hope the Aston does the driving for me and I can just turn my brain off like usual.
Yeah, I hope for you guys too that, well, I hope for everyone that there is a bit of differential weather in this race, because driving around in the dry is fun, but doing it for 12 hours, you could see a bit more variability. But anyway, thanks for letting us know about the livery and your strategies as well.
Yeah, our strategy is no strategy.
It's a simple strategy. You can't get it wrong. So there's something to be said for that.
Yep. We had a chat last night, Tim and I, about stint times and what we're going to do, and it's just, okay, I'll start. You do the second stint. After that, God help us.
Yeah. No, that's fantastic. Love it. All right. Well, thanks for chatting to us, Nathan. Good luck with the rest of the race, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Are you going to be playing World of Tanks during the race?
Not during, but after, and you'll hear me yelling from probably where you are.
Standard service. Well done. Good luck for the rest of the race to you and Tim.
Thanks all.
Tell Tim to keep up the good work as well.
I won't.
Throw pressure on Tim. He loves it.
I mean, he's experiencing a lot of pressure right now, Joshua Holmes.
Yeah.
That's not 3/10 anymore. That's...
if I can keep Joshua Holmes behind me for a race, he can do it. Hopefully I'll be out of the box when Josh comes for an interview.
Yeah, Tim doing a good job though, managing to hold on right now. Josh Holmes, as I said, Cota merchant. Don't know how he feels about that AMG, but actually, Ben Hignett, please correct me if I'm wrong, but teammates with Josh Holmes saying that they were nearly at 28 psi on the tyres when he handed it over after that pit stop. So
I saw that for Peach as well on his car.
Yeah.
It was very high. I think it's just the track style that 27, I want to say.
Yeah,
I think
It's gone up a few ambient.
Yeah.
So it's really come up a lot. The ambient hasn't changed too much, but yeah, it's changed a lot and since the race start, which is, you know, a factor of the 2 times progression.
Yeah, and if you have something like fairly closed brake ducts, that's just going to keep the tyres really hot. So those are all things you need to factor in when doing your setups.
It's a very peaky circuit as well. There's a lot of big straights to the tyres to cool down quite a lot. It's very much not an even balance. See, the Mercedes gets very squirrely on there. He's got a good run here, and he might have half a mind to send it. And I think he may, but Joshua Hunt plays it safe. Tim kind of covers him off a little bit. I might just try to get a better exit, but it's a good exit from the Aston Martin. The TC is very proficient on the Aston. I'm not sure if Joshua Hunt's going to have anything to respond with. Built quite a gap over Jaden Rondinello, I have to say as well. So, and Chris Taylor. They've definitely no threat from behind. And they're kind of in their own battle, these two.
Yeah, just there's a few different dance partners happening. P1 and 2. It's 1.3 seconds now, so McNeil's just holding on to that as Jom's just a little bit, or maybe not actually a little bit deep, just opening up the corner there.
Yeah, he's trying to take the wide entry into the hairpin there and just get a good drive and try to close right on the back of the Aston as much as possible into these last few corners.
But yeah, just a few gaps in the field. You can see as you look down, there's a few 10-second gaps there. Brian Kong, I believe Carpenter is also 10 seconds. Mike Crick, 13 from Wesley Yao. So yeah, definite battle packs forming if we're looking at the track map. You can see those dots absolutely everywhere. There's a car on every corner.
Yeah, that's the other thing that people forget about. If you're blue flagged, obviously it's just like a constant stream of cars that you have to give way to coming past you, and it's very demoralizing to just be stuck constantly having to give way to people, because it does lose you quite a lot of time.
Yeah, it's not great, and it can be difficult to manage, and I alluded to it earlier. There's a few places on this track that they're absolutely train tracks. You don't really want to be offline. I think you're going to be sacrificing a lot of time. Obviously, there's a nice big pit straight, as we see someone having to go offline there. A nice big pit straight and a nice back straight, but you're not going to be that lucky every single time.
Jobs is getting close now. If he can get a good drive out of this hairpin onto the main straight, he should be able to give Gobby some issues going down into the Max Verstappen corner.
I think even with the draft and even when it's close now, there's not enough grunt. So 277s come unstuck. I think that's Billet that we mentioned earlier at turn 12, so they have to be aware there might be a slow car up ahead, but it should be getting going by now. But unfortunately, I think Joms' best opportunity seems to be into turn 11, and I think he might be a little bit more forceful. That's kind of how some of these corners go. I kind of was maybe a little bit harsh on Curly earlier. He had to be quite aggressive with some of the lunges and sends. He's trying to keep the nose up the inside maybe for turn 16, but backs out, but he didn't really have enough overlap as well. But you have to be really committed to get the move done here, and dare say a little bit forceful.
Yeah, I think he can also try going for a mind punt of sorts, you know, placing the car in places that could put Gobby off, and he should know that although Gobby's pretty quick, he maybe is not the most experienced driver on the field, so little things to try put him out of place might work for Joms.
Yeah, I know Tim Gobe is very, very good. No disparaging here. Tim has said in the past that he does get quite nervous at times on the track, so I do think there is the potential for a bit of a mind punt. We've seen Holmes throw the car out a little bit as they come into T11 to try and get that to happen, but so far Tim has not quite bit on it yet.
Yeah, he gets a very good run out of turn 9, which is quite a little bit of a 2-hole, so yeah, and Tim's had a little bit of a bad run. He tends to get bogged down. He doesn't fully utilize the exit. Not really sliding the car in the same way Joms does now. You see how he gets a better run. So he needs to take this opportunity now, and I think he can definitely plant the seed if he wants to, but he's going to keep it up the inside. Tim's going to see him coming, and I think both of them are playing it safe, but Tim's going to get the better exit and the better run down the straight, so unfortunately it's going to be status quo for these two right now. That's why you have to be a little bit more sendy and a little bit more vengeful.
Yeah, wow, I'm surprised that Tim was able to hang it around the outside like that, just maintained speed really well, and recovered from that bit of a deep lunge isn't the right word either, really, but a bit of an adventure into the deep end of the corner.
Well, that Aston's pretty renowned for having good traction out of corners, so Joms might struggle in those sort of instances to really drive past him.
Yeah.
We see it a lot in even different motorsports as well. It's like with these tight radius, acute angle corners, the less you actually kind of V the corner off, the more you can keep the speed up. But then, especially with traction control cars like we have now, the less that TC has to kick in to catapult you down the straight. So the car on the inside that has to take a more of a acute angle that isn't, you know, unless it barges the other car off the track and opens up the rest of the corner, it generally gets the worse exit because the TC is having to work from a lower speed.
Interesting.
If it's any consolation as well, Tim Goob is getting an earful of text-to-speech in his chat from our previous commentator, John Gormley. So he's under pressure on track and from his stream as well.
I've just been looking at the delta to the lead, and McNeil is actually pulling out a handy gap to name, which is, as we said, kind of surprising. I think we all expected Name to run away with it, so to speak, when he got in the car, because obviously he put in a very strong hot lap to take pole. So I guess we'll just have to see whether they're trying an alternate strategy.
I think
not going all out.
I think there must be a bit of fuel saving happening there. I don't think McNeil very, very good. I don't think he's that much quicker than Admiral Name on pace alone. So yeah, I think it's the long game for sure.
Cooley's closed in that 5 seconds as well. So
Just
he's right on the back of Name.
Shout. Oh, it's probably a little bit far gone. Glenn might have to look too far. 277, we saw that yellow flagged earlier. Apparently it was a bit of an incident. I can't point you to the exact lap. Maybe someone in chat can.
Apparently,
cool.
yeah.
Big, very, very big blue flag there. So Cooley actually on the back of Nate now. This is an interesting development. It's less than a second now between these two.
I just think to know, we obviously sung the praises of Peach and going long on that fuel, but it did mean that they were kind of undercut by those cars that obviously did their fuel stops, weren't able to extend them, and obviously were onto the fresher tires a lot sooner, so they ended up falling behind Rondinella, which I think they were ahead of on track before the pit stops, but obviously will pay dividends come later in the race. But that said, though, the Triple Eight did get very far on fuel. I think it was one of the last. It was actually, I think, one of the second or third to last. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was one of the last cars before Peach ended up boxing as well. So not exactly burning through fuel either. It's Triple Eight.
Yeah, so I think when we saw that Billet was stopped, that might have been an incident with him. I think
there's
you
a
guys
lap.
remember a few. Yeah, there's.
I definitely want to see that one if it's a stop and go 30 for a collision.
I think our friend Lucas Keys is talking in the chat. Said that there was possible murder committed. So.
Hey, what's this friend word you're using? Lucas Keys and I are acquaintances at best.
Yeah.
Nah, shout out to Lucas Keys. I like to think of him as the setup merchant. Very, very active in the community, very helpful too. Especially to a lot of new drivers, so.
Yeah, his Aston setups are quite something, I've heard.
So, Diabolis, as I know him. Here we are. getting a replay into the third hairpin. So this is built in the 277.
Oh my god, Keely was just ahead of him. Oh wow.
That is...
I don't think we even had to say anything about that one, really. That's a missile across the inside of the corner straight into another car. That's rough.
Yeah, unfortunately you're going so quick into that hairpin at the end of the straight that if you just zone out and miss that braking point, it's pretty much game over if there's someone in the way.
Yeah, unfortunately I think that was 666, the KA Motorsports car.
Yeah, that's... yeah.
So now they've got damage and they have to serve the 15-second penalty.
Stop go 30. Oh
Yeah,
no, sorry, yeah, the 666, yes. Yeah, I was more worried because Keely was actually the car we could see ahead of that McLaren. So they escaped a bullet on that one, but yeah, we've seen a few times where drivers kind of... If you miss your braking zone, a lot of drivers sometimes panic and they're trying to like go to the apex, but you really need to know when you've missed it and just go. Don't try and make the corner.
Go rather than turn in. You know, like there's so much runoff there as well. Like, yeah, that's what I mean, and that's why you get to stop go 30 because it's boy.
Not the West rejoin, but it's Keely inside of Naeem. It should be day done for the Aston Martin driver. Might be a tuck under for Naeem here, but I'm not sure he's going to have anything else to work with. But yeah, interesting to see where the pace is for Admiral Naeem, but as I said, could be some strategy going on. We did hear from Nathan Monks as well. It seems like the Aston, no matter, even in the top engine mode, seems to can get 80 minutes without too much effort, which is pretty impressive.
Naeem might try to hang on the back of Cooley here and use him as a little toe to get up to the back of McNeil if he wants, because that way he can use a little bit less fuel. Just sit behind Cooley if he can keep up, of course. That's obviously easier said than done. But we can see McNeil just up the road there, or just about 2.5 seconds ahead.
Yeah, be interested to see how he goes, and gonna be, yeah, I'm not too sure Austin's strategy right now. Probably just trying to do his own pace with whether it's a bit of save here, a bit of save there, or to turn the engine down. But if it's not really working, not really kind of in time, kind of just race what you know. If anything, don't try to change it too much on the fly if you're not going to be proficient. But definitely Cooley looking to close in already and already built a 1 second gap back to Naeem. I think that car is definitely got to be running a reduced engine map for the Ferrari.
Okie dokie. At the top of the hour, it is time for me to say goodbye. It's time for Aiden to say goodbye as well. For the time being, as we welcome into the booth, we welcome back John Gormley. It's a short little bit without John. He was in timeout actually, but Damiano joins us in the booth. Hopefully, can give us a little bit of expertise as someone who has a horse in this race. How are you doing, guys? Hello? Yeah.
Yeah.
Push to talk, please.
What about now?
Power nap?
Yeah.
There you go.
All good now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got to do it. Hi guys, Damiano here. Great race.
What is Damiano here? There's something I'm missing, or is it literally just how you introduce yourself?
Well, at work we have a lot of teleconferences with a lot of people, so a lot of us don't know who the voice is, right? Different cities and whatnot. And then when we're doing the walkthroughs, I'd always, just out of habit, when I ask a question, say, "Hi guys, Damiano here. When we go into the pit entry, what's the break point?" sort of thing. I just never stop doing it.
I love that. That's cute.
Notice you guys are the top Pro-Am car. How's it going so far? It's doing pretty well.
Good. I've got to send a little apology first to Ben Vittner. A bit of a dive on my stint there. I didn't mean to go so deep, so sorry for that, mate. But good job missing. We battle on. I had a mega first stint. I got one track cut and a couple of passes, and I thought my pace was pretty consistent, and I almost went the 90-minute distance, so I was very happy with that.
Yeah, well done. All the Porsches going fairly long, obviously. I'm guessing you guys, did you use any other fuel maps or fuel saving?
Yeah, we've got the quality performance one, which is map 8, and then it's a variety of 2, 4, and 5, maybe 3 as well for like a race map, which uses less fuel, but the different maps have different acceleration curves. So the one we chose is a little bit more progressive. So hopefully that works out for us.
Quick shout, Ben Curtis saying the car number 421 got a DQ for reversing in the pit lane, but it has been cleared by the stewarding team. But I wondered, I mean, surely not, but doesn't a DQ kind of happen immediately? Or did you mean DT?
They, as far as I know, DQ sends you back to pits, but I think you can clear it. You just get teleported back and have to start from the pits again.
I think there's a few, you get a window of it's not instantaneous.
I see, okay. I was kind of picturing it literally just booted you from the server and said, see you later. But that is enough for me for now. I will be back. Yeah, I'll be back at about 1 o'clock. We might see Aiden again today. But thank you everyone for your effort. Enjoy the racing.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Good luck to everyone who's racing today. And to you, Damiano, I assume you're getting back in the car sometime. And everyone else racing, so good luck to them.
Oh, bouncy bend.
Whoa. It's a bit of a board on the track there, getting pushed around to the side. Isn't that what Alonso did in the F1 a few years ago?
Definitely the same straight, but I think that's... I'm not too sure if that's... no, that's the Joe. That's the car that we did mention, 421, earlier, over Buckerfield. We were drive-through as well, but not too great. Looks like they got really... a bit unlucky with the physics on the exit sausage curbs. That really went through quite a bounce, to say the least.
Not wrong, the car was flying. Oh, that would have been awful in the car. You've been looking at the sky, right? Oh, as we got, you picked up Buckerfield with a DT there. I think that's track limits.
Yep. Oh, sorry, no, it's 421. I apologise to Buckerfield. It wasn't them. It's Jay Trant in the 421. I think my eyes checked. But then, a bit of a mixed race so far, reversing into pit lane in spite of maybe a few inexperienced drivers. I think, if you come a cropper to that, you kind of learn quickly that never to do it again. But thankfully, you got the saving grace of still being in the race, with the admins being quick to clear it. But don't reverse in the pit lane, or I think you reverse anywhere in the game. To be honest, like that, after a while, it will disqualify you.
Yeah, it must have. Sorry, go. Sorry, I was going to say was if you're reversing into pit lane, I've seen people go past, and I've also driven past the pit box a little bit, so it must have been quite a way past to get a for reversing.
You can reverse to a point, like you can reverse like a bit, but you have to really reverse quite a lot to actually get done. You would have had to have missed it by a fair old margin, so it might be a case of inexperience as well, as they currently in the box. I think they had some penalty to serve as well.
It's possible that he was setting up for the next driver and just had passed his pit box while messing with fuel and statistic settings.
Yeah, too easy. Which is why you always do that stuff before the stop. You never want to be doing last minute changes. Oh no.
Oh, here we go. There's a
replay coming up.
All right. So while we're sorting out the replay there, just a little shout out to car 987 and Sicaluna. We were having a good tussle there. They've dropped some spots. I noticed that they had an unfortunate disconnect. So shout out for you guys to keep going. Oh, replay inbound. Here we go.
That is a long pit box mix.
Oh, that's... Oh, you...
That is a wow!
It's straight, though. That's a... Oh, wow. That's an oopsie. Sorry. Oh.
Everybody makes mistakes. Just make sure to learn from them. You know.
Well, we were discussing with my team. We were going. I think I had barely enough fuel to go an extra lap, and we were discussing it, and we decided not to. So we definitely put an extra lap of fuel in. Probably for that very reason. If I completely balked it, I could actually drive around again. So they must have been right on bingo fuel. Oh, first place positioning. Here we go. So we got McNeil and Cooley battling it out. Cooley started from the back. I remember him passing me like it was like a leaf in the wind. He's just gone. It's a pretty fast driver.
Yeah, been absolutely rapid to say the least, and really been carving through the race like no business as well, and looking to take the first place away.
Yeah, one thing we noticed.
I'm sorry. It's just funny how you've got the pro class, and then there's just some people who are just faster and faster, and it's just like more like an esports class than a pro class.
I think you're right. What I was going to say was when Cooley passed me, that car just looked planted through the S's. He looked so comfortable. I think it's a combination of having a look, making a pass, and got the apex. I think that was that a bump, but got through. And Cooley takes the lead.
Yep, been very bold and very decisive on those passes, and he braked late, but he made it to the apex and kind of planted his car so that the Mustang didn't really have an opportunity. But interestingly, he decides to let him back through, whether he feels like that was a bit rude or whether that might soften the blow from the stewards. I don't know, but wants to have another go at it, to say the least. Whether it's he's definitely got the pace so far, but yeah, Austin did have to kind of see him coming a little bit. I'm not sure if that one was necessary to redress that one, but we shall see.
It's more fun driving from behind. He's just looking for fun now, because there is 9 hours and 47 minutes left. I don't know if that's true though about the letting it through part. I mean, for being fun. Here we go.
Yeah, that looked good.
Yeah, I think that one could have been a play on. Maybe they call a number, who knows? But either way, Keely's elected to let that one go by. I think that was fine. Granted, yeah, there's a long way to go. It does feel kind of crazy when it's a little bit sad to see how quick these guys are. It's like, yeah, it's only 10 more hours. They could absolutely disappear throughout the field, and unlike real life, we don't really have red flags and safety cars to close the field up again, so they could really fly off into the distance if they want to, provided they could obviously do the pace that they can. And, you know, granted, they don't have 4 Coolies to throw at the car, so, you know, not to say that his teammates will be going... I don't think they'll be going as fast as Cooley, because that's just the state of Cooley is, but it's a little bit tricky with these tight apex corners because there's a lot of different approaches into these corners. Some people like a little bit of a shallower turn in, some like a wide turn in for a better exit, which is understandable when you got a big straight like this, but unfortunately you kind of find a lot of cars meet in the middle.
Oh, absolutely. You got to also, exactly what you're saying, the same car with the same drivers who have different lines, and then you add a +1 to that with a different car which needs different performance characteristics, like the Porsche. We sort of, what was I doing? I was like turning in a bit early and then really hooking it in the end and coasting and accelerating out. So that's what I was doing. Whoops. No one knows that, so play on.
And I just wanted to mention, but before we're going to have another... interviewee coming in soon, but Josh Holmes has finally gotten past Tim Goeb, and now because of Tim Goeb defending so much, he has to make a 32-second gap up to name.
It's gonna be a big mountain to climb. A bit worried there. Bit worried for the Ford Mustangs because he definitely cut that corner a bit much, so he might have another track limit.
And it looked like Cooley has made it past McNeil once again already.
There must have been a turn.
No, they haven't.
Oh, much more tighter. There we go.
That's racing right there.
The Mustang's still there.
I'm
so
going.
it's still gonna be side by side. He has to kind of make sure he doesn't understeer into the Aston Martin, and the Aston's going to hub the line, and surely this one's going to be done. And Naim is right there as well behind these two, so the lead changes. Let's see how things go from here. So we welcome Saxon Hayes to the roof. And how are you going? I don't think you've got a bit in the car yet.
Yeah, no, we're giving Loopty the double stint at the start, and then I'll be doing a double stint after, but he's been doing well so far.
Has been doing a tremendous job. A bit wide there from Austin McNeil, but should get good drive to the defend from the Ferrari. But yeah, you guys been fuel saving? I was going to say, Jaden went a very long, got eked it out quite a bit on the first stint.
No, because of the 132 litres in the tank, we can still run 40 laps, wheels forgiving on that front.
Oh no! In the background. Sorry to cut it off. That was name on Austin.
Yeah, it was like there was the tiniest of touches in the splitter to the diffuser, and unfortunately it sent Austin McNeil around, so it's gone from bad to worse for the Mustang. And, there's a small error there from Naim. We'll get a replay up as well. It's only gonna make things very easy for Keeley. I don't think he was under much more threat from a resurgence from Austin at this point. But yeah, sorry, Saxon, continue.
No, good man. I think you've got me in the interview on prime time, so I understand.
You guys are going well on the GTR. So no map, no fuel saving, still top map and everything like that. No short shifting.
No, I don't have to worry about anything on the engine side. It is just the tyres. We have to kind of nurse it in on the first 5 to 10 laps. If we don't, it kind of just ruins the entire stint. Pretty much all the testing that I could do, the best I got was like 1.2 mils on the rear, which, as you know, is still within puncture territory. Haven't had it happen yet, but who knows, that bloody well could happen across this map with how much Loopty is sending this and sliding through the corners at the moment.
You don't say. Good to know. Thank you.
What TC are you guys running?
Loopty's running TC2. He'll probably start from 3 and then he'll drop down to his standard of 2. Myself, I'll probably start at 2 and then drop to 1. My style is I kind of need the kind of rear grip to kind of get it turned in on those slow speed corners, but I detriment the tyres harder than Loopty.
Replay him down?
That's the replay. There's definitely wasn't really fighting for a move, but just braked late and just the slightest overshoot, the slightest touch. I mean, in real life that would just be losing a few dive planes. I don't think the car would have really been spun around from that, but unfortunate with the ACC and the sim world that has resulted in the spin for 700, and definitely going to be I think a penalty on the way for the Ferrari.
Yes, unfortunate that one. So how was Loopty coping at the end of the stint with the tyres? Like I was finding in car 500, we were the last 3 or 4 laps, which I think was whatever time that was, hour 15. It was like getting really sketchy, powering out of corners. Same.
Yeah, we might have a bit of a different setup to you. We kind of have I don't know, you might be feeling as well, but like a roller coaster effect. Like the first, 8 laps, because you're not going as hard, feel wonderful, and then about 30 litres down, we hit this weird balance point, and the car just feels horrendous, especially through the S's with all the weight changes. Then we kind of get it back a bit for a little bit of a stint, lose it again, and then roughly around about the last 7 laps, it's kind of like the car kind of like the amount of fuel down plus where the tyres are at kind of comes back for us. But it's kind of just, this car is all about just trying to roll through the roller coaster and just try and maximize the laps through the tough spots, and try and get through it on the good spots to try and regain it. you'll probably see over the course of our stint, our times will fluctuate pretty hard. I think Looped is on 2 track limits, and Newt, you've already said I am a merchant on those, so we'll try and keep off that for a DT.
Yeah, I'm hoping these guys realise that you guys are coming through and a lap up on them as they negotiate 404, and hopefully the Mustang as well. Not the Mustang that you're fighting for a position, but who do you think your sort of natural rival, who's looking like kind of close to you guys for this race?
Yeah, we're trying to sit for the, like, P6 is trying to kind of get where we are. Push would be for P5. I think over the course of the stint, we might be able to kind of hold off Shady's team, and maybe, depending on how Gobby's going, I haven't really watched his at the moment, maybe be able to get towards him near the end of the race. I know that they're doing bloody well at the moment, but hopefully we can kind of just naturally claw back to them. But yeah, Shady's team is probably the biggest threat at the moment. We've got to see if we can try and keep them off for a long enough time.
Yeah, and I think while you guys are doing pretty good on fuel, I think they've got you beat on that one as well. So they're definitely playing the long game in the AMGs. So, and not to discredit you guys as well, but they've got some really fierce drivers as well.
100%. Yeah, definitely know what's clawing in on our backside and trying to manage that, but we're just got to keep pushing and essentially ride this big Bertha through, and yeah, utilize the GTR's top line speed to kind of keep the ones behind us.
Yeah, you're not going on that horsepower.
Just wanted to ask, will you be going in the next stint for the GTR, or will Loopty be doing a triple stint?
No, so Loopty's finishing his double, and then I do a double, and then we stagger from there. So hopefully with that double stint we can kind of claw our way in and get into a rhythm, and then yeah, we'll stagger from there and keep hoping that it's dry, because this car is pretty undrivable in the wet, I've found.
Where's the Audi?
Audi's coming for Silverstone. It's kind of hard to get drivers to get another driver in the great machinery that is the Audi. I mean, I'm faster here in the Audi than I am the GTR, but no one else wants to drive it.
I wouldn't actually mind being out there myself in the GTR, to be honest. I can imagine it's quite a bit of fun.
When is the next Silverstone Enduro? A few months?
The last round. That's the 4th round, mate.
15th of November.
5th? Wow, okay, I got plenty of time to get a Moza R5 and start practicing for the Audi then, Saxon.
Oh, and Saxon, actually, just to ask, like, I'm guessing, we saw it, this is a while ago now, but you guys just let Cooley go, didn't you, I imagine?
Yeah, it was literally like 3 seconds, like a lap of, like, essentially was the lap differential between Loopty and Cooley. Sure, we have the straight line speed, but just watching Cooley come through and having licking every stamp that he wants to send on a letter, we just thought, like, we're going to hurt ourselves way too much fighting him, and then there's also the added potential of a collision point. So we're like, look, let's just take the loss on this battle, and then once we have cars that are within, like Shady behind us now, we're going to be not so much wanting to let him through.
It's a long-term investment.
Yeah, 100%. And I can see Muller ripping the Audi. It's better than that Porker, mate. I'll see you at round 4.
Porker's so good. Even Porker man doesn't want to drive it.
I don't know. Porsche's great. Nothing wrong with it. Perfectly fine.
That is true. Probably the fastest Porsche driver we have in this whole league in our com box right now, Mr. Demiano, 2-time winner. Now.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, probably. You're not as slow as yourself. You're very quick too.
You can see Le Mans Ultimate is a bit of a different beast, even though it's the same car.
I don't want to talk about that. I've struggled like that.
I'm sorry, I had to bring it up at some point. This is Le Mans Ultimate is yeah, Porsche's not great in Le Mans Ultimate, and I haven't even driven the thing yet.
Everybody in the commentators booth at the moment, well, not everybody, but Damiano, you've won a sprints race, Cameron, you've won, and Saxon, you've won a few as well, right?
One where, sorry, what?
Sprints race.
I haven't won sprint race yet, brother. Best result was literally the last one at Donington, getting P6, I believe.
I have a long way to go.
It took me 4 years.
Yeah, same for me.
Just drive the car that has perfectly good BOP. That's how you win sprint races.
Just pick the Aston, mate. Proves to work with Lucas.
I'm driving the Aston and I'm still ending up last, but that's not because of the Aston, let me tell you right now.
Right. To drive the Ford, I heard that's pretty good. It's got some good straight line power. No one can overtake you. It's got I'm so surprised at the Ford. It's got very good brakes, I thought.
Yeah, that's the funniest thing about the Ford that I found that made it super easy to drive. It's just the insane power and the insane braking. Like, you can brake seriously late on the Mustang, and I actually drove the Mustang for my first sprint season, and I ended up in the top 10 once for the Bathurst, I think. I was P7 in quali for Bathurst. I DNF'd because I meatballed on the final lap after the leaders crossed, but yeah, that's a different bag of worms.
Yeah, Jens, I think that might call my point there. I've said Shady's getting right up on the arse, so I'm going to start getting in Luke.
You don't want to hang out and watch your... Nothing can go wrong. Through the
that's nothing at all. My heart rate's only at 130. Don't worry about it.
No worries, we'll let you go.
Sax and a Loopy, come into pits right now.
Anyway, boys, I'm going to get ready for my stint. Cheers for having me.
Have a good race. Bye.
Cheers, Saxon.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, definitely closed in a little bit by the AMG driver. And Shady showing some good pace as well. I'll be interested to see whether they are kind of still trying to do the same eking out strategy that they were doing in the first stint. But gonna be a little bit tough to get past this GTR, I have to say, because, you know, that's... While the GTR does suffer with tyres, you know, towards the end of the stint, especially a track like this with a lot of traction zones. You don't need fresh tyres to go fast down straights, really.
Oh, I did a good launch, but yeah, you're right. Once you get the going, it's like traction control not needed.
That's the thing with the GTI. It's actually got one of the few traction controls that will let the car slip, which is partially why it can chew the rear tyres a little bit, but it doesn't then get induced with bogged down, because some cars will the TCs will you'll cut in more because there's more slip, but with the amount of torque it generally pulls through it. AMG is a little bit similar in that regard, but it doesn't have the same amount of power as the GTR. Definitely Shady gets close, but gonna definitely fall away from the GTR. And I imagine this car might be still map 2ing as well, so at most they're gonna stick with the GTR down the straight, but I don't think they're gonna be making any echelons on it at all.
Confirmed, still map 2, they're right on the dash, but I wonder how many liters Shady has left as opposed to Loopty. Loopty's going in for the pits, but if Shady's got, 20 liters left, he's still going for another 10 laps or so. Wait, 20? No, like 6 laps.
Yeah. Wasn't this the car, the 191 that went like nearly 100 minutes or something?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, this car did.
Oh, hang on. It didn't just gone wide.
Oh, Loopty's sliding. He is struggling with the oversteer a little bit over there, but he should be heading into pits.
It's gonna be wide. It's gonna be super wide. They're both a bit wide, to be honest. Yeah. Had a bit of a shallow entry.
Oh, that's a lot of curb hitting.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't get a track limit.
I think both of them would have got definitely a notification, whether it's a +1 or not. I couldn't tell, but they looked like they both backed off. Definitely Loopty backed out, and Shady went also wide and also looked like backed out as well. So smart driving if that was the case.
Another thing as well, Holmes has made up from 32 seconds plus from McNeil and Name down to 26. So that's 6 seconds up. And Tim actually hasn't fallen far off as well as +2. So Tim's managed to keep up with Holmes somewhat, as Holmes made 6 seconds of time back.
I think that 6 seconds is also from Austin getting spun. So
yeah, from them.
I'm not sure there's much. There's probably a little bit of gains in pace, but I think some of that also came from the spin as well. So small.
Chris Taylor is right behind.
Yep. Chris Taylor's been on a bit of a recovery drive after having suffered contact with Regan Herbert very early in the race. Not sure where that Aston Martin still is, whether it is still in the race, but falling back a little bit. Interesting to see car 676 Convicts and Colonials with a few of our American brethren that raced over in the NA Sprint Series. Austin Carpenter doing well in P10. Very much stalwarts of the Aston Martin and always do well in these Enduros.
Yep, still got a long way to go in the race. It's kicking over 3 p.m. on the circuit, which I think this is the hottest part of the day. So I think from here on, it'll start cooling down. And what sunset was what, 8 p.m.?
I think so. That green Ferrari, that's the second time I've seen that green Ferrari with a bent rear wing, so I'm hoping it's not had another crash, or whether it's just a desync with the damage. It hasn't been visually fixed. But hopefully they haven't had a second moment.
Yeah, those desyncs really, it's a bit bent. It's just see the angle on it. I'm not sure if that was the car, but yeah, you're right. It's really there it goes.
I think that might be desync, because if you had that damage, you wouldn't be doing these corners at those speeds.
Yeah, it's a big shame. Because, like, you know, we sort of count on it a little bit when we're racing. It's like, oh, he's got damage. So then we start factoring in, like, where that car, with the rear wing like that, you'd be going, well, 3Ds is going to be awful. So let's get ready. And the car just drives away. So we need to mentally adjust and believe that the car is 100% good. Same with the wet tyres sometimes as well. Oh, Carpenter's pitting.
Yeah, a few desync things. We are seeing a few more people boxing again. And about 2.5 hours into the race, 161 is also in the box, and 676, like you mentioned. Oh, sorry, 161 is just emerging from the box. So this is that car was the other car that started from the back of the grid, but did have a unfortunate moment. Tony Spence in the 420. Surprised to see some of these cars boxing this early. I think the few of these cars are maybe the ones that have not really been able to eke the fuel out much further than, dare say, 65 or 70 minutes, and that's really going to pay dividend. That's going to play a factor. That's, you know, if you can eke about 10 minutes more out than someone else over a stint, you can, over 6 stints, that's an hour. You can cut out a whole stint from just extending your fuel a little bit, which is why it's so important to see how, like the AMG we saw earlier, how they end up at the end of the race.
Yeah, 100% on that. And as well, it's like some drivers, especially in a multi-car, they don't drive as well on a slower map. The compensation for the timing and turning, it's a little bit worse off. So we, in our cars, it's like, drive whatever map you want, whatever's comfortable for you, and that'll be our fastest race. So me saying that, it could be that driver needed the performance map, as we see Chris Taylor go into the pits. And to get their own personal fastest stint.
That's one of the biggest things about the Enduro, especially if you have more than 2 or 3 drivers. You have to find a setup you can all agree on to not just be fast, but also be consistent and not lose time from various different factors during the race as well.
I'm quite looking back at, cut back to Admiral Naim. I'm guessing that this car wasn't deemed at fault for that collision. That or Austin McNeil's team didn't call it out, which doesn't mean it's not always looked at. But I think that's the only reason why it hasn't resulted in a penalty, because I don't think Austin McNeil did anything they could have done. It was a pretty clear-cut strategy, but yeah, it seems to have. Go up the hook. I'm not too sure. I guess maybe representatives from each team or the stewards can elaborate.
Just checking YouTube chat, nothing popping in as yet. Just a comment saying that BMW isn't great on fuel, so not surprised to see you fueling early.
It's surprising that I haven't driven the BMW too much, but it's not exactly a high rever. It does have some good midline grunt, I have to say, but it kind of depends on what track, because it seems to be quite dampened at most tracks, thanks to a certain esports team, from what I understand.
But another thing is that's a 3-liter inline 6 with a big turbo, so it is trying to squeeze all that horsepower out of somewhat small displacement. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's not as efficient as the other bigger displacement, less PSI boosted cars like the Aston.
It is definitely a factor as well. Yeah, definitely. Might be actually there. Yeah, you might actually be right. It is the smallest displacement. With the 5.2 V10s of the Lambos and the Audis. I think the closest thing is probably the Porsche, and I actually know they're 4-liter now. So yeah, it's a small engine doing a lot of things, but it's generally creates good torque. I wonder if it might be us. I wonder if they've. We heard from Saxon the GTR has the 132-liter tank, which is definitely I think one of the biggest, if not the biggest.
Yeah, I'm
and I know they differ between the tracks sometimes. There's a limiters on some of the fuel tank sizes, but I wonder if the BMW's had a bit of a smaller tank than it maybe could have.
I think the only thing with a... Oh, sorry, Damiano.
No, you go. You got a good combo going.
The only engine, the smallest engine, could be tied for the Beamer and the NSX. I'll look it up right now. You guys can keep the conversation going.
Well, I was going to go down a different avenue. I reckon the exhaust's in the wrong spot for the BMW. Just putting it out there.
What's the right spot?
In the middle at the back, of course.
But yeah, but it's our only inline engine. You only have the manifold on one side. It's understandable, and less pipe work, less weight.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why also a lot of these all the front engine cars pretty much have side exhaust, and all the mid engine cars they
there we go.
Never mind, we just have to be a little bit patient. The 15-second penalty for that collision. Yeah, thank you to our stewards as well. It's just a bit too quick on the gun.
Now,
it was, I was going to say for the stewards, I think it's very good, thorough work and double checking and making sure no penalties given out willy-nilly. So thank you, stewarding team.
Sounds like Car 500 needs a penalty.
Every car needs a penalty. It'll make it more interesting.
I can't suck up enough, man. Come on, give me a break.
Kearley and McNeil in the pits. Both Josh Stewart is getting in.
Oh wow. Well, I keep my eyes on P12 and P13, which is the Pro-Am class. We've got Chalmers who's chasing down Spenceley, about a second a lap. So I'm sweating about as much as I'm driving as I'm watching, but we'll see. And I will say, hand on heart, car 500 really is a Pro-Am car. Myself being the fortunate pro driver, and we have some AM drivers in there, being Brian and is the AM and Joe and what's my other driver? Sorry guys.
Wow.
Harry.
Do I? You're sandbagging?
No, Harry's those guys are variable Pro-Am drivers.
I don't even remember your teammate's name.
Damiano, if you ever need to sandbag for M class, just I'm here. I'll make any team an M class.
I can do it. Watch this.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, lads. Who are you then? I don't know. I'm not driving. I don't care.
But the BMW I think does have these.
Thank you. So Jay Spenceley, D. Thurcolini, H. Murphy, and B. Miller in the car 500. Love you guys. Doing a great job. Keep going. I think I hear my mum calling me. I gotta go.
No, it seems like the BMW is tied with the Ferrari 296 for 3 liters, and then you got the NSX, which is a 3.5, and the GTR, which is a 3.8. So the GTR has a smaller engine than the Porsche, but Porsche is naturally aspirated, and the GTR is running twin turbos to help it around.
Wow, you really see it as well. The launch from the corners is just amazing.
GTR, it's like, that's the issue with the Porsche, because that's the thing. Not to get like to real life chat, but it's just like when Gunon came to do the lap record with the modified AMG GT3, I think was it this year or last year at Bathurst?
Yep.
And the Van Four brothers, obviously Lawrence is a Porsche factory driver, and he's saying like the Porsche is just like, because obviously that AMG had a de-restricted, decatted, like everything exhaust. It was fully maxed out. I think it was touching like 700 horsepower. And it's saying like, unfortunately, the Porsche is like, you're pretty much maxed out on power on what it has, even with Bob. Like it's pretty much 500. That's all you get. You don't have an extra few hundred. And I know like the stuff like the McLaren, they do a McLaren 720 GT3X, which is kind of a deregulated GT3 car, and that thing pushes out like something like 750. So there's a lot of power held down in these turbocharged cars, which is kind of why we've seen torque sensors become quite a bit of a thing. And yeah, I'll leave the chats there because I can feel everyone's falling asleep.
Well, that's another thing. It's how refined, how far they can push the engine without changing it. Because the same thing happened to Ducati. You guys are probably not bike nerds, so I'll just get this over quick. The Ducati Superbike Panigale has been 2 cylinders for the longest time, and they managed to get 1299cc L-twin to up to 200 horsepower, and then they couldn't get any more. When they finally changed it to the V4, they could just squeeze out so much more horsepower without upping the compression ratio like crazy. It was pushing the limits of what you can get out of the engine.
Yeah, I know nothing about bikes.
Not that different from cars, actually.
I don't know barely anything about MotoGP either. All I know is that why have they put all these aero flicks that make them look, they're kind of cool but also ridiculous in such a way.
I hate it so much because
I feel bad for the people who have to do the liveries. They have to like go all these angles and everything like that, and all these cutouts.
Just make it red. You're done. There's P2 pits, car 69. Josh Holmes in the Mercedes.
Yep. So I'm seeing a few boxes. So watch Shady Samuel get to 8 hours and 50 minutes.
This will be interesting because we got Chad Petherbridge in the car 700. They were P2, P3 before the pit stops. We'll see how it all pans out, and afterwards there might be a bit of a battle going on for that position, I think. As we see Chalmers in P13 closing in on P12 for the Pro-Am. And Wararu just now gets a DT, most likely for track limits in the car 420. Unfortunately, it's so easy to do. Like some people were saying, it's a race of track limits. That's where you win.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not out there because I'm pretty bad at them. And yeah, it's unfortunate when some of these tracks I wouldn't enjoy being out there with all the flat areas, and it's I'm pretty bad. It's like it's just a wider Misano, really.
Yeah, those S's, like to get the pace in the car, you got to take it to the edge, and it's like yeah, I balked a couple quality laps, by doing the cuts. But yeah, I find here we go. Here's something a little bit funny. I find I do a lot of lazy track cuts. Like when they go to line up to do a corner, I actually drift a little bit wide, especially in like turn 1 and turn 12, 13. Wow, it's a close move there by Samuel and Rodinia battling away in P2, P3.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know what you're saying with the lazy track cuts, where it's just like you weren't even trying to abuse it. You were just lapsing a little bit, and I think if I remember at this track, I always suffered mainly on the exit at turn 9, which it's kind of hard to describe, but it's the sort of mini straight before the main back straight, and it's kind of coming out. You're kind of going uphill, and it's kind of an acceleration zone, but the car is kind of unloaded as you transition from right to left, and to really get the speed out of it, you do basically a bit of a four-wheel slide like we saw Josh Holmes doing in the AMG. And you kind of just like you gotta slide the car, but keep it just in the line as well. And it's you can make a lot of time doing it, but it's so easy to go over the limit. Hopefully, we stick with Shady Samuel. Will maybe illustrate what that's about. Here, coming into the S's of the first section. So here's your fake maggots and maggots. And then coming up to this section, which is based on nothing, and hopefully nothing will ever be recreated of this section either. But particularly this uphill right-hander, it's a long sweeping right, but you got to keep it tight to open up the left, not to cut it too much because you're going to get track limits there, but also not go too wide. going up the hill, and depending on the car and obviously the driver as well, you can keep the car in check. But Shady Salmon, obviously, he's got the GTR kind of all over him, but he's definitely got the pace, but the GTR is just kind of really loving the straight line potential and getting in the slipstream. But I think Jaden just wants to stick with. He knows he doesn't really want to overtake. They want to race their own race.
We'll see. Looks like it's setting up for a move. It's having a look. Bit of a fake. Stays online. Both drivers stay online. Go through turn 13. What's this next section affectionately called? The squiggly wiggly bits? Is that what it's called?
Turny Wernies?
Tony Wernies. Oh my god, that was so funny in the comms last on Thursday night.
Actually
hilarious.
called that by Blake. We've got the drag strip at the back, and we've got maggots and Beckett's, but instead of tea and biscuits, it's hot dogs and hand grenades because it's in America.
What not indeed. Awesome.
You know,
Yep, so Niam has come into the box and had to serve their 15-second penalty, so I think they'll fall back to at least net P3. I think they'll still be ahead, though, of where car 69 was, which I think was the next car, when they had quite a gap to the top three. But obviously, they've already served their stop as well and switched over to Jamie Conboy as well.
Oh, that's a man who knows how to drift a car.
Hello, boys.
And welcome to the box, Jared Ellis.
How is everyone?
Yeah, very well. How's things going for Alliance Gold?
Look, if I'm going to be super honest, I kind of cooked us in the first stint by giving us a DT. Starting last after bottling quali last night, I was keen to make up a few positions, which I did. Got up to about 18th, but in doing so, I completely ended the life of the tyres. So I was very much struggling to stay on pace the rest of the stint, and it caused me to just make a few mistakes here and there and DT, which is unfortunate, but we move.
Well, still got 9 hours to go. There's plenty of time. Ooh, that looked like a bit of a wonky turn there from Purcell. Looked like he lost a lot of pace there. And who's behind him? It's not Chad. No, it's just a blue flag behind him. Yeah, so fortunately for you to have that slower start, but still plenty of time to chip away at it. You'll have a good result for sure. You're not slow.
Yeah, exactly. At the moment, we're staying consistent. We have our boy Undead in the car, so he's doing God's works, just doing the consistent stuff. Just keeping at a good pace that he's comfortable with. So that's all you can really ask for at the moment, I suppose.
How are you finding the BMW around this track?
It's doing BMW things. It's planted. It's pretty solid. Average pace. Very safe car. So, thank God. So I did not get enough practice in, or as much as I wanted, that's for sure. So BMW can't go wrong in my opinion.
I think that BMW is actually a pretty solid car for endurance racing. It's pretty forgiving overall. That's my take on it.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to drive it badly.
I've actually heard that the BMW is one of the best. The best thing about the BMW is that there's nothing necessarily bad about it, and there's nothing necessarily good about it, and that makes it good itself. It's just a really average car, and fast people can drive it really fast. Like I think it was last season or 2 seasons ago, Nirisan Ralahi, seriously fast in that car too.
Yeah, exactly. It's, nothing huge stands out about it, but, nothing super negative stands out about it. It's just really in the middle. It's planted. It goes where you want it to go, especially considering the quirks of the other front engine vehicles. It tends to turn a lot more than, let's say, something like the Mercedes, or if you don't have the setup right on the edge, right, it doesn't do what you want it to do. Or like, I think the Aston's pretty solid as well with the front end, but that has its quirks. So I'd say we're pretty happy with the car choice at the moment.
Well, that's a good positive story.
Yeah, well, got to look at the positives considering the DT, and then unfortunately Mr. Joseph Tran, Mr. Spherical got us a DQ for reversing in the pits, which is quite funny. I get back home and I look at my chart and Diabol's is like, well, that pit stop wasn't ideal. I'm like, what happened? He's like, look at the replay. I'm like, oh no.
It never happened. What are you talking about? It's just a. It was just a haze.
Yeah, if I wasn't there, it didn't happen, right?
That's pretty much how it works. It's just a moment in time, which is past us now. We're now
exactly.
here.
Hey, car's back on track and didn't happen.
Still rolling. That's wonderful. It's the last thing you want is to actually have a completely. Well, what do I really want to say is it's good to see you keep running.
Yeah, definitely. I heard we had a DQ. I was like, oh, I guess that's it. And they're like, no, they cleared it. I'm like, oh, awesome. We can hook back in. We're only about 5-6 laps down from the leader, I think. So, still time to be gained. Long race. Head down,
we're
type
only
of stuff.
25% through the race. We're a quarter. We're 9 minutes away from being just a quarter into the race. So yeah, this is going to be a long day, especially for everybody driving.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a challenging track. It puts the mind to work, in my opinion.
Yeah, I will say I'm quite fond of it. I don't mind it. Oh, I have a track news update. The temperature on the track has dropped by 1 degree. It's now 33. The track is cooling, everybody.
It is hot.
Yeah, very slippery. How do you find the BMW with the slipperiness when the track gets warmer?
I can't say I have experienced the hotter track temp yet. Since I did the first stint, track was about 20, I think it was 26 or 25 degrees when I was out there. And at that temperature, it was pretty good until, the tyre drop off, but that's just tyre things, I suppose.
Yep.
But I think I will find out in about 8-ish, 9-ish minutes when I'm back in the car.
Ooh, quick stint in the comms.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, I hate to bring it up, but how did was there a bit of inexperience when it came to the reversing down the pit lane?
I think, what happened with Seth, he's still pretty new with ACC. He missed his grid box, and he was just backed it up a little bit to get in. Usually if you overshoot the orange box by a little bit, you don't really get too punished by pulling up, reversing it a little bit, but I'm guessing he overshot it by a bit more than what usually you'd overshoot it by. Just, live and learn, I suppose, hey?
Yeah, this kind of speculating. It's one of those things that befalls, unfortunately, a bit of an inexperienced driver. We did see the replay, and it's like, I'm sure now that he's done it once, it'll probably make sure to never do it again. But learn the hard way, but learn nevertheless. Going on.
Got a quick question, if I may. Because we had to restart the server, did your pick box move down the grid at all in the pit lane?
I think it might have moved slightly. I am not 100% sure, but we're about smack bang in the middle of the pit lane now. I think we were closer to the back before the restart.
Okay, all right. Oh, that was such a curiosity question because he might have been going for the original pit box after the restart potentially.
I think we moved maybe 4 or 5 spots up the pit lane after the restart, so... Ooh, undead, that is not where you go.
See a few more pits as well. 111, the Calsonic car that we saw, kind of been going quietly along in the background of this race in the top 10, serving their stop as well. The Calsonic GTR looking to probably emerge close to 919, but that should be a car that's lapped down. And Saxon Hayes as well, now in the 888 Skill Issue Racing GTR as well, kind of where their natural rivals are, but he's way up the field, so long displaced Kong and no threat from the other GTR for now, but 9 hours still to go. You can't rest on your laurels at all.
Oh, absolutely not. It's now the grinding part of the race. You just got to grind out the laps, keep your pace up, no track cuts, and don't battle too hard with P13.
Yeah, temperature's definitely going to start to really fall away now as well as we get into 4 p.m. And it definitely would catch me out there, just the time progression, even though I know it's 2 times, but you kind of just, if you hadn't done one of those races for a while, it can throw you off a little bit. You'll really start to fall away now and towards the later end of the day. Darkness is probably still a few hours away, but gonna have to be a little bit more vigilant on your pit, what your pit pressures are gonna be. You can see 676, I think it's the Aston Martin, actually not behind the Porsche, I ignored it. Sorry, continue.
I was going to say, yeah, the temperature drop-off is huge. It starts 7 p.m. till 9 p.m. I think 9 p.m. it's fully dark, so somewhere in there it's the sunset. And the second last corner is absolutely sun in your face. You can't see the corner. Yeah, I can't watch this.
Yeah, you can understand so. And there's a fight for position between you guys, 2 Porsches, and that's the number 8 Aston Martin, which had a lot of issues early on the race trying to do its recovery drive. I'm not too sure, probably they're around 25 up to 30, I imagine.
Okay.
Hopefully,
and lapping themselves. Yep.
Yeah, they had quite a few issues. They had a wheel disconnect as well as penalties as well.
Yeah, I saw them with the circuit up there at lap 4. Oh, that's really tight.
Well, their name is 8 laps down by KA Motorsports, so you know they're on their way. I don't think Chalmers wants to let him go though when he's in a fight for you guys. And certainly quite good operators in the Porsche as well from the Kovacs guys with Pete Chalmers. They've been running it all main season. A lot of drivers are kind of obviously doing the enduros and their sprint cars, you know, to make sure they know the machinery well enough. Obviously yourself being one of them.
Yeah, it's stick with what you know, right? Oh, that's a good view. I like this.
Now you can see the collision coming.
You're such a bastard. You're so mean. Here we go. Actually, this corner is so easy to have a go at. As we're looking at Chalmers having a fake look. I think it's got a little deep here. Yep. It's going to be interesting at the...
It's like things are spicing up.
Bit of a V off from Spencerley as well, so might have a bit of an opportunity.
We will
you
see.
guys are actually not too far away from Luke Johnson either. He's coming at a good run, and he's going to go up the inside.
It's the move.
Should be a basic move, but hopefully Chalmers gets it stopped, and looks like he has done too. And a clean move. Both guys are still going. And a good move from Chalmers.
I approve of that maneuver.
That's good.
Alrighty. I unfortunately must take my leave now because my conference for ISO standards is starting soon.
Well, you enjoy that.
I won't.
That sounds fun.
It's all in Thai too.
Oh, even better.
And it's 6 hours long.
Ugh.
I do not envy you, mate.
That was good.
I mean, if you get paid for 6 hours for sitting there twiddling your thumbs listening to stuff.
I'm not getting paid though.
Oh, well. Never mind then.
Yeah, this is for a certificate I need on the 29th, so it's free lesson, so I kind of need it, yeah. But good luck, guys. Good luck with the 500, Damiano. It was nice to finally talk to you and meet you. Good luck, Cam.
No worries, thank you very much, John. And I'll be off shortly as well, but I'll wait for our next few guys. Obviously, everything a little bit delayed with our unfortunate issues at the start, so wait until I think we'll be joined by Marshy and Brownette and someone else who eludes me right now.
I'll let you know a little secret. I'm going to be listening, but I'm going to be watching the stream. I'll be watching the race, but I'll be listening to that.
You're going to be annoying Nathan Monks and Tim Good the whole race.
Oh, very much. TTS nonstop, trust.
Yeah, aren't you late for your seminar? Get out of here.
Bye.
Boys, I will have to also love you and leave you. Seems like I will be in the car in about a lap and a half.
Oh, you do go.
Good having a chat. Best of luck, boys.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Cheers, Jared. Thank you very much. As both of you guys' cars are on screen right now. aforementioned Jared and things. Well and cleanly. Hopefully that car hasn't had a moment, but I think it was just letting cars through and just getting through cleanly and by. There was the number 8 Aston Martin got through with Herbert.
Yeah, smart move. Just let him through, following through.
Yeah. And, no discredit to Joe, but Chalmers is a good operator as well. He's been around the bush for a while. And,
oh yes, the old Pete Chalmers white ass cannot pass. So I affectionately call him. Oh, I had a few races behind him. Man, he is so hard to pass. He's a very good driver. Oh, he's pitting. There we go. Go, Joe. Extend that stint.
I haven't raced much here at Cota, but it would catch me out a lot how early that pit line is.
Oh, you didn't see my entry? It was diabolical. I nearly hit the wall. I nearly entered the pit in second gear, so I didn't have the limiter on, and I nearly hit the wall. But I didn't get a DT or stop go 30. So very grateful for that.
That's good. That is very good.
And if I may, for our livery, shout out to Harry and Josh for getting the foundation of the triangle sorted, and Harry with the idea. It was a collective effort to work on the colour scheme, and I just put the finishing touches with the logos on. I think it's quite nice. We based it off tropical fish. That was our inspiration.
I mean, considering all the liveries that we have out there, it really does stand out as well. It's like a nice collection of the blue, yellows and oranges, maybe a red here and there as well. Although it is unfamiliar for me to see you in anything other than your same old, not same old livery, but you've had a stalwart livery for a long time, obviously, when it comes to sprints.
Oh yeah, that livery. Yeah, what do I call it? I call it the cherry blossom livery with the was it the Yamamoto shipping company on the sides. When I originally did it, I thought, oh, just do it one season, maybe two, and it grew on me. And it's like, well, yeah. So I could see myself on stream and my parents and whatnot when they watch occasionally. They can identify the car quicker. But this one, oh mate, so bright. I like it. Good job, team.
Yeah, they're very good. Nice, the one. And yeah, well for that's I was gonna say for 500, because I did notice the MRT on the side, and I forget, it's like, you guys are normally in the, what was it, a white and blue one? I swear, usually, because obviously I have different colours, but only really the 700 rocking the traditional MRT colours this round, it seems.
Oh, coming into pits.
There you go, nicely stopped.
Looking good. Yeah.
Be conservative, maybe. If you critique a little bit, but it's safe. That's what matters. Oh, car triple free is yellowed. It's Brad Gosling. And hopefully he's got going again, but I say that, but I can't see his number.
Was that our pit box? I'm scared now.
No, but it's up to you. I wouldn't know what your pit box is, so I'm hoping you know.
Not did I. When we stopped on stream there, it's like it didn't have any fuel rigs near it, because I thought the fuel rig for the car coming in that you're watching, you can get to see it.
Oh yeah. Oh, Neil Haynes is yellowed just before the pit entry as well. Maybe some people desperately having to come in and having to stop quickly, get the things organised. Not really to plan if you have to stop on the track. A bit of damage on the front of that Ferrari as well. You see Neil Haynes in the box as your car sets off, so hopefully that's gone out with fuel. And oh dear, Brad Gosling's around again. It's a horrible place. He's got a gap now, so yeah. He's done well to wait until a gap, and he should get going safely. There we go.
Looking like a good rejoin. Yeah,
if that was TC or whoever, he may have had an assistance there, because, not too sure on that one.
If anything what happens to me, it's like the rear tyres are cooked, so when you accelerate out, it's just like the surface temperature is still too high and there's no traction. And just loop-de-loop-de-loop. So it takes a good 1 to 2 laps to get the tyre temperatures back under control again. So what I say to myself and my team, if you have a big spin, just crank up the TC to 7 and just drive it out and then bring it back to normal.
Yeah, there's
sorry, we got some more people joining commentary.
Yeah, Marshy. We'll let him have a second to get ready if he is. And I think him plus one will join us shortly.
Lads, how are, mate?
There's Marsh.
So far, so good.
It's been an interesting little number so far, hasn't it? A few incidents, a few little spinneroonies, and lead changes. And, he's good.
Oh yeah.
All standard stuff for Octane Online Racing Enduros. Hopefully a few more commentators have come along as we will switch over soon, but we're just quarter hour in. What's been your memorable moment?
Myself, probably Name losing the lead. He's an ex-teammate, so washed. I'm saying he's washed.
Oh dear. Oh, it was just a T3 spin up.
It's going to be pretty close. Some of these cars were very tight. There was a blue one side. That one, oh, good miss. Everyone missed. Yeah. Everyone wins in that regards.
PC off in the Fez though that's interesting. I definitely wouldn't do that. That's a skill issue on my part.
I'm not really. I feel like it's really hard to get a car to spin out from like wheel spin on the traction, like spinning the car due to weight transfer and losing the grip. But I rarely see cars spin out or through traction zones unless they are using like TC0. But maybe it kind of depends on what cars you drive. But it's got a real old fight behind him. I think that's the Toto car as well as the AMG of Joshua Holmes's car. I'm not sure if he's still piloting, but it looks like they're actually ahead of that car so far. Yeah, the Convoy has managed to get ahead of Monks, so they've really closed in that gap and managed to jump the Aston Martin because they were ahead on track. Interesting to see how they go on as well. Oh, it's Jamie Convoy, standard driving school, sends it sideways, and is might be a little bit under threat here from Nathan Monks coming into turn 11.
I was just about to say that standard JC.
Oh yeah. Well, this would be interesting. The braking zone in turn 13, I think. Or was it 12? Is it at the end of the straights, turn 12? Or the defending move already?
Yeah, the AMG is going to be really under pressure from the Aston Martins. Definitely a much better car down the straight. Looks like a little bit of front damage on the AMG as well, but Toto still holding around the outside, trying to make a move, but I'm not sure if he's really kind of seeing where if he can get anything done, but doesn't want to lose time as well. You got the GTR just behind him, but there's a lap down the 39 car of Callum Gibbons. So it's not for position. Interesting that the 69 car managed to undercut the Aston Martin by such a significant margin.
It's that GDR power.
Definitely. That car. I made a move into the hairpin before the main straight. I thought, oh, yep, done, sorted. And GTR just goes, GTR go brrr. It just drove past me.
I was just about to say, yeah, that's what you think.
Very much so. Well, I think that's my comp stint over, fellas. So I'll bid you adieu. I'm back in at, I think, between 4 and 6 or 5 and 7 now. And there's a move going to the turn 1 as I'm leaving.
Yep, and looks like JC's just going to edge ahead, but Monks did try around the outside, but I'll also be departing the box as well. So we're going to leave you in the hands of David Marsh and Nicholas Brownett. And I believe Sam O'Brien should be coming along later, but we'll leave you with this fantastic battle. It'll be bye from me and bye from Damiano.
Here's for your effort, team. Nick, where is he? There he is.
Oh boy, we are here, mate. We're in.
The boys are on.
We're rolling. And we got a good battle on hand. Nothing better than jumping into the comment box and watching a great battle.
It's GTR on Aston on Merc. How good,
mate? I'll tell you what, this is what dreams are made of. As the Nissan looks like he's got the run there on the Aston. Nissan power in. He's turned the wipers on for that extra bit of power, and as he's going to get the move done into, can't remember what they were calling this corner, but Nice easy move there for the Nissan. It's a left-hander, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. I believe they called it Max Verstappen corner. I don't know, something like that. As the GTR goes long, Aston going to regain the position here. JC going to start pulling away now that this battle's happening, so he's going to be able to build a little bit of breathing room here, allow himself to get comfortable again.
I think we'll find that we'll call that turn 12 earlier, right? Just because.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Because it's the 12th corner on the track.
How would you know?
I'm pretty smart like that, mate.
Hopefully the GDR gets another run down this front straight here. Well, it doesn't look like it's going a bit too far away, Nick.
JC got the run, mate. Merc power. This is where it is right here.
Oh, that's right. You used to drive a Merc at one point, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, once upon a time. As we can see.
Hey, look, Nick, our names are up there on the screen.
Our names have appeared. We're famous.
Mum, your boy finally made it.
Get the camera.
Oh, well, can't have everything.
I'll be able to get a look at the liveries now. I haven't been watching the stream much, but yeah, we'll finally have a gaze at the liveries, see what people are rocking with. That looks like a Pixel Racers livery.
There's a few standards. I was just about to say Pixel Racers. They're running with their standard livery.
We have a blue flag in the Beamer. Move, get out of the way. The GTR is coming. Vroom, vroom.
GTR Power.
GTR Power. As Shady Samuel and Struick. Not sure what Struick's first name is, but currently battling for the lead here. We've got Merc on Aston. A couple of Mercs out there. You like to see it.
There is actually, isn't there? There's quite a few actually.
Yeah.
Well, no, sorry, I was just looking at the top 5. Never mind.
All the speedy boys. Which I'm surprised because when I drove the Merc, I drove it around this track and I absolutely hated it.
Oh yes, I do recall that actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
Quickly switched over to the Ferrari after that.
You did, that's right. I do remember a certain comms chat saying the PC version of I don't like this car.
It was something along those lines, that is correct. So, really, getting ever so close at. He's looking for it. I know the Merc has some pretty good straight line speed. Not sure about the Aston. But the Merc looks like it's going to hold comfortably here on the back straight.
What about under brakes
though?
the
mirrors. Aston Martin filling up the mirrors, letting him know, hey mate, I am here. I'll be putting the pressure on.
Well, Diabol's in the chat agrees with you, Nick. Merc, just nightmare.
Yeah, it's one of those cars that you kind of, with the setup, you have to put it on skates to get it to turn in. And I'm someone that likes a car with a good front end, and the Merc just wasn't one of those cars.
So what you're saying, Nick, is I shouldn't try it.
Well, you drove the Mustang. I don't know if the Mustang's comparable to the Merc, but I'm pretty sure just by the sheer size of it, it probably is and has the same problems.
Yeah, well, the Mustang just felt like a boat, so I was done. that's the only way I
might have a move on the Merc here into turn 12, throws a dummy on the inside, going around the outside, side by side. Can he make it stick on the exit? The G-banger sticking out like a sore thumb.
I thought he might have had the side by side going into the next corner into turn 13, is it? Yes, it is.
That's normally how numbers work, Marshy. Yep, they go up by 1.
Yes, I can count!
Surprisingly, thought you could only count to 5, but I stand corrected.
Names on screen, I can count past cabbage. It's a great day, Nick. It's a great day.
It's a fantastic day. So it's a battle of the Aston and the Mercs by the looks of it, Marsh. We got the front runners, the 1-2s battling with the Aston and the Merc. Then we got P5 and P6 in the Aston and the Merc.
Are there any Aston and Mercs further down the field, I wonder? Probably not now, like, there's probably just these two, but yeah, worth a shot.
A man can dream. I must say,
mean,
I'm a big fan of the Merc livery. Sorry to cut you off, but nice livery. This one right here, Jamie Conboys.
Yeah, it is actually. I haven't taken much notice of it. That's really well done.
Looks like lightning strike with little pink headlights.
Yeah.
Very nice. You love to see it.
I wonder if that's another Cricky livery, because he does do outstanding liveries.
Yeah, he does. He really does. Ooh, Merc has a little bit of a moment there on the exit. That corner is pretty tricky in the Merc. You try to get on the power as early as possible and that can happen, but he's held it nicely. But the Aston going to scooch up ever so closely. Can he get the run onto the back straight? He was able to put it side by side into turn 12. Let's see if he can do it again here.
Got the slipstream. He might make something happen.
No. Going towards the defensive line here. The Aston should pull out here and take the outside line. Turns into the inside for turn 13, as Marshy figured out not so long ago.
Woohoo!
And it's a replay of exactly what happened last lap. Can he keep it along side by side for turn 13? He can. Can he make it stick? The Merc's going to force him onto a tighter line and open it up for himself. Looking for the switchback. It's a great move here from JC. Still side by side here, heading through the turning wernies. I can't believe I just said that, but I have.
Neither can I.
And the Aston has made the move stick. Couldn't get it done last lap, but it finds a way through this lap. Now the GTR is going to be trying to hunt down JC here. Take advantage of the... can't think of the metaphor, but he's just going to try and take advantage, right?
Well, I mean, that's plain and simply what it is. Will GTR power prevail?
It should. Hopefully. As a GTR fan, hate driving it. I don't hate driving it. I'm just not good at it.
Well, that makes
such a beautiful car.
Sounds cool. Oh, I'll give it that. It sounds cool.
Yeah. Damiano, the commentator that was just in the box, his team has gotten a drive-through car 500. Unfortunate for him. Hopefully he didn't curse him when he was in it.
I was just about to say, I wonder if he cursed himself.
There is potential. There is potential. But we've got some nice battles going on here, Marsh. These three have been sticking together nicely. As JC looks to be catching the Aston again, we might have a little switcherooski again here between the Aston and the Merc.
I'll just keep an eye on the other little screen there, the battle between Samuel and Stuart.
Yep, that one's all you, mate. I'll look at the main screen. My eyes can't even comprehend what's going on down there.
I'm squinting, so that's something. Oh, was that Shady Samuel? Oh, no. Depth perception on a monitor is not that good.
I saw a Porsche and that was the best I could give you in the bottom right corner, mate. Oh no, Aston's going to be making a move down the inside. Is that Struick or is that the other guy?
I'll just agree and go, okay.
The Aston made the move into turn 1.
I'm picking it's Stuart made a move on Samuel because that's the 777.
You're so smart, Marshy, honestly.
I know. S.M. Moti.
Sometimes I wonder how you have gone through life being this smart. But look, there is a blue flag behind the P1, P2. So this could be a little bit messy as they look to be going wide. Trying to get past him there in the background. But as I say, JC catching up to the Aston. The Aston said, not today, mate. I'm pulling away now. And he's starting to build a bit more of a comfortable gap. So he's looking pretty comfortable out on the track right now in that pink G-banger. I think you'd look good in a pink G-banger, Marshy.
I think you must be blind, Nick.
Indeed, I am.
Have you got your glasses on, or?
No.
Good,
I wanted
keep it that way.
Wanted to make the day more interesting.
I can't see what you're saying to me.
Where's the subtitles?
Some days it's probably good that we don't have subtitles, Nick.
You said it.
Everybody else was thinking it. I'm just that guy.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Is that another GTR in the background that I'm looking at? Boy, oh boy.
I think you're right.
I'm just happy I can only see 2 Mustangs in the timing charts right now. Oh, no, I see 3. There's Shurick. Oh, not Shurick. Samuel gonna be coming into the pits. Bit of a driver change and a bit of a refuel, mate. Chuck some new tyres on there and Bob's your uncle, away you go.
Chuck some new boots and...
Maybe a new driver. On the back. I was trying to figure out what
I'm sick and tired of Kovacs, but I couldn't read the next bit underneath it.
Yeah, it was something in yellow text. Nice little... I don't even know what that is, actually. Is it a shell? The hell? Helix. Right.
Yeah, it's a Shell Helix Mustang.
Yeah.
That's like an age-old V8 supercar.
Yeah, that might one be before my time, I think.
Yeah, potentially.
That Beamer looks like it belongs in the Italian job endurance with the green, red, and oh no, it's blue. I thought it was white. My apologies.
You should probably put your glasses on, Nick. Might help.
Nah, who cares?
Yeah, you've gone this far without them.
Exactly. The 191 car now heading down to the pits. He's dropped down to P7. I'm not sure if Samuel's still in the car or if the timing grid's just baiting me there, but I'm sure we'll find out once he's completed the lap.
Negative.
It has baited me, it's Spinazzi.
Why must Kunos do that to us? Just leave us hanging.
It's disappointment, really.
It really is. But hey, we live and learn and we carry on.
What is it that the kids are saying these days? We listen and we don't judge. Well, I'm judging. Kunos, get it together.
Does that mean that we have to listen as well?
The choice. You know?
We got choices?
It's not mandatory, it's an option.
I've been waiting for that, I'm not even gonna lie.
Had to get the right camera angle on it, mate.
We're only like, what are we, 10, 15 minutes into our little stint here and you're already making car noises.
Yeah, mate. You can't go past a good car noise. Alright? A good, perfectly timed car noise.
You do them better timed than me.
Yeah. You can't just get willy-nilly with it, mate. You gotta know when to do it.
Well, that's it. And I just throw it around like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah. It's always good on the still shots where it's like on the curb or on the fence and they're driving past. That's when it's the best.
Right. I'll put that in my notes.
I'm teaching you the ways, mate.
Teach me, O Zen Master.
If you're feeling up to the challenge, you can try and do it when they're leading up to a corner and do the downshifts, but that's a little bit of an expertise area.
Oh, God. It's going to be a long day for us, isn't it?
Oh, no. It's going to be a great day. Watching...
Sorry, what's that, mate?
No, continue.
I was going to say Glenn's probably just rubbing his temples going, not these two.
Mate, he saw you join the call and he was like, okay, I can deal with one of them. And then when I joined the call, I know for a fact his head went straight into his hands.
Did I just catch somebody behind that GTR? Or is that a blue flagging behind that GTR?
The Pixel Racers GTR? Or?
Yeah, it might be a blue flagging behind him.
I think it's a blue flag for these guys, yes.
I thought I just seen him do a bit of a move. I'm like, hey, we might have a bit of a go. Yeah, never mind.
Taking notes from Layla Bell making moves on the hypercars.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried it and I failed completely, so, you know.
What, you've tried to move on the hypercars in a GT3?
Yes. Turns out that I couldn't do it, I just took the hypercar out.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not surprised in the slightest. I wouldn't expect it any other way. I'm trying to figure out who's that behind him. It's a Nissan and a Beamer. I don't know if they're racing or not.
I can't work it out. Don't think so.
They look like their eyes. The GTR of Saxon Hayes looks like he's absolutely nailed the last corner there. Might have a bit of a run on the Merc of JC. JC going to be under pressure again here. Saxon Hayes able to make it stick unless JC can get the switchback. Doesn't look like it. The GTR power is going to kick in and he's going to pull away on the exit. Nice little move there from Saxon Hayes. Gets the run. Capitalizes on it. Goes deep into the brakes, but not too deep. Pulls it up nicely. Great racing there.
Oh, but... Oh. Thought they could have ended in tears.
He's getting a little bit cheeky, sticking a nose. He's put the pressure on him, though, and forced him wide. JC, you're going to be trying to put some more here on the exit. Heading into a hairpin. There is a move opportunity. He does get a little bit of a snap, so I don't think he's going to be able to get it into the hairpin. Going to have to just focus on his exit, considering it is a GTR, so you want to make sure he's not pulling away too much.
Nice exit from both of them. GTR power.
The GTR is just going to be marching along full stride.
It's nearly like Mustang things when you come up behind a Mustang. Yeah, you're like, yeah, I might get the run, and the Mustang just goes, see you, bye.
Exactly. Nothing worse than being behind a Mustang and a McLaren, watching the Mustang. Is that JC that just went wide? I think JC had a bit of an incident there and gone off.
Bit of a monumente.
Because Saxon Hayes now walking alone. He's currently behind the blue flags here, so he's had a bit of a moment. Not quite sure what's happened, but unfortunate there from JC. But on another note, Marshy, we have a guest. We have the one and only fellow Koala Atlas Motorsport driver, Sam O'Brien, in the comm with us.
Afternoon, gentlemen. How are we?
I'm good, mate. How are you? How was your stint?
It was good. It was mega.
Yep.
Clean. No damage. No track cuts. I think I made up 9 positions on track, so I've gotten out of the car very, very happy with myself.
As you would. 9 positions. Great little march forward from you there, mate. And who's in the car now?
So the one and only Brad Gosling is piloting the KA Motorsport 333 Ferrari at the moment. And,
I believe he'll be jumping in here after his stint as well.
Yeah, we're, tell you what, KA Motorsport's pretty busy this week. We're pretty busy this weekend.
We're taking over the comms and the track.
Yeah, apologies about that, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 cars on track and a whole fleet of commentators that you'll be hearing from for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. And look, just while I'm here, from an official KA Motorsport point of view, I just want to take a minute to apologise for Nick and Marshy and anything they may or may not have said in the comms box leading up to this point.
Mate, I have no idea what you're apologising about. They love us.
Neither do I.
We're fan favourites, mate. Trust me. But I'd also like to point out real quick, sorry Sam, but JC did get a drive-through and had to serve it. So I think he may have had track limits. And we have a car off on the track as well. I can't see the number. Sam, you got a better choice than seeing that.
That's the 111, which I can't currently see on the timing tree. But it's Luke Johnson in the Rockets Evolved Nissan GTR. Had a bit of a whoopsie coming through the S's, which is pretty easy to do there, especially either on new tyres or knackered tyres. The car gets pretty flighty through there. It's all about rhythm. And if you lose rhythm into the first S, you've absolutely destroyed that whole little section.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where if you mess up one corner, you've messed up the whole sector. So pretty crucial to nail everything. As he goes deep again into the hairpin for the back straight, so might have a bit of a problem there. Or he's just not locked in.
Yeah, I'm thinking those tyres have got a little bit of a fair bit of heat in them. If he's had a spin through the S section, that is a high-speed section through there, Nick. And then spinning, he didn't spin. You think he's just maybe had a hardware incident?
We will have to try and get a replay up to see exactly what happened. But if he did spin, I completely understand. Yeah, like you said, tyres will be overheating.
As we're just watching what happens here, we've tried to figure out whether, look, that could be a hardware issue, which is, I mean, you hate to see it.
I believe that's the second one we've seen this race.
It is, mate. You're spot on. I think the first hardware issue we had was for Herbert in the number 8 car. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you might be right, actually.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
But
hey,
kudos to him. He's gone straight and parked it off the edge of the track, off the driving line, just like the number 8 did earlier. I would not be able to do that. I'd probably.
Mate, we've seen what happens when you have a hardware failure. You take out 3 cars with you. All right.
Thank you, sir.
We don't need to bring up your incidents when you have hardware failure. Okay?
Yeah, I'll get PTSD again, start rocking in the corner.
And then you put me in the car and I got 20 seconds of damage to try and drive with.
Yeah, you're welcome. That'll teach you.
Okay, thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
That's only 3/4 of a pit stop. Don't worry about it.
It's nothing, mate. Car won't turn in. Get on the power. The rear end's a bit loosey-goosey. She'll be right.
I thought that was just the way you like to drive, Nick.
Oh, mate, it is. Don't get me wrong. I love a little bit of a loosey-goosey, drifty-wifty, but only
probably not with. Yeah, probably not after I've been in the car.
Now, boys, bring me up to date. Obviously, I've been either behind the wheel or in the spotter's chair all race, and I'm seeing that our pole position takers are currently not leading. Give me a quick sort of 2-minute summary of what's happened in the first 3.5 hours.
I can give you a 2-second summary.
Was the pole sitter name? Was it his car? Yeah, so I believe they had a drive-through, or they got a penalty, actually. They got a 15-second penalty for contact, and they had to pit and serve it. Yeah. I know they got a penalty. I think it was a 15-second. I don't think it was a drive-through.
We are checking.
Fantastic, because we've got some live vision here of Brandon Webley in the Mandarin Express 420 BMW. I mean, just on his lonesome, going down the back straight. It's the only time on the track that you get a bit of a break. You can have a quick drink or, have a quick flick through the newspaper before you got to jam on the ankles at about the 150 mark for the tight end. And I've just been... The inspector in my ear has just informed me that Brandon Webley has just changed brake pads. So I wonder whether that's a strategy play, whether they thought we'll go with pads 1, or whether it was a bit of a setup oopsie in preparation to the race. I'll put my hand up. Our team has done that before at one of the Italian job races last year, and we're driving and going, why is there no percentage showing for the rear brakes? And it took us another 2 laps to realise that we had no rear brakes. So that was...
You don't need them, mate. They're overrated. No, they're overrated, mate. Honestly, you don't need them.
Well, it depends on what you're doing, really.
Oh, look, it was only in the wet at Imola, so, braking not that important.
Oh.
Yeah, nah. You only need a handbrake and that's it. Bob's your uncle. Where you go.
So interesting that car has had to go in for a new set of brakes. Let's hope that they put pad 2 on, because 3.5 hours, that's 3 sets of brake pads, if my math's correct. That's a lot of time spent in the pits. It's sort of unnecessary, you would have thought.
It's not ideal. It's not you wouldn't think it's the fastest strategy to do, but who knows? Might have something up their sleeves.
Who knows? Maybe they know something we don't know, Nick.
They probably do, to be honest. Let's not beat around the bush. They probably do.
I was just about to say they probably know a lot more than we know.
Definitely more than you, Marshy.
Thank
Marshy
you, sir.
can only count to 5, mate. So as long as they can count to 6, they already know more than him.
See, I thought Marshy couldn't count past 20. Couldn't count past 10 if he was wearing a set of shoes, but...
No. That's if he gets his socks. He can't pass. Can't pass that. Yeah, it's his socks.
Oh, and the
He's a
attack
big
on the
boy
teammate
Spider-Man
starts already.
Archie, listen, you love it.
I didn't say that I didn't.
Well, you
Any
implied
attention is good attention on me, mate.
There you go. And we jump
Considering
on
you never got any from your parents.
Oh, spicy. Spicy as we're watching Josh Truitt in the 77777 Racing Aston Martin here. And it looks like he's got miles of clear air back to Timmy Purcell here as well. I'll wait for the timing tree to update to give us more than just a +1 lap.
Just a heads up, Struik hasn't pitted and Purcell did pit because Shady was in the car. Shady Samuel. So that's where that gap's come from.
So we could see a bit of the pit strategy playing out here. That's one thing we've noticed being in the Ferrari. We're able to go very, very long. You know, we're getting anywhere from an hour 25 to an hour 30 on a single tank of fuel. And one of the worries that we had going into the race was going to be whether we could keep the tyres alive and the tyres up to the car. But the lap times seem to stay pretty consistent throughout the stint. So keep an eye on the HPNT Motorsports 124 Ferrari here, guys. They're going to be able to go very deep into their stints, which, you know, over the course of a 12-hour race may save them a pit stop on some of the other cars they're competing with.
Yeah, absolutely. But like you said, it's just about managing the tyres. You know, you can make the fuel last an hour and a half, but can you make the tyres last that long and not lose too much pace? So
it
can be a big part of it.
Massive part of it, man. Only seems to affect the car in Sector 3, believe it or not. Sector 1, the tyres are okay. Sector 2 is obviously a massive long straight, so they don't bother them at all. But it's through this tight technical section here where you lose a lot of lap time just from having to delay getting on power.
So, I got to ask you, Sam, how's the pressures going? Have you done a me and they've 24.8 or are they holding good?
Mate, look, you know me, and for whatever reason I am a tyre pressure nerd. So mine were perfect.
Of course they were.
They started at 27.0 and I think they dropped to about 26.6 or 26.8, apologies, by the end of the stint. Just as they lost a little bit of that rubber and a little bit of that temperature. But other than that, they were good. You know, there's not a whole lot of places to lose tyre pressure on this track. Being an American track, they need to make it easy for our friends across.
But what are you trying to say there?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's loads of run-up and not a whole lot to hit. So I don't
want to put words in your mouth here, Sam, but it did kind of sound like you're calling them a little bit less intelligent.
Oh, look, that would definitely be putting words in my mouth, Nick. Those words did not come out of my mouth. I don't know. They didn't need to. I don't know whether you've seen a NASCAR race here, but these boys just used every concrete and surface they could find. The track limits? What track limits?
Track limits don't exist, mate. They make their own track limits.
Oh, they definitely do. And there you go. So timing tree's updated. We've got a 25.5 second gap from Stewart back to Purcell, as Purcell is dealing with a little bit of lap traffic here. And we swap to Bud now in the Smokestack Racing 695 Mustang, who is 18 seconds behind Timmy Purcell. So, yeah, as we expected in a long enduro like this, we have seen the gaps widen out a little bit as the drivers find their rhythm and the teams find their rhythm at this point in the race. But as I said, there's going to be very different pitch strategies between these three cars. We all know that the Mustang's pretty thirsty. And if the 124 can keep tyres up to that Ferrari, they may be able to save themselves a pit stop on those around them. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as the race plays out.
Well, just another question for you, Sam. How long are the pit stops here with the driver changes and the tyres? How are we looking for the pit stops? What's the time?
Oh, they're 60 odd seconds, 68 seconds maybe off the top of my head. I'm not a pit stop timing nerd, unfortunately, Nick. So.
Well, I'm just thinking because, like I said, Purcell and them have already pitted and done the driver swap and whatnot, and Struik still has to pit. So Be interesting to see how close they come out to each other, because before Purcell or JD Samuel pitted, they were right behind each other. So I wonder if they've pulled off the undercut or haven't
Or an overcut.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Is that a tip of the hat to Talladega Nights? That livery? Yeah, of course.
That is not Braking Master Parker, Mr. Baker.
That's that NASCAR line we're talking about.
That is that NASCAR line. That's a great looking McLaren there. The battle for position. So Bax Hopkinson back piloting the 666 McLaren here as Dave Baker runs a bit wide. And that is more than a tip of the hat to Talladega Nights there, Marshy. I believe that's an absolute direct copy.
That's awesome. I love to see it.
Let's go racing.
We might have to get Mr. Baker into the comms box a little bit later and see if he sounds like Ricky Bobby or just drives like him.
I'm just waiting for a slingshot to be engaged, to be honest with you.
Coming, Ricky Bobby!
Ricky Bobby's my best friend.
And tell you what, solid effort from a handful of these AM teams here. You know, that there's a lot of black, silver, and white badges beneath. You know, let's go with the top three of that AM class. These guys are having a fantastic start to the race.
Yeah, definitely doing some impressive work there, for sure. But are they sandbagging? That's the question. Get the investigation underway, Marshy. Contact the FBI, let them know we got a sandbag in, shouldn't happen.
I knew it was coming.
But no, absolutely, they're doing good. Got some pro-ams and silvers behind them, so I'm sure they're happy with that. As there is a blue flag here, I believe for the Beamer. Not the best way to let a blue flag pass, I'd say, but it gets the job done nonetheless.
You're correct.
Kind of like our comms, really, Nick.
Exactly
It's
like
not the best, but it gets the job done.
It's almost like that Talladega livery, you know, it's a one-to-one copy of our comms.
This is very true.
Fills the silent void other than car sounds, which I've heard that you guys do as well.
Now, I personally can't take credit for that. Nick is the brains trust of the car sounds. I was just getting a bit of an insight earlier to how it happens, and there's a bit more to it than I anticipated, Sam.
Can you do different cars, Nick? Like if I asked you for like a Mustang sound, can you do a Mustang sound or a Merc sound, or is it just one sound fits all?
Look, absolutely, mate. When you're as talented as I am, you know, you kind of just... I don't know if you guys have seen the guy on TikTok that makes the car sounds, but he learned it from me, you know. Like, I started that. I taught him. I have a class, you know, $3,000 a week to participate in the class and learn how to make car sounds. But absolutely, any car sounds you want, mate, I can make it.
Don't, Sam. Don't. I know you're going to. I know you're lining up for it, but don't do it, Sam.
I was just to say, you know, maybe a bit deeper into the race, we can get into some of that.
Absolutely. Well, like I was saying to Marshy earlier, it's all about the camera angles on when you do it. You know, you can't do it on camera angles like this, because then you can't get the drive-by effect. You got to do it on still camera angles, so then it gets nice and you can do the drive-by. Yeah.
Fair enough. There we go. And I've just fired up my ACC drive to get a bit of an insight into the strategies that these teams are playing. So the 777 car with Struick behind the wheel is currently 1 hour and 6 minutes into their stint, while the 124 car with Timmy Purcell driving is 57 minutes. So I'd expect that Ferrari to go out to at least 1 hour and 25, where I'm thinking that Aston's going to not going to be far from having to come in and grab a fresh set of boots and some fuel. Looking down the timing tree, we've got a few other cars that are coming towards the end of what I would expect to be their stint timer. We've got the 695 with 1 hour and 10 behind the wheel, 153 with Monks behind the wheel at 1 hour 8. And then we've also got the 676 Aston with Brooke behind at 1 hour 11.
Right. So I don't know how long can you get out of a tank on the Aston? I'm not sure exactly what it's like on field. I know the Merc you can kick it into a little cheeky engine map 2, I believe it is, and you can drain that thing for a while. But the Aston, I'm not sure about.
Yeah, I'm not an Aston buff, so I'm with you, Nick. I'm not sure. Maybe someone can jump into the comments who mains an Aston and let us know how long they'd expect to get out of a tank of fuel around Cota. But yeah, unfortunately, it's not something I've got much information on at all.
Well, what good are you, Sam?
Oh, look, I'm just here for my good looks.
Well, me and Marshy here because we're funny. Like, we need someone here that's smart, that can tell us everything, you know?
Yeah,
Somebody's got to carry us.
Yeah.
You've got the wrong bloke. You've definitely got the wrong
unbelievable.
bloke.
I'm going to be contacting the manager after this, mate. Give me a strongly worded email to the manager.
I'll start the report now.
Send poor Blake a strongly worded email. And
we'll be interesting to see though.
Back following the Rockets Evolve, so they managed to get past that bit of lap traffic, and so that'll be head down, thumbs up now for Luke Johnson. Pin those ears back and try and catch up to King in the number 90 Porsche.
Considering he's in a GTR, all he needs is a couple of straights, which Cota has a decent amount of, and he's going to catch him, you know. GTR power, mate.
Yeah, but he does have a Mustang lurking in behind him as well, and we know what the Mustang's like on the straights.
What's the name of the driver in that Mustang, Marshy?
Nippers.
Thank you.
Sorry, I forget that you're not wearing your glasses.
No, I just wanted to hear you say it, to be honest.
Yeah, okay.
It's quite an interesting battle here, less than a second gap. We've got Ford power versus GTR power. Now, Marshy, I believe you've spent a fair amount of time in the Mustang.
In the boat, you mean? In the second boat?
Yeah, see, that's what I was going to say. How is it through the Whoa, as we get a bit of an oversteer moment there from Nippers. How is it here through those tight technical sections?
I tried it for a couple of laps, and skill issue, main thing. Yeah, it was like trying to turn a ship around in a tight area, I found. Wasn't like, once you get through it and you're out on the other side, you can have a bit of a breather down here and generally catch anything in front of you. But yeah, trying to get it through the slow, tight, turny bits it's a little bit harder than the Macca that I'm used to, put it that way. Where you can just throw it into a corner and it's just going to stick.
Yeah, far less agile than the I was going to say Merca, than the Macca for sure. But you know, it'd be interesting to see how it balances out. Obviously, in the hands of someone that knows what they're doing, any car is quick. But in race trim, you'd think the Mustang has got an advantage on most of the field down that big long back straight.
You'd think so with the power that it's got and the absolute long legs that it's got. I don't even think they might crack into fifth gear. I don't even think they'd touch top gear down that back straight, to be honest with you.
No, I'm not. I know the Ferrari doesn't make it into sixth gear. At least not with me getting the exit out of that first hairpin. Someone else, but not with me.
Skill issue.
More than likely, but it's unfortunate too because the Ferrari's got such good top speed. It takes ages to get there, but once it does, it's absolutely flying. And you know, it's one of the weapons in the Ferrari's arsenal that you just don't get to employ at Cota. Luckily, being mid-engine, it's supremely balanced and flies through these technical sections. And you just pray that you haven't got a big stonking V8 behind you on any bit of track that resembles a straight.
I think the best part about the Mustang that I did really enjoy is it just absolutely eats all the curves. Doesn't really matter how much of a bump, like coming out of the exit of this hairpin here. Could run over the bumps and barely even phases it. I think it's just so heavy, it doesn't really bother it. It just absolutely annihilates him.
I did notice that Icarus on a few of those exits took some of those sausages. Now, if you hit that in a Ferrari or a McLaren, someone's going to charge you for a plane ticket because you're taking off. But it didn't seem to bother this big American group one iota.
Not at all. It just, yeah. America, just everything's bigger and heavier.
Yeah, definitely.
Can you elaborate on that, Marty?
No.
Okay.
I've never been to America, so I'm just surmising that that's what it is.
That's quite a cool shot of that corner. You know, it's a really awkward corner. For those that have driven this track, you'll be well aware of just how awkward that double left-hander is. And it feels like you are off the gas for an age, and you've just got to be so patient and really get that car tucked into the apex before you squeeze the loud pedal. Yeah, you can see there. So it's quite a long, awkward braking zone. And then that bottom left-hander is really a hairpin. So it's quite a real technical, tight, horrible corner, and easy for a lot of time to be gained and lost there. As we see some of these cars coming through, you'll see the different lines. I believe the optimal line is to try and stay out as wide as possible. So see, Benazzi was a bit tight there, which caused him to be a bit slower. As that looks like one of the cam cars going through, and then
Baxter.
I believe that's Baxter, 666. So yeah, there's a few different lines playing out here, which when you've got cars tucked up in close proximity, guys, it can open up some opportunistic overtaking manoeuvres, but they do have to be very, very precisely pulled off, otherwise they end in tears.
Oh, no, that's not for position, is it? Oh, I was like, oh, he's got him.
That would be a blue flag trying to unlap himself, I believe.
Yeah, looks like
because every time we were on board with this Mustang, it looks like the rear tyres might be going on its way, because he's been getting a couple of little snappy moments, and well, that's just going to deteriorate him even more. So maybe getting close to his pit stop.
Well, so he's 46 minutes into the stint, Nick.
Okay, last name corrected.
I mean, it depends. I'm not sure how long you can get out of a tank of fuel in the stage, but that car has already done two pit stops, and it's one of the few cars in the top 20 to have already served 2 stops. So maybe a bit of a fuel economy issue from the big lumping V8 there.
Well, he's currently got the Beamer trying to unlap himself right behind him, looking for a way. He's tried to stick a nose up the inside a couple of times, so whether or not the Mustang just says, you know what, go ahead, mate, I'm clearly holding you up, you clearly got better pace, or he's just going to keep driving his drive.
Well, and that's a really good point from Diabols in the chat there. Webley's got a brand new set of brake pads on this thing, so maybe he's just trying to bed them in. And making sure he jumps on the anchors as late as humanly possible. Should see a whole host of pit stops coming up here as Bub now enters the pit. So he did a minute 18, an hour 18 for that stint in the 695 Ford. So it is able to get quite deep, not quite as deep as we've seen the Ferrari get.
Don't say it, Marshy.
No, sorry, I just had a coughing fit and had to mute me mic.
But that BMW is getting a bit hot under the collar behind the Mustang there of Johnson. He's really trying to find a way through, but hasn't been able to get past as yet. The drive from the Mustang out of the corner is obviously protecting it from any attack there from the Beamer. As he's very, very close here. One thing that BMW is going to need to be very careful of is, I know it's highly frowned upon from the stewards that if you are a blue flag attempting to unlap yourself and you trip over your own feet and cause an incident with a car on the lead lap, I know the stewards don't look kindly on those types of incidents. So the 420 car is going to have to mind his P's and Q's if he's going to try and get past Luke Johnson.
Yeah, if he is going to try and get past, it has to be a done deal of a move. Not going to be able to try and, get side by side and maybe get a little bit bumpy with him, because that's just going to bring the risk up even more. So, but like you said, the drive out of the corners for the Mustang makes it 10 times harder for him to get a move done. So he might have to just sit back and accept that he's going to lose a little bit of time here until he pits, because He's definitely looking a little bit quicker than him, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'd say he's definitely getting held up. But you know, if his team were doing him any favours in the race engineer's seat, you know, I'd be pointing out to my driver that that car's already done an hour.
Yeah.
So it's pretty deep into the stint. It won't be long until that car's got to come into the pits. So don't risk ruining your race just to get past. Sit tight for a handful of laps, and you'll see that yellow Mustang just peel itself out of the way.
Unfortunately, that is going to be one of the decisions you have to make in an endurance race. Is you have to accept that you're going to lose a little bit of time sometimes because you can't force a move. You know, it's a long race. So, and like you said, he's at the end of his stint as he goes wide there a little bit. But he's at the end of the stint, so you know, let him finish it out with the last 15 minutes or however long, and lose those couple extra tenths.
Yeah, frustrating from a driver's point of view. But you know, this is a marathon, not a sprint.
Where's Marshy's driving?
Why? Because he only makes it 10 laps? Or?
Yeah.
I went 12 on my last endurance, thank you.
Oh, well done, mate.
And what endurance was that?
Don't want to talk about it, Nick. We've done this.
Yeah, exactly.
As Webley decided to kiss the sausage curve there, and it appears that the German machinery of the BMW does not eat sausages anywhere near as well as the Yank tank does, which from a cultural perspective would be you'd be quite surprised. Obviously, the Germans are famous for their sausages, and
I thought you were going to say famous for their tanks, but yeah, no, that's true as well. Yep,
that's right. I thought it was going. I'm like, oh, here we go.
I thought you were on the tanks route, but yeah, no, their sausages are pretty good as well. Yep, absolutely.
Column A, column B. I'm not a big world of tanks guy, so I'm not really up on my tank history, as the Beamer is all over the back end of the Mustang on corner apex, and then you see once we get to the exit phase of the corner, the Mustang just drives away.
It's probably one of the worst cars to be stuck behind when you're quicker than them, especially on a track like Cota, because the straights are pretty long and allows the Mustang to stretch. It's definitely one of the worst cars to get stuck behind, because no matter how bad they take the corner, if they just get somewhere with a decent exit, they're going to pull away from you. So he's going to look for a move here on the inside into turn 2. I think the Mustang should just let him go here. He does head into the S's, has a little bit of a moment on the exit, so didn't have much of a choice. But the Beamer's going to be through, and he's probably going to start building a gap to this Mustang.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it'd be interesting to see how much of a gap the Beamer does pull over the Mustang. Just because, correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, you've driven the Beamer a little bit in an endurance, and yeah, what are they like in the sort of tight technical areas?
In my experience, the Beamer is a jack of all trades but a master of none.
Yeah, right.
It does everything pretty well, but you know, we took it for the Nords 12 hour, and getting onto the main straight there at Nords, which the name of that straight eludes me, getting onto Dottinger was demoralising, because we were just getting passed by everything. Hasn't got a great top speed. It's obviously it's a front engine car, so it handles like a front engine car. Doesn't take curbs as well as the Mustang or the Merc, but better than something like the Macca or the Ferrari. I think the best way to sum it up, Marshy, is a jack of all trades but a master of none. It's quite a good all-round car. It's good fun to drive. Can get a bit of snap oversteer on exit if you've taken somewhat of an awkward line. But other than that, it's a pretty decent car.
There's quite a bit of a gap on the Mustang at the moment, but it does have new brake pads, so that's probably an advantage that it's got.
It might play into effect just a little bit. I don't know if it's going to play into effect that much, man.
I mean, it could
guys, Glenn here, just jumping in for a couple of minutes.
G'day, Glenn.
G'day, guys. Have a breather for a sec. I'm just going to have a chat with our mate Mitch Kemp, who's been helping us out with getting the interviews and things ready with the drivers. Mitch is currently working on a project for helping disabled drivers get going in sim racing, and he's with us now, and we're just going to have a bit of a chat about that, and we'll see what he's up to, because it's a great initiative he's got. So if you don't mind, we'll go ahead. Mitch, are you there?
Yep.
That's good. I'm just putting your details up on there. So you're organising a team, Mitch. Tell us a bit about it.
So over the past, since I started out my team journey, I have found that even though there's some great leagues out there, I have realized that especially with things in duos, how people might be a bit put off with taking on a driver with a disability. So I have decided to start up Adaptive Apex Motorsport. The idea for the team initially was to run iRacing special events, but I'm considering to starting up a team on ACC as well.
Right. And have you had much luck in tracking down additional people so far? But you're looking for people still for the team?
I have had one driver with had just started the Academy series with you guys a couple months ago with out to me, and he's just getting his feet wet on the iRacing platform. Right. So
okay, all right. And so did you say you're looking for people interested in iRacing and in ACC as well? So you're open to different platforms, and anyone interested can contact you on Discord.
Yep.
And your Discord ID is up there on the screen at the moment, and your team is called Adaptive Apex Motorsport. Great initiative, Mitch. It's can be hard for people with disabilities to get going, and having the support of other people to get into it is a big thing. We've been involved with Permobile over the years as well, and I've reached out to them, and they're going to probably be in touch as far as helping you out if they can assist with any sort of communications or anything like that, if they can find some people as well. So what else would you like to add, Mitch? Anything?
I actually asked the guy that is starting with me what the team means to him, and and he wanted me to say that this team means to him to show people that people with a disability can be fast and can compete at this level. and also on a personal level, he likes to compare to other people's disabilities to see where he's at.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, I think we've covered it. Okay. Are you happy with that, Mitch?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll head back to the race. Obviously, we've had some problems for car 777, who have dropped down to P15 after some issues in the pits. I'm not sure of the circumstances under which it's happened. I've seen a couple of messages pop up on YouTube, but we'll hopefully get some more information about that. In the meantime, guys, it's back to you for the alternate commentary, or whatever you want to call it. It's all yours.
It's definitely something. Cheers, Mitch. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, what a great initiative. That's cool. I'm so glad that we're able to get Mitch into the box to share a little bit about what he's doing. That's really cool stuff.
Oh, for sure.
And,
it can definitely be intimidating jumping into something like this, and yeah, for them doing that, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I think there'd be a lot of people, Mitch, if you're still listening to the broadcast, mate, I think there'd be a lot of people in the community here at OOR that would be happy to chip in and help. So as you build your team, if you need driver coaching and setups and that sort of stuff, make sure you lean on the community that you've become a part of, mate, because I'm sure I speak for everyone in OOR that we'd be more than happy to help out sort of wherever we can to help get. I mean, look, all of us want to see, I think the main driver for us is that we want to see people out on track having fun sim racing. So jump in one of the many Discord chats, mate, and if you need a hand, sing out, and I'm sure you'll get a bunch of people that put their hands up and volunteer some time.
Very well said, Sam. Absolutely.
Now, linking back into our race and the story that we're seeing unfold here. So catching up, there's been some insider info in the YouTube chat here from Toto that the 777 didn't put fuel in at that last pit stop, and they had to leave the pits, add fuel on the MFD, and then return to garage. So that may have cost them the race, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got just under 8 hours to go, but that's a hell of a mountain that they've now got to climb back up to the pointy end of the field. And that's one of the things, I think that's one of the reasons why we all love endurance racing so much, is it's not just how fast you are, but it's everything else that goes into being able to put that car on the track and keep it there for 12 hours. We've covered some of those issues of putting the wrong brake pads on the car, or not setting the pit strategy through properly, or the driver change didn't work, or there's so many variables that keep these races exciting. And it's, as drivers, it's, enduro is what we live for. Sprint racing's great, but I love nothing more than locking myself in a room for 12 hours and doing this sort of stuff with you lot.
That's basically because your missus gets rid of you for 12 hours, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Look, hats off to my missus. She's an absolute legend. She's currently juggling a spicy 2.5-year-old and a 1-month-old, so that I can...
And you. And she's also going to juggle you. I mean, that's hard enough on its own, like...
100%. But I was going to say if she's listening, but I know she won't be, because she's probably stuck watching the Wiggles or something similar. But yeah, a big thanks to Jem for making the time available so I can get in and do this stuff.
Unless you're like my missus that tells me to go away and play race cars, so whichever works.
Again, can't blame her for that.
Neither can I.
I mean, look, we'd all tell you to go away and play race cars, but unfortunately that's what we're doing, so...
Yeah. The problem is when you tell me to go and play a race car, I'm generally stuck around you guys, so... Yeah.
What do you mean stuck, Marshy?
Well, you guys can leave the chat whenever you want, but, you seem to hang around, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's our chat. You can leave whenever you want.
Oh, is that my problem? Right,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I'll remember that for next time.
This guy, Sam, thinks he's part of the group. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, who would have thought?
Hey, we only hang out with you because we get paid to do it, you know? Like...
They pay you?
As Timmy Purcell comes into the pit, that's going to be the end of his stint.
And there you go, an hour 23 on that stint timer. So the Ferrari is able to go very, very deep. What do we see?
He's had some good time on that.
What do we see? The last Mustang that we caught going into the pits was at an hour 18. So 7 minutes, that's, over a 12-hour race, that equals a pit stop. 7 minutes, it's, roughly 3 laps. Probably 3 including an outlap. So, yeah, the cars that are good on fuel are going to have a hell of an advantage towards the back end of this race. As we're just currently on board with Saxon Hayes in the 888 GTR. He's just taken over the lead from Timmy Purcell, and he's an hour 19 into this stint. So I dare say that he will be coming into the pits this lap, if not the next one. I'm able to see how much fuel he's used, but I don't know if that's something that should really be made public to broadcast, so I'll keep that number to myself. But
yep, make it public, mate.
He is,
You're probably saying that to the wrong 2 people.
he is running on fumes in that car. Okay. So yeah, I dare say we'll see the Nissan coming in very shortly. We've had a whole range of pit stops. So Liam Hamilton's now piloting the 124, which has just stopped. Chris Taylor's been behind the wheel of the 695 for 17 minutes. Timmy Gobe is in the car in the 153 Aston. He's been behind the wheel for 10 minutes. So that takes us all the way back to King in P5. And these guys are yet to stop. So King, Johnson, Hignett just completed a stop, currently 8 minutes into his stint. Kay still yet to stop. Gibbo still yet to stop. Ramez Samuel still yet to stop. Neighbour still yet to stop. And then Danny Bartlett in the 676 Aston, been behind the wheel for 16 minutes.
Nice. So, like you said, Saxon running on fumes, so it'll be interesting to see when he pits.
Not this lap.
Gonna hold out for another lap. Maybe he lied to us, Sam. Are you lying to us, mate?
No.
Are you a double agent for him?
ACC Drive may be lying to me.
He's giving out false info.
One job, Sam. One job.
Ooh. And Cricky's just jumped into the chat and reminded me that the GTR's got a 132-litre tank, which I'd forgotten about. That is a really good point. So that GTR's got a ways to go yet.
So he's lying to us, Marshy.
Oh, well, look, it's not lying if I'm wrong.
Right. I forgot about it, guys. Yeah, okay.
Me being wrong.
Convenient, that. Convenient.
So, I think we're going to see a fuel economy battle play out here. Because obviously, the better the fuel economy, the longer that you can run your stints for. It gives you strategic options when you're timing your pit stops. It also means that for the last pit stop of the race, more than likely you're not going to be on a full fuel load, and it may or may not save you a pit stop over the course of the race as well. So yeah, keep an eye on some of those cars that are sort of hanging, in that top 10. Maybe if they've got a Nissan badge, a Merc badge, a Porsche or a Ferrari badge, and we might see some surprise leaders up at the pointy end of the field in the closing stages. Thanks for that tidbit, Ricky. Appreciate it, mate.
Well, 132 litres is going to carry him an extra way, like we were talking about with the 7 minutes, being a pit stop advantage. But I'm not sure what the lap usage is like for the Nissan, but 132 litres, 12 litres bigger than everyone else, just about. So, good to see the Nissan.
Do you know what fuel weighs per kilo in ACC?
No idea.
You're probably about to tell us, though.
No, I don't know either.
Well, that was an anticlimactic comment.
That's why I was hoping that the brains trust would know.
Brains trust, whatever.
Obviously water.
That's
Well, I'm going to repeat it. Having 132 litres is like having an extra Marshy in the seat. Holy.
Shots fired by Glenn.
I love it. I love it.
I was going to talk you up and say good things, Glenn, but not now.
The voice that whispers out of the darkness, and their poor viewers watching the stream, all three commentators cackling, and viewers haven't got any idea what they've said. So I'm glad that you brought everyone up to speed there, Nick. As our resident GDR tragic is giving us some insider information here in YouTube chat. So it sounds like the GDR uses about 3.2 litres per lap around here, which is a little bit up on definitely on what Ferrari was using. And 1 litre of petroleum typically weighs 0.79 kilograms. So if I quickly grab my handy dandy calculator, if someone can fill the void while I'm quickly typing this. So it's an extra 9.48 kilos. So when we think in terms of BOP, you know, we've got, what, an 80k range to play with. So that's 10% of the BOP range, or over 10% of the BOP range that the GDR's carrying in extra fuel weight there.
Are you insinuating that GDR might be over BOP'd because of the fuel? Surely we're not bringing up BOP chat.
I don't know. I think it is. I think it is.
I feel like that was BOP chat coming out.
Justice for the GTR. Okay.
Just trying to bring our fuel loads and our weights into context. You know, everyone understands how BOP works. You know, you'll jump on a track to race your weekly sprint race and see you've got +6, -6. If you're in the Bentley, you've got -40 everywhere. So arguably, you could say that the GDR has got +0.48 on every other car on the grid with a 120 litre fuel tank.
I know Marshy got a little bit nervous when we brought up weight, but nonetheless, we're going to carry on.
We got pretty.
I'm fine, thanks, Glenn. Thank you for asking in our ears. I was actually just doing a little bit more research to the 1 litre of petroleum weighs generally around 800 grams. I just wanted to see what fuel they actually run and then to see the weight measure of it before I go throwing my weight around, for lack of a better word.
Damn, you must be strong if you can throw your weight around. Sorry.
Mate, I've been holding it for the last nearly 39 years.
So have you come up with an answer, or do you need a bit more time?
I need more time.
He needs more time. He needs way more time, Sam. That's going to take him 8 hours to come up with an answer. What are you talking about?
As you were. We're looking at another GDR, the 39 Pixel Races entry with Callum Gibbo behind the wheel, who is getting hustled by Ramez Samuel in the 91 Porsche as they jump onto the back straight. It's going to be a task for the Porsche, and as we watch the GDR just drive away, I was going to say it's going to be a task for the Porsche to get in here. It's going to be a tough ask for the Porsche of Ramez to get around the GDR. He's going to have to make a move on entry somewhere, I would have thought. The Porsche's great under the brakes. And that's P2 that they're currently catching in the 191 entry with Spinaze behind the wheel. So looking to unlap themselves here, which is always good to do. But it's going to add a bit of spice to this battle here as well. Spinaze under no obligation to let these guys through regardless of the pace differential, because obviously these guys are a lap down. And that's probably going to back Gibbo up into the clutches of Ramez. So if Ramez is patient and bides his time here, maybe under brakes into... It's going to have to be the first hairpin. Second hairpin, no chance at all, because the GDR's put football fields between it. So remember where you heard it first, ladies and gentlemen. If Ramez wants to pass the 39 GDR, has to make a move under brakes into the first hairpin.
You possibly mean... Oh, turn 1 are you talking about?
No, the first hairpin onto the back straight.
I'm going to have to disagree with you, Sam. I think if he gets a move done there, he's just going to get done again by the GTR on the back straight.
If he can play defensive enough into that second hairpin, I think then the move's going to be done. As we're watching here, Rames is close. Is he going to be close enough as they come firing down on the anchors? Late turn in, try and not kiss the sausage curb as the other one is steering and jump on the loud pedal, and the Porsche eats the sausage for good measure on its way out, which won't help
extra fuel
at all. Extra fuel for the Porsche, you reckon?
Yeah, 100%. Get a little bit of protein into it.
Like,
I think it's going to be interesting.
Driving Mario Kart, like picking up a
power up, the rainbow stars or whatever they were. 100%, mate. 100%. But I definitely think he has to get the move under brakes, but it's going to be interesting because any sort of hard braking area leads straight onto a straight. So as he pulls out to the side there for someone.
Well,
but he's
so
P1. That's P2.
1-4. So that's going to throw a bit of water on that spicy battle, unfortunately, and no doubt put a bit of space between these cars.
I think the Porsche will sit behind Spinazzi here and try and use that blue flag to catch up to Gibbons here a bit more as Gibbons enters the pit. So that's just completely gone out the window.
Yeah, we were just wrong. So Gibbo has just flown into the pits, and he managed an hour 25 on that stint. Luke Johnson in the other, possibly in that GDR. It's all changed now. Managed an hour 27. So yeah, long stints from the GDR, but not as long as I would have expected with that bigger tank. Clearly, it does love drinking high octane race fuel.
When you're making that sort of power, mate, you need the fuel to back it up. But Hamilton's going to be catching up to Spinazzi here, as we remember seeing. Spinazzi was just ahead of Gibbons there, and Spinazzi's looking. Hamilton's looking quick right now, so I think it's only a matter of time before he gets the back of him. And the Ferrari around here is probably one of my favourite cars at Cota, so I think he's going to have a good time here.
Nick, we've got a massive tyre delta here. Spinazzi at the end of his stint with an hour currently behind the wheel, and obviously the 124 came in not that long ago.
So that's why he's catching him like nobody's business.
Yeah. The tyres on that Mercedes would be red there by now. Rear right cops an absolute hammering. Around here.
Indeed it does.
So I wonder if we'll see a puncture, with everyone trying to go as deep as they can into their fuel stints. I know one of our rear right hand tyres on a practice stint was down to 0.8 on the inside, so getting close to that puncture territory.
Definitely something to keep an eye out for. It's like you said, everyone's trying to push their stints as far as they can go. The longer you can go on a stint without losing too much time, the less pit stops you're going to have to do if you can keep pushing it. But like you said, that puncture does start to come into play, especially if you're driving a Merc, because that thing can chew tyres.
Well, and especially with some of the real nasty sausage curves you've got around here as well. Someone's a bit
but the Merc loves them. The Merc eats them like it's breakfast.
Yeah. I'm thinking sort of some of our mid-engine cars, as we're just watching Liam Hamilton hassle the back of the 191 Merc here, throws it up the inside, and look, you're just seeing that tyre delta play out.
Yeah, no time wasted getting the move done there. Probably the most efficient way you could get it done.
Spinazzi did nothing wrong there. It was just his tyres did not have the grip, and Liam was able to take a much tighter line and maintain a higher A-spec speed, and has reclaimed the lead of this race.
Yep, the 124 Ferrari looking very solid right now. It's going to continue to march on and just put a bigger gap onto that Merc, given that tyre wear gap between the two cars, but the Merc will obviously have to pit shortly, so he's going to get some new boots, and it's going to be his turn to put the charge on that Ferrari.
Yeah, well and truly. You know, he's up to an hour and 3, and ACC drivers showing that car's already had 2 pit stops. So he's a pit stop ahead. He's had 1 more pit stop contextually than all of the other cars that he's fighting. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there with the 191. Whether they had an incident early in the race that meant they had to come in and serve an additional pit stop. But that's going to be a compounding error that's going to hurt them the deeper we get into this 12 hour.
Yep, you want to try and avoid doing unnecessary pit stops, because that is a fair chunk of time that you're losing. Car not going vroom.
I'd just like to point out, I didn't want to interrupt that battle for first. These GT3 cars run straight ethanol, which is basically 800 grams, which is what the Valiant Knight in the YouTube's chat said, which for the GTR will end up being 25 kgs more weight on a full tank of go-go juice if, you know, the standard tank is 120 litres. So there you go.
Marshy, I hate to rain on your parade, but if it carries an extra 12 litres and it's less than a kilo per litre...
The math ain't mathin' there, brother.
Yeah, the math ain't mathin', Marshy.
That's not how the math works there, Marsh, but I do appreciate the effort. We're going to let you go back to try and correct your errors.
I wasn't going to. I was going to leave it to see how many people were going to absolutely shit on me in the chat.
Yeah, that's definitely not right there, Marsh, but...
Man, thanks, guys. Yeah, I was just going to leave it.
All right, well, let's talk about something that Marshy does know a whole lot about, and that's door-to-door close hard racing, as we're sitting and watching the 700 Mustang of McNeil, who's got Kong tucked up behind him in the 111 GTR. Tell us a bit about what's going on here, Marshy. What can you see? What's your expert eye see, my friend?
Mate, you are asking the wrong person for close door-to-door racing, because you guys know better than anybody else that myself and anybody else don't go door-to-door racing, because generally ends in tears, mainly because I've got a skill issue.
I think I know what the problem is. I think Sam may have just misspoke, and it's no fault of his own, but I think he meant to say wall instead of door.
Oh, I think that might be right, actually, yes.
Am I correct with that, Sam? Am I correct with that assumption there?
Oh, look, I was trying to give the poor fella a bit of encouragement.
No, we don't do that around here, mate.
Not around Cota. I am absolutely useless at Cota, so I can give you zero insight. The one and only race I've done here, I spun out in Sector 1 and, funnily enough, met the wall.
I don't want to be the one to point it out, Marshy, but I think the wall and you might have a bright future ahead of you.
We do. On every track. Every track.
Absolutely. We don't need to talk about Monza though, do we?
Nope, because you'll just upset me again.
And that's what I'm here for, is to upset Marshy and hurt his feelings, but...
Feelings? What are they? You can't have feelings in KA Motorsport, can we?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. As, geez, we need to get Diabols into the comms box. He's just dropping these little, like, information, like, golden nuggets into the YouTube chat for us. So, you know, we're currently 7:08 in the evening here at Cota, and we're deep into the sunset phase. So the sun's going to start blinding people. It comes directly into the driver's eyes in sectors 2 and 3. So sector 2, not so big a deal. Sector 3, it's hard enough to see those bloody apexes on a normal day, let alone with the sun blinding you. As we jump on board with Brian Kong in the Rockets Evolved 111 entry, and we'll see as he rounds his hairpin, grabs that apex nicely. That's a great line through there. And the sun just...
He's got his Oakleys on. He's got his Oakleys on. He's fine.
I think it's being hidden by that bit of cloud cover that we can see on the right-hand side there. Mind you, when I look up at the weather app, it's telling me there's no cloud cover. So maybe that is just the sun. I'm not actually sure. But yeah, we can see, so he had something in his eyes running down that back straight. That is the sun that looks like a bit of a cloud. So that is the setting sun there. As the 53 throws it around the outside, that's the 153 of Timmy Go. So Saxon Hayes has managed to get past, and then we've got, I'm just trying to see the, no, I thought it was the number 8 entry, tucked right up behind, getting a great look at the back end of that Mustang, Aston. No questions about what colour underwear that car's wearing this weekend.
Yellow.
And there you go. So you can see that sun, and you know, from driver's eyes, sitting in the seat. That's going to be very, very annoying through sectors 2 and 3. And I wonder.
Yeah,
if
absolutely. Gonna break your concentration for sure if you looking at it for too long. That's for damn sure. Start seeing some nice dots in your eyes, but I'm sure these guys will be able to look past that one.
As we see, we've got Nick Hendo currently piloting the number 8 machine. That car, after their unfortunate hardware incidents at the start, is a few laps down, but he's quite a quick operator there, Hendo. So, and you know, hey, they're in it. They're still racing, so you know, he'd be looking to get past Gobby here if he's got the speed to do it, and try and, you know, car by car unlap that car as much as they can.
Yeah, we've been seeing a fair bit of that, of cars trying to unlap themselves, so good to see that, you know, no matter where you are on the grid, they're still competing with the race pace. That's always nice to see, and obviously the different strategies puts them in different spots, so always nice, get a nice view of the sun there.
Yeah, that's quite horrible, and that's only going to get worse. As the angle of that sun gets more acute, it's going to get more direct into the driver's eyes. So we might see some mistakes coming into that heavy technical braking zone there of the second hairpin there, Nick.
Yeah, not something you want to see. Kind of reminds me of my first endurance around Nords. That gets towards the end of the day and that sun starts to bother you more and more. Start to lose focus and can't see your braking points as well, and that's when the mistakes do start to happen. But the Aston getting closer to the pink G-banger here. He wants to have a little sniff.
And an Aston v Aston here as well. So we're not going to see a power differential. These cars outside of setup are identical, so this is going to come down to driver's skill, as we see pushed up in the 62 Mustang Top A drive-through. I can only assume that is for track limits, because they are nasty around here. There's been quite a few of those drive-throughs getting thrown around this race. We're not even at half race distance yet. I know there's multiple cars that have collected more than a couple, so I dare say that'll play. That'll sort of change the race results as we go through into the back end of this race as well, Nick.
Yeah. So this is a 12-hour, but it's set to 2x speed in game, right? So we will have a night cycle, I believe, which looking forward to that. Cheeky little night racing. That pink G-banger should be glowing in the headlights of the cars behind.
I was just wondering if he's made it fluoro so it does stick out.
Yeah.
100%.
Me personally, I've made it a nice chrome so the light reflects back into the driver's eyes.
The ultimate strat.
It's all about the tactics, mate. All about the tactics.
Who would have thought that you could turn a livery into a weapon on track?
Oh, mate.
I mean, Lando Norris tried it in Miami, didn't he, with his disco?
Yeah, but it wasn't much success.
it didn't work out for him, but...
No, it did not. But,
That's a great line from Hendo there in the number 8 Aston through the double left-hander.
I'm just wondering, the Aston in front, I can't remember who it is, but Can we get some info on the driver time? How long has he been going for? Because I'm just wondering, maybe there's a tyre difference or...
So the Aston in front is the number 153 car, I believe, of Timmy Go. He's been behind the wheel of that car on this current stint for 34 minutes, Nick.
Okay. And how long's Hendo been in? Might have a little bit of an even race here if that's the case.
Hendo, 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, so about a 15-minute differential, but close to even. Obviously, Gob gonna be losing the tyres earlier than Hendo, but like you said, same car, somewhat same tyres at the moment, so gonna have some raw skill coming out here if he can unlap himself, but at the moment looks like he's just sitting behind, enjoying the slipstream, getting a nice breeze into the car. You know, no SE in these things. So he's probably enjoying it.
That's exactly it. We're going to see this battle mano e mano. Well, gents, it's been a blast. But so your next commentating guest can come and join you in the box, I need to go and take his spot, sitting in the race engineer's chair. So I'll bid you farewell. I am back a little bit later this afternoon for another stint. It's been heaps of fun. And I'll see you a little bit later.
See you later, mate. Good luck with the rest of the race, and hopefully all the rest of your stints go well. I'll be cheering for you, mate.
Appreciate it. Up the 333. Let's go.
Up the 333. And that was Sam. We will be joined by Brad Gosling, who's also in the same car as Sam. Just a minute. We're going to have to relieve him of the spotter's duty. But here, jumping on the Cam car. It's Cam everywhere, Marshy. I can't comprehend.
It's the Cam takeover, mate.
It's so much Cam, and I absolutely love it. Just the Cam
somebody's either made
looking beautiful.
Somebody's either made a massive mistake on letting Cam just take over, or
it's a big
it's
mistake.
going to be a good thing.
No, it's a mistake.
Yeah, I figured it would be.
It's going to be mayhem. It's going to be absolute mayhem.
But here we are.
Here we are indeed, jumping on board with the Brickster. Never mind. We're jumping on board with Layla
Never
Bell.
mind. James thought, no, too much, Cam.
Glenn had enough of the Cam. He told us to shut up, and we're moving.
Yeah, no, we've had enough of KO Motorsport, and then, no, see you bye.
But Team Irish livery does look sexy as well.
Yeah, I'll just jump in there for a sec. I was just wondering how this car was going because they started in the top 10. Layla did an awesome job to get a lap, super lap in quali to get into the top 10 shootout. And yeah, I was just wondering what had happened if Dan Ciclona's around. Jump in and let us know what's happened to your car today. Love to hear the story. You can jump in the comms box with us if you want. Just reach out to Mitch.
Yep. It's would be interesting because they are currently in P28, so they may have had a bit of an incident, which is never a fun case, is it, Marshy? You know all about the incidents.
Yo, it's well, I don't know about anybody else, but for myself, demoralising, especially with teammates like you, Nick.
Absolutely, mate. I just like to remind you that, you know, you're failing, you know? That's all I'm here for. Just to let you know that you're sucking.
You do it well, buddy. You do it well.
Mate, no one does it as good as I do. Damiano Thurcolini, fellow commentator in the Porsche guys. Porsche. Who would have thought, Marshy?
Porsche power.
Is that a camo livery? No, it is not. Grip not found. Oh, Marshy, that fits you perfectly.
That does. I might need to steal that.
The next time I'm making you a livery, I'm putting that on the back of it.
Yeah, please, thank you.
Absolutely, anytime. But we now have another guest in the comms box. It's another Cam driver. I know.
Oh,
like
surprise.
Taking over. It is Brad Gosling. How are you, Brad?
Nick, Marshy, fantastic, mate. Oh, sweat me ringer off after that little session. All I can say is I'm glad I got out when I did, because the sun glare was just starting to come into effect, and it's just like, oh, this sucks. So that is number one battle that these drivers are all going to have over this next kind of half an hour, is you can't see the inside of the second last corner where that big old fat sausage is on the inside. Cannot see it, hey. It's
that's not ideal.
Nah. So I'm like, yep. I'm glad that I've passed that one over to Rob. He can take it through the sundown, mate, and got out just in time. So, what's the update?
How's the race going? How's the race going for you guys so far? Just before we go into the race updates, how are you guys traveling along?
Look, we're definitely got the level head. Like, we're not making. I think it's one of those things that you just got to remember. This is an enduro. This is 12 hours, and I think a lot of people in that first hour forget that it's like, no, that's right. This is just hour 1, not hour 12. So our strategy really has been just, I'd say, pretty conservative. Just doing what we can to make sure we're not really biffing and barging our way through. Just trying to keep the car clean, keep it away from the track cuts, because we've already seen that we've had a couple of very easy overtakes when you got guys having drive-throughs. So yeah, for us, it's pretty well just head down, gloves up. So it's a long way through. We've got just over 7 hours left. So it's, we're not even halfway yet. So it's definitely this is the time where you just grind away, don't do anything stupid, and keep everything clean. So we've definitely learnt that from the last few enduros that we have had. Is I'd say, put the hand up. I was one of those drivers in the first hour goes, yeah, that's right. This is where I've got to make up all the positions, which is making up the last place. So not wanting to do that anymore. So yeah, we're in a pretty good position at the moment, couple down from where we were at the start of the race, but things are clean, things are clear at the moment. So yeah, onward and upward, guys. It's cars feeling really balanced. Definitely nothing too untoward with the Fez. So it's quite nice to drive at the moment. So enjoying it. All the boys have been really enjoying it.
The Fez is a pretty solid car around Cota, as we were talking about earlier with Sam. It's one of those cars that I really enjoy around this track. Not many that I do enjoy around this track.
Yes.
This track, in my opinion, is a bit of a naughty word, but yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It's one of those tracks that I know a few times where, like I've done this a few times in the AMG as well, and it's good when you get to the straights, and just like the Ford as well, there's plenty of not straights in this track, so the rest of it not so much fun, but the Fez does like a little bit of that flowy, that kind of 2, 3, 4, 5 section in the first sector. Really loves that. Hey, that's when it really makes up its pace. Not so much along the back straight here. Anything with more than 3 litres of engine capacity will eat us up for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Outside of the Porsche behind it, it will definitely take any drag that it can to try and even remotely keep up. So but no, it's going well.
That's good. Good to hear the fellow cam boys going good.
Yeah.
Compared to when Marshy drives in a cam car, it always goes bad. At some point, we've got to start pointing the fingers at Marshy. I'm just saying. But as we get a good shot of the sun absolutely blinding Mr. Rob Brickley there heading into the double left-hander.
I hope Rob's going to be squinting coming around here. And
this one here. Where's the
How are you,
Mr.
Mr. Sun? It's somewhere there. Just turn in and hope for the best.
And this one here, it's not until you get past the sausage that you even see the sausage. And you just go, I've got no idea where that apex is, because all I see is sun.
As we saw Rob go wide through there, so he's definitely looking like he's struggling from that sun. Someone get him a pair of Oakley glasses.
Oh, that's it. Definitely need them. Definitely need them.
Looking good. Got a good spot right here on track where you're not under pressure and you're not stuck behind anyone.
Yeah, that's it.
Looking comfortable.
Yeah.
Keep marching forward.
definitely found that coming into my stint. I had a couple of pretty close little battles straight up, and ended up a little bit worse for wear. Had a blue flag come up behind me and decided that he wanted to try and take a lap back, and didn't quite work out for either of us. As once again they're getting a little bit wide, but all still good. Ricciuti's making his way through and picking the battles where he can. But
I don't think he really wanted to wait for that blue flag. He wanted to get him out of the way, but a bit of a dangerous way to do it. But
yeah,
way
especially
to do it
when
nonetheless.
he's got Austin McNeil there in front of him, mate. He's got his eyes set on that dude, which is a little bit unfortunate. What's kind of happened to him, mate? They fighting for P1, and now are they just out of kind of session? Strategy has changed a little bit because those Mustangs drink fuel like a truer American in Texas drinks alcohol. Let me tell you.
I believe they got a penalty, or that may have been another cone. I'm just talking out my rear end.
I'd love to have some input, but I really can't remember now.
Yeah.
Clearly a while ago.
Porsche had a bit of a moment there. Stefano, not quite sure what happened there. Looked a little bit weird on the broadcast. Well, is that just me, or does it look like he's lagging everywhere?
Oh, we had a great little lag there in that session a couple ago. We had the car in front of us was playing Morse code with the screen. There, not there. There, not there. There, not there. And there's like, okay, let's just stay on the line, and hopefully he doesn't end up on top of us.
That's always a fun shout, that one.
It always spices up the stint, you know. If you're not sweating already, you start to sweat real quick.
That's it, absolutely. As we see Kong there, definitely giving the old flashes, going, I'm not going to wait for these blue flags either. I'm on the back of Ricciuti as much as Ricciuti's on the back of McNeil. Does not want to wait up, and good luck in anything outside of the Mustang trying to keep up with that GTRs. Hey, even the Macca there in the tow can't even keep up. So crazy, those things.
We've been talking about them as well. We've seen that, you know, they're one of the worst cars to be stuck behind, especially in a car like a Macca or a Fez where you're catching them through the S's and whatnot, and then they just pull away on the streaks again. So bit of an aggravating car to be stuck behind, but the joys of endurance racing, I guess.
Oh, that's it. You just got to keep at it, chipping away, and hope that the car in front of you gets a DT for a track limit. Which, hey, has anyone actually done? I know we're talking about this in the OOR chat. We're talking like a couple of days ago, 2-3 days ago. It's like, okay, so who has the little friendly carton of beer that they've got to send over to Mr. Glenn Germain when we have these the drive-through track limits? Do we know how many cartons of beer Glenn's expecting in the mail yet so far?
At this point, I can tell you that he's got enough to get himself quite jolly.
Yeah, he's got enough to give himself a good weekend, let's just say that.
I would dare say, mate, the amount of DTs that I saw coming up on the little tree to the side, mate, he's all right from here till Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
Yep, agreed.
But Brian Kong here, charging forward through the traffic, goes past the BMW, which was a blue flag. P10, I believe it's a 5-second, I know it's a 2-second gap to the car in front. Not bothering pronouncing that last name. Marshy, you want to give a crack, go for gold, but that's all you, mate.
No, that's a Goz thing. He seems to be nailing all of these names. I don't want to mess it up and offend the person.
Is that Kong on Ricciuti?
Ricciuti, yep, is that what it is? Yep, that's the one.
Sounds close enough to the old pink and white. He's I think he normally he's in the split red, and I'm pretty sure he runs the Feds normally, because I do recall seeing that pink and white livery, which does go really well on the Fez as well, I must say. But
changing it up for the Endurers.
Yeah, that's it. Well, and I think it's one of those things that although he's the only Porsche in the top 10 thus far. You know, we are still just shy of the 5-hour mark. But it is one of those things that when you don't have the driver stint timer limits, that the economy that you normally get out of those Porsches really makes them quite a good car to as an option to. Oh, there's that sun. Oh, far out. Just as well it's on double time, Glenn, because that would be painful if you had to put up with that for twice as long. They really are quite a good enduro choice, purely not only because they're quite a nice car, if you're one of the crazy crackers that can actually maintain and handle the beast that it is, the Porsche, but they do have quite good economy, I've found, in the past.
Yeah, that's always nice. I'd just like to point out, Hamilton has had a bit of an incident. Apparently it's tech fail. He is the leader of the race, so may have to jump on board on a replay if we can find it, or we may have just been lied to, but some people in the chat are saying he had a tech fail through the turny-worny section. Ooh. So he's still leading the race now, which is always nice, but interesting to see what's happened there.
Any tech fail ideas there, Marshy?
Mate, you're asking the wrong person about tech. I've recently upgraded my GPU, and that's about all I know about them.
The Fez is not looking happy right now, I must say. That's a very sad looking Fez.
Yeah. I had is that front bonnet does look a little bit
Mr. Flappy Bonnet.
It is a flappy bonnet there, so I wonder how much time he's got left in his stint. I'm going to do the little sneaky because I do have ACC Drive. Big shout out to ACC Drive. Anyone who's interested in doing a lot of enduro.
We're not getting paid by them, mate. We don't shout them out.
Yeah, no, we're not.
We're not getting paid, mate.
Okay, I'm not shouting out ACC Drive. So
no free promos on this channel, mate.
This is definitely not a free promo, and I would not recommend it if you don't want it. So, anyways.
Speaking of promos, though,
we've got a replay.
That's who we're going to shout out.
Here we go. Shout out to Glenn.
This is the replay of Hamilton in the turny-worny sector.
And
yeah, that's a tech failure for sure. Car said, you know what? I'm going to make like Marshy and go kiss this wall. So,
yeah, wowzers.
Marshy's definitely getting a little bit jealous there. That is his wall. He doesn't like touching that.
I normally say I'm upset about it, but I mean, can't lie. Truth is truth.
Yeah.
When you're 12 beers deep, it's hard to be upset about anything, isn't it, Marshy?
This is very true. And just going back to Brad's question earlier, Len's probably got enough beers for the DTs of track limits that he can forget about what happened at the very start of the race.
Yes.
He can drown his sorrows until Christmas time about that.
Oh, I would. Oh dear.
I had to put that in there. It just had to be said.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, let's. This is going to be an interesting little battle here because Glenn is definitely showing us the bird's eye view of the monster jaws of this pheasant. It looks like the little mouth is about to open up and growl and eat something that's in front of it. But we're just keeping an eye on that little gap there because clearly this is going to absolutely mutilate any form of front aero that this car has got, especially through that 2, 3, 4, 5 section, the little S's. That's going to be playing into Spinazzi's pocket like this is going to be the best thing for him. I think I even saw, I don't know about you lads, but you know how like sometimes when you get that whole front end damage, you go to brake and then the lights start flickering?
Yes.
And I know that at the moment it's probably, the lights are only just coming on with these cars as the sun goes down, but that is definitely one of those things. I was just looking, he's just over 40 minutes into his stint, so he's still got a solid probably 40 minutes still to go. He's probably only halfway through. And the way that this, with the light getting darker now, that's going to be really, really annoying if he goes to start the brake and then that thing goes click, 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 click.
Yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on. But Spinazzi's not going to be complaining as he's closed the gap from 2 seconds to 8/10 within a lap. So the damage is definitely hindering Hamilton big time here. And I mean, you can only expect that given the way that Fez is looking right now. That is bouncing more than Marshy at a strip club, but nonetheless, Spinazzi's going to be trying to pounce on it. Probably getting on the back straight here. Don't worry about it, Marshy. Just smile and wave, mate.
Smile and wave.
What are you mentioning it? You're right, eh? Yeah, no, great shout, mate.
Yeah. If we're going to shout out anything, we're going to shout out for Marshy.
Absolutely.
Look, I can handle the abuse from you guys. I'm used to it.
Yeah. That's just part of the natural consortium that is Cam. So I think this is the Neo of the Matrix. This is what they call the inevitability. I can't see him being able to put up enough of a fight against Spinazzi here. I think this is only just a matter of time before he gets past, and it's probably just a matter of how well he can now hold on to the rest of his stint, more than looking at Taylor 10 seconds back now. He goes, okay, well, I've got half an hour still in my stint, 40 minutes. How am I going to be able to try and hold this as long as I can to minimise the damage? Because I'm looking at the front of that car going, that's probably 30 to 40 seconds worth of damage, easy enough. Or as I'm seeing a yellow corner, so coming back on that little double right-hander as well after the back straight. There we go. Oh, he closes the door. He says, no, just because I'm a little bit of an invalid, I am not letting you past. You've got to fight for this one.
He's saying if this damage is slowing me down, it's slowing you down as well.
Oh, 100%.
There's 3 overtakes around here, mate. Which is the race lead and the strategies are in effect. He does need to kind of hold on to this because he will have to pit sooner than Spinazzi, I believe. So if he can hold on to this, it's going to work out in his favour.
Oh, actually, Spinazzi's just about to come in. Here we go. Spinazzi's been out there for 1 hour, 34 minutes and 50 seconds. Just for anyone who wants to know the specifics. Hamilton's been out there for 45 minutes. Taylor has been out there for just over an hour. So I know these Mercedes, how have they been so economical? It's crazy how far they've been going.
The engine map 2, I believe it is. It's one of their engine maps that allows them to save a crap ton of fuel and also not lose a ridiculous amount of pace. Like they can still hold a good pace and save a lot of fuel. So that's how they're doing that.
Yeah. So I would be thinking Hamilton's probably going, I've just got to hold this for maybe another 5 minutes, and knowing that Spinazzi's going to be pulling out and giving me a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, absolutely. But like we're talking about, that damage does look to be a big amount. 30 seconds, I'd say minimum. So can you hold off is the question.
Anyone part of that crew that can is willing to give us a sneaky little insight? Probably not, but anyways.
Worth a try.
Worth a try. I'm sure Namey might be able to give us a bit of a shout out. Nah, he won't.
But so far he's doing pretty good. Spinazzi's not completely kissing the rear bumper, but he's definitely there, keeping him honest.
Yep, keeping him honest. And it's probably one of those things too, I suppose, if he's at over an hour and a half on those tyres, mate, those things will be softer than a marshmallow over top of a fire. So I don't think he's going to have exact aggression in that car either to be able to get past. So probably going to play into it a bit too.
No, absolutely. We do have a blue flag coming up, so hopefully he doesn't cost these front runners at any time and does just get out of the way nicely. But right now, giving him a bit of dirty air through the S's. Not ideal. But hopefully he lets him go just before this last hairpin, as Spinazzi is kind of on the back of him here. Doesn't look like he's going to. Might be waiting for the straight, because he's definitely going to be getting blue flag. There it is. He's going to run it wide, let him go up the inside. Spinazzi doesn't look like he's got the best exit out of that hairpin. So Hamilton lives to fight another day. And now, honestly, I'm starting to think, is Spinazzi just accepting that he's going to lose a little bit of time here and just going to sit behind him and just wait to pit? Because like you said, he's got about, 2 laps. Maybe this is the last lap potentially before he has to pit. So he could just be sitting behind him and just coasting through.
Yeah. I reckon you probably got it there. He's probably going, the chance of getting past, it's reasonable. Obviously, Hamilton's got a slightly bent car, but at the same point, you go, okay, how much of the Trans just decided to find the outside of the wrong part of the corner as he's letting a few of the fast cars past. That's a nice looking little blue fez just there as well. Oh, keep it on the straight and narrow, boys. Keep it on the straight and narrow. There we go. And off he goes.
I'd also like to just point out, I see our second cam car, the 666 in the Macca, has a drive-through with Zach Jensen in the car. So I'm wondering if that's track limits. I'm assuming it is, considering how bad the track limits are around here.
Yeah.
Especially through those S's. So I'm going to assume that's what that's for, as he's serving it now. Unfortunate for the cam boys. Yep, more beers for Glenn. He's not going to complain about it. That's why he's jumped on board with it. He needs the evidence.
Yeah, that's it. Here's the evidence. Thank you very much. Zach, you are up for that one for me. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, you will be copying an invoice.
That's it. There's outside of that, I must say, everyone's the tree was definitely lighting up like Christmas there in the first kind of 2.5 hour stints. Like everyone was just typical. That's right, sprint race. Oh no, it's not. Oh yes, it is. Yeah, I'm sure it is a sprint race. And that tree was lighting up like Christmas time with all those penalties coming through. The invoices going out left, right, and centre. Everyone seems to be kind of calming down a little bit now. There's only one there for Atanaki.
I think also at the start of the endurance race, people want to try and get into a good spot early with the fresh tyres, the fresh brakes, They want to try and get as many moves as they can and try and settle into a good spot. But like you said, it does also hinder them if they can't do it correctly, whether it's with contact or track limits. So it's a double-edged sword for sure. If it does work out, you find yourself in a good position. If it doesn't, well, you got a couple of pens.
Yeah, that's it. And it's the worst part too when it's early on in the race too, because a 15 second at your first pit stop or 30 seconds at your first pit stop, that's half a dozen positions. If you get 30 seconds in the back third of the race, you might have a 30-second gap to the next car behind you, so you might actually be able to come out and go, that one went through to the keeper. It hurt, but it didn't hurt that much. I only might have lost one position, or you might even find that you didn't even lose a position. But Cricky's definitely getting held up here. Rochford doesn't want any part of this. He's like, hey, I want to have a crack too. I'm not going to sit for P15. And look at this. I'm going to get the drag. And I bet you Mike's just going, yeah, pretty sure you're not going to get the drag.
He's definitely laughing in that driving seat right now, looking in his mirror, looking at the Porsche's headlights. He's having a giggle to himself for sure. And that's all you can do in the Porsche as well, really. You can only sit there and laugh about it because, well, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's it. And you watch, he'll be all over the back of him like a Save the Koala sticker on the backside of a Datsun 180B. Yeah, surely, and then we'll get to the next straight, and then he goes, right, yeah, cool, no worries. Although he's gone around the outside,
he's feeling the mirrors. He's putting the pressure on Cricky here. He's letting him know that, hey, look, I am keeping you honest. Don't be making any mistakes.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, by the way, if you don't make a good run out of that exit, I will be all over you.
But speaking of that, we are heading onto a straight, so he can get as close as he wants. But I think we all know what's about to happen here. Even though the GTR didn't have the best exit, he's still going to be walking.
Look at it.
And
Look at that.
There it goes. Bye-bye, Porsche. I'm sorry to do this to you.
Sorry. Sorry. Oh, were you behind me, were you? Oh, I didn't even notice.
But we are heading into the S's, and this is where the Porsche normally shines, so he's going to be looking to make a move here. Mustang, the GTR, a little bit of the track limits there by the looks of that.
It would have been real close unless he is able to get off the gas enough to not make it an advantage. But as you say, like, how's that for the Porsche? He's almost going to go around the outside of him through all of that. Yeah. Oh! And I'm sure as Blake and Aiden have just come into the comms box ready for this next little stint, Blake will be well and truly reveling in the backside of this GTR going, I know exactly what drift GTR feels like and looks like as she's watching on as we're on board here with Watchman and Cricky. So this is crazy time. Typical GTR style, and there we go, once again.
Yeah, you can be as messy as you want, but along these straights, that Porsche is not doing a thing to Godzilla.
I don't know if you guys have noticed as well, but the cars in front are also battling car number 614, and the other one is just out of, I think it's the Richard Wells car. I can't quite see the number, but the green Ferrari's just gone past right there.
Oh, yeah. So battle's right up and down, so that's for 25, 6, 7 positions. So it's great to know that, you know, we've 5 hours down and you still got some great little battles in amongst everything that's still going. Oh, as Rochford's got to pull out of that one.
He's getting a sniff.
It's so tough letting this play out because you just know that GTR's just got so much speed. He's gonna have to really force the issue. I think he's on the tail, but I think again we're just gonna watch that GTR just slowly walk away as it is.
Duck the head down, kart style. Reduce the drag. Come on.
Well, Aiden, Blake, I'm going to leave you guys with Marshy and Nick, although they're probably going to be taken out shortly as well. So,
he's going to take it out right about now. We're just waiting for the fighting to end, so we can say it. But that's going to be our stint over as we hinges over to Blake and Aiden for the next couple of hours. And yeah, it's been some good racing, so have some fun, guys. I know we did.
Cheers, thank you so much, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Not enough car sounds, though, Nick. I expect
I know, I'm sorry. Next thing, I got you, mate. Next thing, every car, every camera angle, it'll be great.
Oh, Blake, what have you done to me? I mean, yeah, car sounds next stint. We got to do it, Nick.
All right, guys, have fun.
Cheers. Well. Everyone left. I was hoping to get a bit of an update. I have been watching along, doing other stuff, hanging out my washing with my phone in my hand, just seeing what's happening.
Yeah, I've been following along too. The top 10 seems to be pretty stable for the moment.
Yeah, it's like they're ebbing and flowing a little bit. I think as we see that strategy in terms of fuel and such, and the pit stops sort of playing out. But I guess interestingly, we saw Liam Hamilton, who, not a name I would put next to had a mistake very often. I didn't quite catch the nature of it, but the car was looking pretty secondhand after the fact, and that was not too long ago at all. Okay, there we go. So I said you don't hear next to Liam Hamilton made a mistake very often because he didn't make a mistake and it was a hardware failure. So yeah, that explains that one.
Are those guys still in the lead then, or have they dropped back a bit?
So still holding on, which is something to say for sure, especially if they're still carrying that damage. Rockford just not quite, he's falling back a little bit off Crick there, but yeah, jumping on board with Hamilton now.
You can see the flappy bonnet, a little bit of flap under there.
So funny you asked that, Trent. We're just on to the top 3 now. So it's Hamilton from Taylor from Hayes. Really great race for Hayes so far, and Rondinella in the 888 Nissan GTR. They have looked very, very good throughout the day.
The next round of pit stops should be fairly soon though, so I think, or sometime soon, because I'm not sure if has Saxon and Loopty overtook Monks and Goab on the track, or is that a pit stop deficit that they've got past on?
I think I saw a little bit before that they were passed on track. but not entirely sure. I mean, judging, you should be able to see potentially by their time difference. Looks like a little bit as it's still updating.
Yeah, it's only 5 seconds, so it is possible.
Yeah, it seems more likely that it's on track.
Yeah, oh well, that's a really good effort for the Nissan boys to be up in the top 3, especially for Lubdi and Saxon.
Yeah, for sure. So I was saying before, look, it was a bit of a debate about letting the 777 car through, but they've proved me right in a way in that they've had the pace. So
yeah.
Obviously, they're also in control of their race and they're doing really well. So it shows what I know.
Maybe they might be looking at a promotion for next race because they seem to be doing pretty well for that silver tag right now.
Yeah, for sure. I also think I am in awe at all the teams with 2 drivers. I think that's insanity. You don't really see me in these endurance races because when we do the final round of sprints and it's an hour and a half, I'm starting to lose it by the end of that hour and a half. I can't focus anymore. So these guys doing that about 4 times over is it's crazy to me. I can't believe it.
Oh, you haven't lived until your teammate goes, oh, you need to do a triple stint, I gotta go. And you're stuck in the car by yourself for, 3.5 hours just lapping. But it happens.
And as well, you get to these points, big shot of flames out the side, that's lovely.
That is a good looking car, I must admit, all the downshifts, that thing does look pretty sick.
So we're just heading into dusk as well. It's very, very, very cinematic. It's like Mike Crick is almost directing this one with Glenn on the cameras. But
we'll have some good screenshots, don't worry.
Oh yeah, God, that would be a bit of an effort to go through the whole race. There's probably so much good stuff to see.
Yeah, well, Cricky always does a really good job at getting cinematic shots, good screenshots for everyone. So thanks to him for doing that because it's obviously volunteer work. No one's obligating him to do it. So thanks, Cricky, for that.
I mean, we've got a lot of people not obligated to do anything here, but they do it for the love of the community, love of the game. Said a big thank you to everyone at the start, but I'll thank everyone again more broadly this time. Big thanks to everyone that does put their hand up to do some work here to make these things possible for everyone to have a good time and race our digital cars. It's all good. It's, nice chatting to people and meeting people as well. Nathan Henderson, I believe that was catching a penalty for ignoring blue flags. I know it's a bit of chatter in the endurance chat on Discord right now about blue flag etiquette in today's race so far. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the stewards are starting to bring the hammer down a bit more hastily on that front.
Yeah, I've just noticed as well, car 695 was just in the pits. Yeah, they've dropped 1 spot. They've dropped 1 spot if the timing tower is correct to the 191 Mercedes of Sonicus. It's now got Sean Bubnow, otherwise known as Nosky, in the car. So they've done their stop. So I'm assuming if they've stopped and they're in the Mustang, we should see some pit stops start to happen fairly soon.
I was also actually wondering, I definitely didn't see what happened to the 700 car. I saw just as I left, I think they might have come together with another car or something, and then they're a bit further down the standings than perhaps they were before.
Yeah, I didn't catch that either. That one was a bit of a mirage, I think, but continue on. I'm sure Austin will be able to get back some time. He's a very quick driver, as we obviously saw in the opening stints.
Yeah, he's been very good and very consistent. Has that 700 car, so still battling it out within the top 10. And as I said, just sort of seeing how these stints play out themselves. As it turns out, I really liked having Sam and Brad, who are in the race with that, I think it was ACC Drive. I need to get in on that and find myself. I need to spectate the race so I can see all that data, because that's fantastic, especially for an endurance race. It provides a lot of insight, because I'm out here guessing what people's pit strategies and stuff are. And you're like, oh yeah, they might be coming in pretty soon. It was really good to have that.
I think for a lot of people, the best part of ACC Drive is the pit exit indicator. So it'll tell you where you're going to come out on the track if you pit right now. So you can kind of manage if you're trying to do, say, an undercut or whatever. You can manage traffic.
That's crazy. That almost feels like, I mean, this is a bit of a conversation. We've talked about this before. It almost feels like cheating because I didn't guess that.
It is kind of borderline, but to be fair, the information you have, everything that ACC Drive provides you is information you already have, right? It's just laid out and done in a way where it's easy to understand, which is why people like it, and I see why. But in terms of other stuff, I think, as far as I know, that's really the weather thing is also quite useful, I've heard. Speaking of weather, where the hell is it? Where's the rain?
I mean,
Bender, do the rain dance.
It's Texas.
True. Yeah, but doesn't Texas get quite unpredictable weather sometimes with the
I actually
Midwest
don't know.
storms and stuff? I don't know.
Midwest.
Well, not Midwest, but
don't
Central
say that
America.
Too loud. Yeah, you're gonna get in a lot of trouble if you say that to the wrong American.
Well, I guess it's South, middle, isn't it? Kind of.
I mean, I think it's very much just considered the South. But yes, it is in the middle of the country. To be fair, though, the Midwest region of America is not even remotely in the West. It's just it's a bit more of a historical tag from colonial days. Whoa!
Drive Supercar 888. That
hurts.
That's got to hurt. Yeah.
We've seen a few from a few different. Well, we've seen a lot from a lot of different drivers of varying skill levels, but these guys at the top, it's not what you want. I think we saw JB Convoy cop one a couple of hours ago. I was mildly surprised. Maybe not that surprised, but mildly surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to do here. You just put half a tire off and boom. It's very unforgiving, so I'm sure everyone's done it before.
Yeah. There's a few corners, particularly the second to last corner is very, very spicy for that, and if you're pushing hard, then it's just so easy to do, or if you're in a battle, a little bit unfocused.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's been lapping somewhat on his own over the last few laps, but yeah, I mean, he'll have to come in over the next 3 laps, I think it is, to serve it, so we'll see where he pops out after this. Hopefully it's not too far for his own sake, but yeah, it's got to sting.
He's coming through the turning 1 section. I was very, very happy when Nick gave it a shot. Oh. So have you got anyone on track battling? Scott Rockford is actually still behind Mike Crick. That GTR and Porsche battle. We saw John Hislop actually also half a second behind Fakori too. Another Porsche situation. I did also want to shout out, we've still got that Porsche Cup in the midfield going on with a few different cars interspersed.
Yeah, Rochford's just still stuck behind the Rocket, the GTR on the straights. It's just too quick out of that hairpin onto the straight. So
that's a meat. There's a meatball flag being waved back there.
Someone's got a meatball. I can't tell who though.
Because the meatball is for damage, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, the meatball's for serious damage, but I don't see anyone visually with serious damage around here.
And I didn't see anyone have an off to speak.
There is a car in the pits, D Bartlett, but I don't know if that is because of damage or if that's because of just pit strategy.
We've got a few more DTs just happening. Ellis, I think, is currently serving one in the 421 BMW, and Ren and the 614 car also getting a DT as well. I'm going to stand by what I said. We could have played bingo with DTs, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think quite a lot of the grid will serve at least one. It's just how racing is here.
Yeah,
on this game.
So Daniel Wren in the Oz Team Racing Ferrari 614. I like the license plate. You're too close.
Yeah, I was speaking to these guys. I do race with the Oz Team group, so they're doing okay. They had some upsets at the start, but they're just trundling along, keeping it pretty clean. I don't think they've had any penalties apart from obviously this drive-through, so they're just gonna keep putting the laps in, and yeah.
I think that's also something that would get to me a little bit, is if you're lapping like kind of by yourself, that's where I really start to lose focus. When someone's like on me or I'm chasing someone, I'm right there, I'm in it, you know, I'm in the moment. But when you're like lapping by yourself, I feel like I just start getting lazy.
I find the opposite, because when I'm by myself, I know that I can actually drive at the full pace, rather than kind of if you're stuck behind someone and you're like getting distracted with being behind them, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, no, I definitely know what you mean. It's hard to follow a car, like particularly very close. But like in terms of like literal focus, like I had a moment in the last race, potentially, or the race before, where it was at Valencia. And I literally just missed the braking marker by 50 meters because I was just watching something else, like thinking about something else.
I did that at the final corner too, don't worry.
Yeah, like, you know, sort of in the middle section, it's one of the harder braking zones, and then it's a sweeping left. I literally just ran like really deep into there and was just like, oh my god, like, focus.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta slap yourself in the face and just like wake yourself up, because once you get in a rhythm, you kind of get into a sort of trance, and yeah. As we see Ferrari right on the back of a BMW there. I'm not sure if that's blue flagged or not. Just ahead of these guys.
Could be for Corey. Hold on, time board. Don't think so.
It's the green Ferrari of Wells, I believe. I forgot what car number that is though.
957 is Wells. Yeah, there you go. It's just down the board a little bit, so 7/10 off the back of Roy Ancan in the number 10 BMW.
Yeah, so we got two little groups here of cars fairly close to each other. Let's see if these guys in AM can hold on to their position. They are 9 seconds behind the AM class leader, so that's still fairly close in terms of enduro timings. Hopefully they can bring that gap down a bit and we can have an AM battle.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I feel like that isn't that 333 car the one with Brad Gosling and Sam O'Brien as well. They're gonna kill me for not knowing that. It is. So those guys, they are not inexperienced to enduros. So I think it's a pretty good shout for the Rob Roy car to be that within striking distance of those guys as we're getting into nighttime now.
Yeah, we might start to see some more mistakes as the fatigue kind of sets in, especially for the teams with two drivers or a driver that's been driving for quite a while, especially at night. It's very easy to just miss your braking point or lose focus, obviously because it's a lot harder to see the darker it gets. So we'll see if there's any increase in track cuts or incidents or anything of that nature.
Yeah, and not to mention as it starts to cool down a bit, the anyone who's probably like in the middle of their stint is going to be feeling it on their tires as their temperature / pressure is probably going to be a little bit low. I know when I was in the booth last time, the track was at about 35 degrees, and now it's 20 with 20 ambient, which is a big change. Some of these guys will have planned ahead for that, kind of tried to offset their tires at the beginning of the stint. Some people might be lucky and it's lining up like some of those cars that are coming out now potentially. But yeah, it's something to contend with for sure. So that was also to note, that was the 777 car, who have been an interesting story throughout this race so far. Lucas Keys in the car now.
They're just here for the content.
Oh, Lucas Keys and content is like, it goes hand in hand. So that's going to shake up this little battle between Rockford and Crick for sure, because he's going to be on the back of them pretty quickly. few Jaws theme.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna let him by or if they're just gonna invite him into the battle.
It's a bit hard, because when you're battling that close together, if Rockford is to let him by and then Crick doesn't, you sort of lose out a little bit there. I mean, Rockford obviously has some pace as to not fall off Crick, so I don't doubt that he could get that back, but it shall be interesting to see how they navigate it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Keys is incredibly fast, so yeah, there he goes down the inside of Rochford, just gonna sneak by. Maybe Rochford's hoping that Crick will send it on Mike and leave him the door open or something, slow him down a bit.
Did you just say Crick will send it on Mike?
I meant to say Keys, did I say that?
I think so, it's alright.
Oh, okay.
I was looking blankly for a second. You can see the body language of that car. Keys is absolutely abusing that thing, trying to hand it back with a yellow engine, that's for sure. As he's already half a second behind Crick. He might even have the speed up the pit straight to get something done into T1, into Big Red.
Yeah, I doubt Cricky will fight this one too hard, especially if Lucas pulls out for the move.
Yeah, no, I think personally, don't let him through, but Keys is just insane.
Well, even if you don't let him through, he will get through.
Oh yeah, so yeah. It's
not like it makes too much of a difference.
Yeah, don't put yourself at risk, I guess. Tim in the chat just saying, I am death gripping my wheel like an idiot and my hands hurt. So Tim out of the car, I presume that would mean that Monks is back in. Monks at 6th position now. So that tracks.
Well done to Timmy though for not getting out. I don't think they've had a DT yet, have they? Or any incidents so far?
I don't think so. I think it's been a pretty clean race. We might be able to get Tim in the booth for a minute if he's got some time, as we do see Keys sending it down the inside of the
You might be able to get him back here though, down the straight.
Oh, look at that shot. That's beautiful. But not quite. Cricky giving him a little bit of a flash. Keys looking at the inside, trying to hold off, position that car so that Crick can't quite do anything. Oh, and he's
big bump over
smacked the silent copper there. And Crick is actually going to have a look
for the move.
Back down the inside, but it doesn't. I think the line is mildly compromised, and Keys is still going to have the inside here, so not much to be done for Crick, unfortunately.
Yeah, Lucas is on fresh tyres, and he's got the car pretty dialed in. It's hard to make that move stick because you end up on the outside for the next corner, which is basically a 90-degree left-hander. So
yeah,
it's really hard to stick it there, but good effort for trying. 10 out of 10 for effort.
Tim just saying no DTs so far, only 2 track warnings, which is a really, really commendable effort. 5.5 hours of racing with only 2 warnings. That's clean. That's a squeaky clean record.
And we've ended up exactly where we left off. Rochford is right behind Crick again.
Yeah.
Which will probably stay for another few hours if it keeps going like this.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you just find, they've got similar pace, and then the cars offset themselves in different areas of the track, and thus you end up just being next to each other the whole time.
If that Aston had an actual livery on it, I reckon it would look pretty cool, especially with the downshifts and the fire coming out at night.
We can have a look at a different Aston if you want. We don't have to look at this one with its I would say it's a very classic Keys livery. Just a quick shout, McNeil in the pits, P7 currently, obviously that's going to change. But yeah,
What's interesting, the AAA GTR has served their drive-through, and they are still in 3rd place, right behind, right in front of Bub now, if the Delta is to be trusted. So they didn't actually lose that much from that drive-through. They will have to pit again, obviously, because serving the drive-through does not serve the pit. But it definitely seems like it could have been worse for them.
Yeah, I think just I don't know, just enough pace to put themselves ahead of the pack. It hasn't hurt them too much as we're getting a side by side of the rave in the stadium in the middle of the track.
What is that tower? Does anyone know what that tower is? It's got stairs going up, but it.
I think isn't it just a spectator platform?
Damn, that's a big spectator platform.
Yeah, I vaguely remember from last year's F1 race, I saw people all the way up there. I was like, that is the place to watch a race for sure.
Yeah, you probably see the whole track from there. It's really cool. Can they make one at Barbagallo?
I'm sorry, where?
In Perth at Barbagallo, the tiny track we still use for supercars.
Oh, okay. Aren't they supposed to be doing a street circuit in Perth, like in Perth CBD sometime?
Yeah, they are. The current government promised that they would do it. That was their election thing. So that's why I voted for them, obviously, because I want to see supercars in the city. But yeah, I do hope that the street circuit goes ahead, because that would be really cool. Here's a view from the tower. You can see, I guess the pit straight is kind of blocked, but the rest of it is
that's
definitely
cool.
Visible. And then you can run downstairs to the rave afterwards. How cool.
Okay, Glenn.
I was going to say they could bungee jump, but I think bungee jumping into a floor made of concrete is probably not the best idea. It breaks a lot of occupational health and safety laws.
Alright, back to the cars, away from that kind of ominous looking eye pond that was back there. Would you believe Scott Rockford still on the back of Michael Crick? However,
who's the car?
Oh, wow! Immediate commentator's curse. Crick's also just, I'm not really sure, just kind of slowed. I think he didn't want to cause a collision there with the faster car of Nathan Monk's coming through. Yeah, wow, that was immediate.
Well done, Blake. That was perfect timing.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's been interesting. I was saying, I think in one of the channels, a lot of my curses thus far have been amping up a battle and then someone just pits immediately. It's really cool. It's great.
Couldn't you
great.
Curse someone else? I mean, Cricky's like, surely you could have cursed someone else than Cricky. No one wants to see him cursed.
I don't even know. You know, have you heard the saying, if it smells like shit everywhere you go, check your feet? Like, I can't be cursing him every single time. At some point he has to take responsibility for some of these incidents, you know?
Wow, shifting the blame, okay.
He's the one driving the car, I'm just talking.
So we go on board with Mark Bushell. He's got I think that's Austin Carpenter behind him. That is a nice livery on that Aston Martin, pink and black.
Yeah, it feels a bit like esports team-esque, I think, with all the little triangles and stuff on it. But it's quite nice.
He's gonna definitely have a sniff here coming down the main straight, because that Aston does have pretty good top end, especially when it's helped by a toe. So we'll see if he pulls out to go for the move here into the braking zone. There he goes.
There's the pull out. He's gonna look to be on the inside, claim that corner, and I think he's gonna have the right to that corner for sure. So whether he can make it stick, puts the car straight in front of Bushell there, and I think that is going to be move done. Yeah, it looks nice and tidy. So welcome back David Marshy after a short break. Marsh, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I was actually just kind of wanting to join when you were talking about the rave. That looked actually quite fun.
Oh yeah, you get your Darude Sandstorm on, mate?
I have not consumed enough adult beverages for that yet.
Also, just attempting though. Plenty of race to go to consume some alcohol. I hear the stewards are going to have a pretty fun party after.
Yeah, that's where they're heading after, to that rave.
So you were saying though, Aiden?
Yeah, I've just noticed Noski, Sean Bubnow is closed up to the back of Saxon Hayes. He's just within 0.6 now, so we might see a bit of a battle for position here.
I think you actually already said this. You're a big fan of that 695 livery, aren't you?
Oh, I am. Yeah. Well, I'm a supercars fan myself, so anything supercars related is a big tick in my books.
So is that a supercars livery then, I presume?
Well, yeah. Back then it wasn't supercars, but what you would call supercars now, yeah, it's the Shell Helix. It's from the old AU Falcon. As we see a blue flag car getting pretty close. This might let. Oh, and there's contact just after the corner.
Oh.
One of the cars is off. I believe that was the Mustang that just got the boop. But yeah, luckily nothing too major, just a small little tap there. But as I was saying, yeah, it's a Shell Helix based off the AU Falcon that they used to run in the late 90s, 2000s in the supercars. So yeah, I really like it. Looks cool.
Yeah, it's a good set of colours. Ben Curtis, the ever wonderful information giver, just pointing out that Hamilton's in the pits in the leading 124 Ferrari, and if you don't remember, because he hasn't been on the screen for a little bit, he's carrying quite a bit of damage after a bit of a hardware failure. So we have a car, I believe that's the 333 yellowed up at T11 as well.
It's all happening now.
Yeah, Chris Murphy also in the pits right now in the 161 Porsche.
Yeah, so Hamilton's in the pits. We'll see where he comes out with that damage, obviously. Then we've got the slow 333, which we'll have to take a look back on. And then we have this battle between Looped In, Bob now for third place. So it's heating up, definitely.
So here's our 333 with the Brickley behind the wheel.
Hang on, isn't Marshy in this team? Why doesn't he go ask them?
Marshy?
Or is that O'Brien and...
No, Sam O'Brien and Brad Gosling are in this team.
I mean, I could, but might be stepping on toes. I'll leave them to do it because I was just looking at the track map. It looked like they had a little bit of an incident with car 16. I didn't quite get to see who it is because I got a squint and I'm wearing glasses. I can't see it anyway.
So,
yeah, right. I guess we got to replay that.
16. So the 124 car is out. That they are now in 4th position. A thing about endurance racing is I'm not really sure like what that actually means for the long term of the race, but that's what they are right now. The car 16 is the Lamborghini piloted by Gray, Haynes, and Lloyd, Damian Lloyd. I know there's another Lloyd in Octane. Not sure if they're racing today. I think it's Callum. Yeah. I don't think Callum's racing today. I think I saw him in chat earlier. But yeah, we might get eyes on that in a minute.
Taufik obviously now out in the Ferrari, a very fast driver, so I'm sure he'll keep the pace up.
The third head of the Hydra that is the 124 car.
Yeah, exactly. He'll keep everyone on their toes, I'm sure. I'm not sure what the gap to him and Noski is because we haven't got it yet, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Oh, there it is, 25 seconds. So that is a fairly big gap, but this Skill Issue Racing GTR should be due to pits fairly soon, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess we'll just.
It's interesting, like thinking about that drive-through that this 888 car had has now been mildly offset by how much damage that the 124 Ferrari had to repair in that pit stop. So it's, I mean, it ebbs and flows and it comes and goes in endurance racing, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's once you kind of get to this point of 6+ hours in, it's quite difficult to figure out where everyone is exactly.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of waiting to the end, and as we see, Lucas Keys putting down the hammer, setting a 2:05 in race trim, which is a pretty good lap, especially in the dark at this temperature. It's a very good effort by him. I'm sure he'll come flying through the field.
Yeah, as they have about 3 different times now in that 777 car.
Yeah. I'd also be interested to see whether Bub now can get past this GTR, especially down the long straight, because as we know, the Mustang is no slouch down the straights, but the GTR is also incredibly quick, so we'll see what it's like in the tow. See if he gains anything here.
I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, the Mustang is a bit more of a top-end monster, whereas the GTR, I feel like it accelerates quite quickly, and then the top speed is not bad whatsoever. Is that correct?
Well, from my experience at Paul Ricard, I very vividly remember a GTR driving past me down the back straight without any tow, and I was driving the Mustang. So that thing definitely, I feel like the Mustang just suffers a bit because of the wacky gearing, especially once you get into the higher gears, you just kind of get stuck. But at the same time, there's not many places where you kind of get past that 285 plus range where that actually matters. So I think he might be stuck behind the GTR for now, because it just has so much power in the mid to high range. So yeah, he'll have to find some other way around or get right on his bumper before the straight if he wants to get past.
That must have felt awkward on the straight at Paul Ricard, watching a car just sail past you, knowing you normally sail away from everybody on the straights, and just to have the car come past you, I'd be sitting there going, hey, no, come back here.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I have a feeling he might have been running zero wing, and that was probably one of the reasons why. But yeah, that GTR is definitely a monster when you let it loose on a straight. I mean, as we've seen recently, I think the GTR's been kind of dominating a lot of the higher end LFM pro races and stuff. So it's clearly a very good car, especially in the hands of Saxon and Luke D, as we've seen.
I was just about to say, yeah, in the hands of people that can drive it, because I, myself, cannot.
Yeah,
don't worry.
It's not easy. It's, I don't know, it's temperamental for sure. I mean, and that's why you see, like, well, only like the best of the best are getting absolutely everything out of it.
I mean, didn't you take that for a flat in the sprints, Blake?
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing you drive it.
I mean, it's the car I've been using this season. I am considering hopping out of it because it is so temperamental. It's sort of what I was alluding to earlier. When I'm losing focus, the GTR really punishes you for that, because it's just, you have to be so decisive about your braking inputs. Like, it feels very pitch sensitive to me, that if you are doing anything wrong on your pedal inputs as you're like entering corners and such, and like if you're not braking in a nice straight line and then doing your turning, that kind of thing, it really punishes you for that, and the rear end starts stepping out really badly. Whereas, you know, other cars, you can throw them in, like you were saying before with the Macca, Marshy, like you can throw it in without too much trouble. I feel like the Macca only likes to really step out when you're powering out of a corner, over a low speed corner. Other than that, it's pretty safe. So yeah, we'll see.
I'm actually interested to see if you do stick with it or whether you jump out. And then if you do jump out, what will you be jumping into?
Potentially the Macca. It's just, well,
boo.
Well, I'm tossing up between the Porsche and the Macca right now. But split red is absolutely split Porsche at the moment.
Yeah, we don't need any more of them, thanks.
No, so I was like, maybe next season I'll do a season in the Porsche. It's a pretty interesting car. It's not as tricky to drive as I thought, but that's also probably because I've been driving the GTR for a season. So the Macca, as I was just sort of saying, it's pretty safe, pretty easy. It's pretty easy to be fast in. So we'll see. Just Chris Taylor in the YouTube chat just giving us a bit of an update on this situation that we're watching, that they can't get close enough on exit because of the fuel difference, and they have about 1.6 seconds of pace. I think they potentially mean over this car ahead, but they, as you sort of alluded to, Aiden, I think this car, the AAA car, should be pitting relatively soon.
Yeah, I mean, it seems they've been out for quite a bit, unless I missed a pit stop, but I do remember seeing the 695 pit right as I came into the booth, or somewhere around there, so...
No, we watched them... Oh, no, I'm thinking of the 700 car, sorry, ignore that.
I'll just jump in for a sec, Blake.
Yeah.
We're going to YouTube part 2 at the moment, so I'm putting the URL in the YouTube chat. And we'll be swapping over to that stream at the moment because we can't go 12 and a bit hours on YouTube. All right? So that's it. We'll see you over on part 2, everyone.
Bye-bye.
You keep going.
See ya.
You just keep going.
Oh, okay.
And you thought you were going to get a break.
Yeah.
No.
That was you though. You're lucky you got 30 minutes.
Hey, look, you're a good boss, and I appreciate it.
We still need someone for the end of the race, Marshy. It's got your name all over it.
Oh, I think I'm busy or sick or something. I'm not sure.
Nah, it'll be alright. It'll work out.
Do you really hate Blake that much, Marty?
No, it's more of the fact that Blake's probably going to be sick of me by the end of this.
Yeah, true.
Mate, you barely even said a word. You're like, I'm going to be such a menace in the booth when I'm with you.
Actually, I'm just sitting back. You guys are doing exceptional work here, and I'm just here for the antics, basically.
Oh, well, we need some entertainment in a 12 hours, so that's all good.
Oh, yeah, you definitely need it, because, I mean, looking through the timing tree, there's not a hell of a lot of close battles. I mean, we're pretty much watching it on screen, and kind of got to make your own fun, really, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. That's all part of the business.
Or at least that's what I do in racing, and it's generally why I end up in the wall, because I get distracted pretty easily.